Alrighty, what's good, everyone joining up the stream right now? How's everyone doing today? We're gonna start getting the debates up here in a second. Only do send a guest request on TikTok if you do meet the set of criteria that I have now listed on the TikTok screen. What's good, everyone joining up the stream right now? How's everybody doing today? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? How's everybody doing? What's up, Courtney? What's up, Autumn? What's up, Toddy? How you doing? What's up, Dark? What's up, JD? What's up? How is everyone doing today? Let me make sure the whole stream is set up. Instagram does know that I'm supposed to be live right now, so that's already good. Let me make sure I have everything set up here. Gotta post this in the YouTube comment section real quick. Alrighty. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. I actually might change my title on my YouTube. Give me 1 second, everyone. Alright, let me just retitle this. Sorry, everyone, I'm retitling. Alrighty. What's good, everyone joining in? Sorry, I apologize, everyone. I was fully setting up the stream. It is now fully set up. What's good, everyone joining in? We're going to start getting the debates going here in a second. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're starting the debates here very, very soon. What's good, everyone joining in? Let's just get it going real quick. Only do send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We'll see how it goes, everyone. Do give it a second. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Alrighty, that person's not here. Let's go try the next person. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request again if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
You were my son's first word. I just wanted to tell you that.
Based. That's so based. Yo, W first word. W first word. That's so cool. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Oh, there's a little baby laughing in the comment, or laughing in the background. That was kind of funny. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello.
Yo, what's up, how old are you?
25.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your birth year? They just left. Okay. Do give it a second for people to join up. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
25.
What's your birth year?
2000.
What month?
August.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would definitely have to say Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I want to kiss you in your fat mouth. I want to kiss you in your fat mouth.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up, how old are you? I don't get that. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Can I fuck your Todd also?
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yo, I'm 20, bro.
What's your birth year?
October 10, 2005.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
So look, I did want to put this out there, bro. About Trump, I don't support Trump myself, but I do support Robert F. Kennedy when it comes to like.
Okay, it doesn't sound like you should. I don't know why you'd support RFK though. Diabolical thing to do. Alrighty. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
63.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
He did what he said he was going to do so far. eliminate Iran's nuclear power, uh, taxes, the border.
Okay, is that it?
Yeah,
Because
he's still working on the rest.
I have a few things to say here. There were plenty of
Okay.
things he promised on taxes that he didn't do. He promised to like get rid of income tax. He also promised to reduce prices, which he didn't do since he's got in office. Prices have increased. He also said that he was going to make the economy strong, which clearly hasn't happened. We've been worse off in practically every metric you can point off in terms of the economy. If you want to reference the border, he never built the wall and made Mexico pay for it. And then with Iran, he increased the likelihood of conflict because he was originally the person who pulled out of the nuclear peace agreement.
Well, I do agree about the prices. They're not. I do believe in time they will go down. He's been in there, what, 9 months?
Okay, what makes you think in time that it will go down? Because
The
his
tariffs.
policies are inflationary.
I think the tariffs will go down. Therefore, our prices will go down.
Okay, so if
I
tariffs go
haven't
down, then
seen,
prices
I'll
go
have
down.
to
So
admit,
okay, if
I,
because tariffs go down, prices go down, then wouldn't it be that because tariffs have gone up, prices have gone up because of Trump?
right.
So they're not going down to lower rates in which they were previously under Biden.
But
They're
the
not even
tariffs will
close.
be
Trump's heavily
adjusted.
increased them.
Right. But it will be adjusted in time.
What does that mean?
He's got the power to drop the tariffs to a lower percentage. Correct?
Okay, so he has the power to drop tariffs that he implemented.
Right. To drop
Okay,
them
so
down to
that
a
why is that a
percentage or
good
whatever.
thing? Why is that a good thing? Doesn't that
Because
mean that
that'll
he
make
caused prices to go up?
that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're up because of that fact. But he can also lower them
Okay.
down. So
So lower it down to rates in which, again, would have been existed under Biden already, because their tariffs would not have been in place, or Harris, sorry.
what was hers? And I didn't vote for her. She more or less called Biden a racist when
No,
she
she
was
didn't.
running for
She
when she was
clarified and
running
said that
for.
she didn't think that Biden was racist.
Well, it was. You could easily see that it was interpreted that she had called him a racist, and at time that she
She
joined
said
him
that
to jump.
she literally clarified at the debates that she didn't think that. She was literally the vice
Well, but,
president working on his administration.
yeah, but in time she changed her mind or whatever. But that's how it came off.
What?
It was perceived that.
What do you mean it came off that way? She clarified. There was no argument for that. That was just a
She brought
misinterpretation
up.
of people.
That's not what I took out of it. A lot of people said the same thing.
Okay, so do you want to tell me like why you support Trump? Because Trump actively, literally is racist. Not only is he racist, but he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. Not only that, but he literally was considered
Why
by
do you
Epstein.
always think?
What?
How come you? Your point is always about that, about this sexual blah blah blah. Which,
Because that's an
okay,
indefensible point.
I mean, every time I watch your live, it's like this.
Then why don't you already like acknowledge this? Like, what's your? Can you name one piece of evidence in the case that you dispute?
I just think he's got a. I mean, he shouldn't say the things he says sometimes. I
No,
agree.
can you name one piece of evidence in the case that you dispute? Because you've heard me talk about it a bunch. So, is there any aspect of the case that you dispute? Otherwise, why don't you accept it?
I just think it was in a change of venue. It might have changed as far as it being in New York.
What?
The
So you think
trial
because
was held in
because
New
the
York.
case was in New York that it can't be a legitimate case?
It was
One,
well.
that's where he lived. Two, that's where it happened. Three, right? His lawyers were a part of the jury selection process.
I understand.
So what's your
I
point here?
understand that, but I think if the venue would have changed, it would have probably been a different verdict. He wasn't
Again, it was a
convicted.
unanimous decision. So even the
Okay, but he
independents and the
wasn't
conservatives
convicted
that were
of.
likely on the jury indicated that Donald Trump did this.
Okay, but he wasn't convicted criminally.
He
That
was
was in
held
a
civilly
civil.
liable. The reason why it wasn't criminal is because of
Civil.
statute of limitations on criminal courts that says regardless of the amount of evidence, you can't try them after a certain amount of years. So it's only
Right.
because of statute of
But
limitations, not
see,
because of a lack of evidence.
which when the lady was on CNN, she was bragging about it with the anchor
She was
that I
what?
had watched. She was bragging about the money that she had won. Didn't say,
No, she
hey,
wasn't. She wasn't bragging
I'm
about
going to
it.
contribute this against, you know, to a woman's organizations to blah, 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 that help women out. She never said that at all. She didn't
Yeah, no,
come off and say,
she did talk about things that she helped out with that, but that doesn't mean that I don't. That's not considered bragging, right?
okay, well, more or less a gold digger.
Wait, what do you mean a gold digger? Someone holding their abuser accountable in the civil court is not quote unquote gold
Well,
digging.
she was
That's
smiling
embarrassing
when
that you
she
just
was
said that.
on,
What do you
when
mean
she was
gold?
on
What do
there
you
with
mean?
that.
Wait, no. Can you tell me what you mean by gold digger? Because to me, that sounds like you just created like a misogynistic insult to use against her, just because of the fact that you didn't want to like actually dispute her on any evidence. She was already a millionaire prior to this point. So what are you talking about? Unless
Okay,
you're
well,
willing to
she was
consider
on
every
there.
single person in the United States who literally operates like a business like Donald Trump, right, to be that same thing, then why are you applying this to her, literally for holding her
All I'm
abuser
saying
accountable
when
in a
she
civil
was
court
on,
after he defamed her?
okay, when she was on TV, I didn't see no tears in the eyes. I did not
What?
see when she was on CNN when she was talking about this. There was no tears in the eyes.
So
She was
you're saying that
rejoicing about the money
if she
and
did have
kidding
tears in her
around with
eyes
the
when on
CNN
CNN,
reporter.
wait, so you're saying if she did have tears in her eyes when on CNN, you would have believed her?
Well, I mean, doesn't that usually come off that
Answer the
way?
question. Answer the question. Do you think that she had to have been crying for you to have been believing her? Would you have believed her if she did cry?
It just didn't seem to me like it was a woman in pain.
Would you have
Yeah,
believed her?
most
Would
women that
answer the
that
question.
happens to.
Answer the question. Would you have believed her if she did cry?
Would I have believed her if she didn't cry?
Mm-hmm.
I don't, I just kind of think that's at the period of time where they're after Trump politically. That's my
Okay, so you
belief.
see what I mean? That point you just made was irrelevant because you think that people are just going after Trump. So, what do you believe? Every single one of the 26 women that have accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct, do you think that they're all
I'm not.
lying? Or the over
I'm talking
26
about
different people that have
politically.
accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct, do you think they're all
Yeah,
lying?
years later. Okay, I'm just saying. Politically, what they tried to do, shit, blah blah blah. They were politically after Trump. You're going to sit there and
Wait,
deny
there were
that?
multiple of these were prior, but I just want to address the fact that do you think every single one is lying? Every single one of the 26 plus people that have accused Trump of sexual misconduct, do you think that they're all lying?
It hasn't been proven in a court of law yet, right?
Oh, wait, but when it was, you didn't accept it.
That was one out
So
of how many you
that's
just named?
dishonest. Wait, I'm sorry. Does
Okay, wait a minute.
you need
One
multiple
out of how many
you
people you
need
just
multiple
named?
jury determinations in order to accept it?
Okay. But that was one case of how
Why don't
many
you just
people
need
you
why
just
is one not
referred.
enough for you?
Okay. Well, usually when it happens more than once, there's truth to it. I've always heard that.
Okay, so you say when it
Okay.
happens more than
He
once,
wasn't only
you understand that
convicted.
Donald
Okay.
Trump
He
was
was only
accused
convicted.
by more than 26 different people.
That does not make him guilty in a court of
That
law.
indicates
You know this. You
absolutely
know this.
alongside. Wait, listen to this. If 26 different people came out against any person that you knew in your life, would you believe the victims or would you believe the perpetrator? Because that's not likely. It's
I
not
have to
likely for
hear both
26
sides.
people to come out against someone. Okay, and if that happens,
You
that's pretty
can't
good
convict
reason.
someone without a court of law.
That's pretty good reason to believe that it happened. Are you Christian?
Yeah. Are
Yeah,
you?
you are. How many witnesses do you think were necessary in order to say that Jesus rose from the dead?
I mean, that's back in time. I mean,
What?
that's kind of irrelevant to what we're
No, it's
talking
not.
about.
No, it's
Well, why
not. Because
would you
if
believe
that's
it?
a legitimate
Yes, it
standard of
is.
evidence for you to accept, because you believe that there are a few witnesses, when by the way they weren't even first-hand account stories, because it was passed down word of mouth for a generation before it was even written down. But we're just talking about it from that respect. You accept just the idea that there were that many people specifically involved with seeing something relating to Jesus resurrecting from the dead, right? And because of that, you're willing to say that that happened, but you're not willing to believe the 26 different people that have come out about Donald Trump sexually abusing them, engaging in sexual misconduct towards them.
I just think that's irrelevant to me. You're talking about you're talking about apples and oranges.
You said that I'm talking about apples and oranges. I'm confused. How so?
Yeah, I mean, there's a
I'm
difference.
confused. We have more. Yeah, actually, if anything, you have less reason to believe that Jesus rose from the dead, right, by multiple factors, right, of pieces of evidence, right? Because you don't even have first-person accounts in that context. In this scenario, we have first-person accounts of over 26 different people saying that Donald Trump is engaged in sexual misconduct towards them. That is very good reason to
But I
believe that
just
this is
seen all
true.
the stuff that they threw at him politically, and
Okay,
the
well, when you say,
Russia hoax.
is there
The
anything Trump
Russia
could
hoax.
do?
Did
You're
you
just going to
believe
use,
that?
yeah, you understand that Trump just uses that to avoid and deflect away from all accountability?
You know, my belief. I just believe that if this was true and blah blah blah, and, you know, and he was running president or prior to his second term or whatever in his first term, this was all political. That's my belief.
You're just claiming it's all political, but that's not actually engaging with the truth of whether or not it is the case. You're just not willing to accept it because he's your political candidate. So I'll ask you this question. Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
It all depends, you know. It all depends what I think at the time and what's happening, you know.
Yeah, I'm asking you, is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
I don't know. I can't answer that.
You can't
That's
answer
a
that? Why can't you answer that? That's ridiculous. Of course, you should be able to name
that's a
something that
hypothesis
he could do that would get you to
hasn't
stop
come
supporting
to
him.
work. Well, wait a minute. That's a hypothesis.
Let me give you
You're
an
talking
example.
in the
Like
future.
if he was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will, would you still support him?
You're referring to the case that we just talked about.
Or we're talking
You're
about
telling-
a hypothetical scenario, right? Like Donald Trump was in this hypothetical
Why
scenario was
is
held
this always your topic that you throw out to reverse the situation?
because you couldn't mention
Why do you do
a
this?
single thing that Donald
just
Trump could
don't.
do that you would stop supporting him because of.
I might stop supporting because I agree with something he did that's not here yet.
So if
I
the
might
Epstein,
do that.
well, how about
I
this? If the
can't say
Epstein's
yes or
files
no.
came out and it showed that Donald Trump engaged in incriminating actions, would you still support him?
I'd have to see what was done. I mean, you're talking about a hypothetical, bro. I mean, come on.
Okay. And let's
You
say that
can't
he
say something in
let's
the
say in this
future
scenario
is
he
gonna happen,
assaulted.
you know,
Let's say in this scenario there was lots of talk and conversation about him assaulting a minor. Would you say that you would still support him?
I'd have to see the bearing of what the truth is.
I'm
See
sorry,
both
so
sides
you
of
wouldn't
the
accept that
truth.
in the Epstein files that it says that Donald Trump sexually abused a child. You wouldn't accept that?
I'd have to see. Have you seen it yet?
I'm saying if it
Have you
said
seen
this,
the
would you
Epstein files?
accept it? Or would you say fake news, everything's got to be fake because it shows Trump's done
From
something wrong?
what's happened,
Is that what you would do?
what's happened with Trump and they accused and it's been turned around and proven that Russia was a hoax, I'd have to see it firsthand. Okay.
Okay, so what do you need to see? What
You're
evidence do you
trying
need to
to get me
see?
to say one thing.
No,
dude.
I'm asking you,
I
what
mean,
evidence do you need to see?
Well, they have to see what took place. Is there DNA? Is there blah blah blah? You know,
Okay,
is
so
there DNA evidence?
DNA.
That would be convincing.
So
would
if
it
there's
not?
DNA on a dress, and let's say that there's multiple years to give up that DNA, and the person who's accused of committing the crime doesn't give up the DNA, when it could easily disprove that they were at the scene of the crime.
Right, but that could
Do you think
that
that
could
they would
also
do?
be
Hold up,
used.
listen. Do you think that if someone had the ability to say that they have not committed this crime and to exonerate themselves, that they would do it in the multiple years that they had allotted to do so?
Well, there's just so much mistrust when it comes to Trump. It's a different deal. It's not some.
Wait, hold up.
you
Why are
know,
people spamming?
common
You have a
person.
wait. Why are people spamming following list on TikTok? Do you have like a crazy
Okay.
following list? I'm clicking through.
I don't know. People get on my thing, whatever.
You said what?
They ask request or whatever on here. You know, I don't know.
They just
But I'm
request.
asking you.
They just request you. So all these very young women are requesting
They
to
all
follow
do.
you.
They want you to.
Because
That's
so
how
then why
this
do you
works
have
on
more
here.
following than you
The
have
more
followers?
Well, the more followers you got, the more you get.
You have
popular. That's the way it
2,300.
works.
Wait, hold up. You have 2,300 following, and you have 1,273 followers.
I don't know. I don't know how it works. It's just the way it is. Or
That what do you mean? That's just the way it is. That's not the way it is. That's not how it is for me. That's not how it is for like
well,
most
you got to have so
people.
many followers to go live or whatever, right? Correct.
So, but
The
why
more
would it
popular
specifically
you're on
just be?
here,
So why would your following
they
base
send
just
it
be
to me when
young
I'm not
women?
even on here.
Wait, so why would
Or
your
they send
following?
it to you when you're not.
If
I'm
it
just
wasn't
saying.
intentional, answer the question. If it wasn't intentional, why would your following list be like practically all young women? If it wasn't
They all ask
intentional,
requests. I get the request
I
before I
don't
even
think they're
jump on
requesting
here.
you. I don't think these young women are requesting
Okay,
you.
I'm just telling you what it is, dude. That's what
You're
it is.
so what do you do that's gonna get people to request? You don't even post videos.
I don't post video. They want you to follow them. They all do this. You know this.
What are you talking about? You have to, in order to be able to get people to see your account, you have to
They
post
send me
videos,
friend
right?
requests on here all the time.
Not without
They
posting
do this.
videos
I don't even
or
know who they are,
comments.
and they can do this. They do this on here. I don't know. That's why I think they want recognition, I guess.
No, this is who you're following, not them following you.
Okay, well, I mean, I get it on my page when it's request or whatever. It's always on here.
No,
when I
you
get on.
have to follow them.
Well, it goes
If
through
you
there and they
accept
ask
a
to
follow request, that's them
well, I'm saying
following
they ask
you.
on here all the time.
What?
They ask on here all the time for you to follow. Please send a friend request. Do this, do that. They do this.
Why don't you just acknowledge that that's fucking weird, bro?
I'm just saying they do this. They ask for you to follow. You got a request. I get on there. It says this.
Dude, why does every person who has a following list that looks like this say that? Like, we haven't used the internet. This is like a fucking child saying, Mom, I swear it's a virus, Mom! Mom, it's a virus! I promise you, Mom, it's a virus! It's a virus, Mom!
Yeah.
Like, seriously, that's you right now. That's
Yeah.
literally you. Like we don't know how social media works. Okay, alrighty. He's just silent now. We're just gonna go on to the next person. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Jesus. All right, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, where'd you get the Snoopy shirt?
I think my mom got it for me like a long time ago. I don't even remember. I think it was probably like a Christmas gift my mom got me like years back. And it still fits me. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for? Hello? I can't hear you when you're swiped out of the app, just letting you know. Lauren, thank you for the $5. Yes, I definitely have to fix that. It should be working. I'll make sure that's working by probably tomorrow. Kirsten, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you. Pamela, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's actually crazy. They said that they work at like a school, and they said that like literally ICE has been at the student drop off. That's so fucking crazy. That's actually horrible. At school is crazy. Like, what? That's like actually so nuts. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who'd you rather vote for?
Donald. Donald Trump.
Okay. And what's your birth year again?
November 24th, 2006.
And you said you're how old?
18.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Um, Mainly because just, you know, I've seen like the left, and I just feel like it's just not a party that, you know, accepts people like they say they do, and mainly because I feel like my views align more with Trump.
Okay. In what way does your views align more with Trump?
So, um, for one, the illegal immigration. So, with that, obviously, I love everybody, but you know, if you're here illegally
Hey,
and you're
hey everyone, for the people in the chat, he said 24, so he'd be turning 19 tomorrow. Okay, just letting everyone know. Because it was
yeah,
2006 tomorrow.
so I'd like, you know, I mean, every immigrant that's came here, mostly I feel like is a hard worker, helps the economy, but you know, when they're here illegally and taking benefits from the American people, so I just don't like it.
Okay, so when you say taking benefits, do you think legal immigrants are quote unquote taking benefits?
Well, they're not themselves. It's just, see, they need help when they get here, so it's just the party, like
No, I'm just asking the
Democrats,
question. Do you think legal immigrants are taking benefits?
themselves, no, but they're
No?
getting
Well,
paid.
legal immigrants do get benefits from the government, right?
Oh, I thought, did you say legal or illegal?
I'm talking about legal.
Oh, yeah, legal immigrants. Yeah, I don't
Yeah, they
think
do. They
legal
do, right?
immigrants.
And is that bad?
No, that's not bad.
No, it's not bad. So, if we provide a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, that would make them legal immigrants, correct?
Yeah,
So then they wouldn't
sure.
have this negative impact that you think is applicable when they're undocumented?
Okay, so like I said, I'm just talking about the people who, you know, come here illegally and, you know, they give them benefits even though they're not a legal citizen to the country.
Okay. Well, so again, undocumented immigrants, they don't qualify for federal benefits, right? But what we're saying is that if you think that legal immigrants do not cause this negative impact, but undocumented immigrants do, well, then the solution should be providing a pathway to citizenship for
Yes, it
undocumented
should.
immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, as that would put them in the category of being legal immigrants and would get rid of that negative impact that you're saying is true or exists when they're undocumented.
Yeah, yeah, I would like that, but
Okay,
I
so
mean, I
then
don't,
it sounds
I
like
don't.
you actually agree more with my policy on immigration, not Trump's.
Well, he told him, you know, get your green card or whatever, you know, and then you get
No, he's
benefits.
advocating for the largest mass deportation campaign in U.S. history.
Yeah,
He's
the mass
expanded expedited
deportation of
removal, which
illegal immigrants.
decreases due process rights in this country.
Yes, but uh, he has deported some legal immigrants, and that's probably not on purpose because ICE just does whatever they want. I don't agree with ICE going around everywhere and just taking them from their families. I feel like there should
That's
be a
because of
better way.
Trump's orders. You know that, right?
Yes, but ICE doesn't. You know, Trump told ICE to go out there, but he didn't tell them to bust up in their homes and stuff like that.
So he literally said that he doesn't think that undocumented immigrants would have due process rights. Secondly, he's instructed them to engage in this process.
Yeah,
Okay, and
undocumented
he's
and
expanded
again,
expedited removal, which decreases due process rights. So he's actively reinforced policy
undocumented,
in which justifies
undocumented.
violating constitutionally protected rights.
You
He's
can't
allowed
be.
for
You
ICE to
can't.
racially profile.
You can't have constitution rights if you weren't born here.
Everyone within the jurisdiction of the country is granted constitutionally protected rights of due process. If you commit a crime, you get due process for committing said crime. That's within the 14th Amendment and the 5th Amendment.
Even if they're undocumented.
Yes.
Okay, well, I didn't know that. Okay, so
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, because in
All
order
right,
for us
so
to determine that they are undocumented, we have to give them due process. Like, in order to determine that they have committed the crime, we have to, go through a court system to determine that.
okay. Do you have anything else?
Well, I'm asking you, why do you still support Trump?
Oh, okay. So I know the illegal immigration and the ICE thing is very controversial, and that's a lot of the stuff that I don't agree with them on. But you know,
Yeah, so, like,
a lot
what
of
do you support Trump on, and what do you disagree
yeah.
with Democrats on?
I'll go with the disagree on the Democrats. I I disagree with you know a lot of the LGBTQ stuff. Not saying LGBTQ should not have rights, but it's
What
probably
do you
not the
disagree with?
Democratic Party. It's probably not the Democratic Party themselves, but they push it out so much that it's
What do
just
you mean?
overwhelmed. Like I've seen them, they just push it out, and it's just on kids and
Push
stuff.
what out on children?
Their beliefs, like
What
LGBTQ.
beliefs?
You know what LGBTQ people believe,
Yeah, like what?
like sex changes for kids and stuff, and I don't believe
No,
that.
no one's telling kids they can get surgery. No one's
You
saying
don't.
that. Who said that?
I don't. A lot of people would not. I didn't
A
say
lot of
somebody
people
said it. I'm just
where?
saying they push it. I'm just saying they push it on people. It's just annoying.
No, we're not. No one is. Who?
I didn't say Democrats themselves. I'm just talking about like the
Okay,
LGBT.
and that's not even true, by the way. The LGBTQ plus community does not push it on children in terms of saying you have to get a surgery or something. No one's. The kids aren't even allowed to get surgeries.
So how are 4-year-old kids deciding that they want to become a girl or a boy when they're not?
No. You know what people are saying? They're saying let children figure out who they are. That's what they're saying. That's literally it.
How do they figure out who they are?
That the
Adult?
LGBTQ plus community is literally just saying let children find out who they are. Stop enforcing them to be cis and straight. Because what's been forced on children is not to be gay or to be trans. What's been forced on them is this heteronormative worldview that if they do not abide by that, then they're doing something wrong. That's what's been forced on children. And we're saying, let's allow children to figure out who they are and stop telling them that they're not gay or trans when they are. That's ridiculous.
Well, obviously
That's not us forcing things on children. That's us limiting you guys from enforcing things onto children.
Okay, so they wouldn't know about it if it wasn't somehow pushed on them or
Somehow
no
push.
child,
What is pushed onto
no
them?
child, and the LGBTQ, no child that's 10 years old or below would know that they're not a guy or a girl or whatever.
What? I'm
No
sorry.
child
You
knows
can't say that. Have you ever talked to a trans person?
I know because where I live, there's none around here. So.
Okay. So what I would say is you should check out people's lives who are here on TikTok who are trans. One of my good friends, Eli, right? He talks all the time about his experiences being trans and about the fact that he's known throughout his whole life, even before he was 10 years old, because our perception of gender forms prior to that point, prior to being 10 years old.
Okay, I get what
Like,
you're
for example,
saying.
in terms of sexuality, in terms of who we are, when I was 5 years old, I knew I was a boy, right? I'm cis. I'm not trans. I knew I was a boy. When I was 5 years old, I knew that I was straight. I knew that I liked at that time girls when I was 5 years old, right? So I figured that one out when I was 5, okay? And I don't think that you could say that people who are gay don't find it out at that time, as it's gonna work the same, right? Like you're gonna develop that at that time. He just left, by the way. Okay. It looks like he ran away because I showed him facts. So that's embarrassing. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. I'll help get it out to more people. Well, let's get everyone joining in to give it a second. Kelly, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Madeline, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. I don't even know what that means. I haven't done battles in a while, other than I did one with Dean recently. Caroline, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty, let's make sure to go on the next person. Then I have some people on YouTube to thank. Let's go on the next person here real quick, though. Get the debates going. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. Adrian, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's about you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, that's literally just a groiper. What the fuck? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, my cute baby.
Oh, gosh. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request again if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen.
Nigga going hard as fuck.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
White ass nigga going hard as fuck.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, how you doing?
Do you support Trump?
Yes, it is.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Oh, I'm gonna keep my vote, Trump.
Okay, for sure. Let me say thank you to a few people real quick, and then we'll go on to our conversation. Do give me 1 second. Hamster, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. No, literally, though. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Hamster. Maria, thank you for the $10 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Maria. Kaden, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Nina, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's great. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Literally, though. Yo, W message. Thank you. And then Hamster, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. No, literally, though. It's actually horrible. But I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Hamster. Thank you so much. Alrighty, so why do you support Trump?
Well, he was big on the idea of actually stopping waste and fraud. His views on immigration, as far as removing a lot of illegals and especially criminals out of this country, and prescription prices. He wanted to be one of the presidents that helped in that area as well, lowering prices, lowering costs.
I can't hear when you swipe out of the app, by the way.
Talk about the tax cuts. You know, he wants to be the largest tax cut president in history, which is something I'm strongly for, because we want to lower our taxes and possibly work on getting our property taxes sorted out across the country, because we have high property taxes across the U.S. Tariffs are pretty big, a big idea, and they seem to be working. Yeah, there's quite a few things that I think he's doing well.
Okay, a few things to address here. I don't think that Trump is reducing waste and fraud. If anything, I think that he's causing that to a greater extent, especially with the massive debt that he's added. He adds multiple trillions of dollars more to the debt comparative to what the Democrats would have and did when they were in office. And in terms of fraud, he's engaged in particular types of things like dropping a meme coin and then rug pulling it under his administration, that if you want to associate with fraud, I definitely don't think that you could say that Donald Trump's reduced that. Secondly, I don't think that removing undocumented immigrants, if they've not committed a violent crime or bad crime, is actually making this country any more safe or secure. I think that when border enforcement spending over 70% of their time on people who have no prior criminal record, that's not actually like helping people who are affected by like the lack of safety and security in our country. I think that if they were focused more on the murderers and the rapists and the people who have actually committed violent crimes and bad crimes, right, to a greater extent, and it wasn't over 70% of people that were detained by ICE were specifically people who have no prior criminal record, well, then maybe people would be safer off in that context. I also don't think that if you want to address the level of crime, you should possibly like vote for a convicted criminal that released violent rioters who beat police officers onto the streets. I also think that Donald Trump's tariffs were particularly placed on pharmaceutical drugs and caused prescription prices to go up in this country. Alongside, I don't think that he's engaged in any particular policies under this particular administration to reduce prescription prices when Kamala Harris ran on that as a centerpiece of her campaign, advocating for a $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, a $35 cap on insulin for everyone. And then also in terms of tax cuts, Kamala Harris wanted to keep all the tax cuts applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year and wanted to increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year. And then she didn't want to impose tariffs, which tariffs are a tax. So when you talk about the tax cuts, you also have to talk about the tax increases caused by Trump, right? Which are like some of the greatest we've seen in U.S. history, which have a regressive negative impact on working class people because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods. And also he has no policy to lower property tax.
So what did Biden and Harris do to lower taxes on during their administration?
What do they do to lower taxes?
Yes.
So under the American Rescue Plan, it is the case that what's it called? They reduce taxes for people who have children by increasing the child tax credit. So that specifically helps working families, right? And it reduced childhood poverty by 45% when implemented, for example, which they wanted to extend under Kamala Harris's campaign plans.
And what did the Biden and Harris administration do as far as illegal immigration during their 4 years that helped our immigration policy as far as illegals coming across the border?
Well, they advocated for policies through the legislative branch for more permanent policy, but Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine the bipartisan border bill that was supported by Republicans and Democrats in Congress. That was actually even conservative leaning. So they then had to pass an executive order, which has held up, but they suspected it would be possibly temporary because it's an executive order and subject to interpretation from the Supreme Court.
But what did Harris and Biden actually do in their 4 years to stop illegal immigration coming into this country? What did they do, physically do?
Yeah,
what policies they put in place?
I just told you like things that they were limited because they're limited based on what they can get through Congress. But she did go to Central American countries based upon the authority given to her by Biden to raise private funds to reduce the likelihood of people coming here based on economic insecurity. But you have to realize that the people are coming to our country to a greater extent because of economic insecurity caused around the world due to global inflation and reduced economic security.
So what you're saying is they did nothing. So what did Trump do when he came into office?
I told you what he did. I
To
said an
stem
executive
illegal
order.
immigration and stop illegal.
Did you hear
So
the
he did
executive
nothing.
order? An executive order is doing
Did
something.
you hear me say that he did nothing? Biden and Harris did nothing.
Well, I told you that he did through
Tell me.
executive order.
Oh yeah. How did they stop the flow of illegals coming into this country during that 4 years?
Yeah, at
Give me
the
a
end of
number. How many stopped coming into this country?
Yeah, at the end of the
Give me a number.
At the end of the Biden-Harris administration, there was a reduction in the amount of people that existed in terms of crossing the border, actually to a greater extent than what there was the end of Trump's first administration. There's a Politico article I can send you specifically about the numbers specifically from I think it's DHS that indicate that there was a lower level of border crossings on a daily average at the end of Biden's term comparative to the end of Trump's first term. So the border that Biden inherited was less secure than he handed over to Trump.
So you're saying at the end of his term, when he was no longer president, all of a sudden the border was shut down. Is that what you're saying?
This is like well before he left office because he passed an executive order, which he thought was going to be temporary. That's why he wanted to do something through Congress, which Donald Trump undermined. So he just decided to settle for the executive order because he couldn't get something through Congress because Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine the bill because he wanted to make Democrats look good so that he could run on the border as an issue in order to get people to vote for him.
So now let's talk about Biden's foreign policy, Biden and Harris's foreign policy. And
Is that a pivot? I see.
what was it again?
It seems like a pivot.
Oh, I'm not pivoting. We're done talking about immigration because you
Were
failed
we?
on that.
I didn't. How did I
Yeah,
fail?
we're done. We're done.
How did I
4 years
fail?
of failure because
How
you
did I
can't.
fail?
Trump came in and pretty much closed the border down. No illegals crossing. He was sending criminals back. During the
Then
Biden
did he send
administration,
himself?
what did they say? They said one word, stop. That's all they ever did. They said one word,
I
stop.
literally told you a policy that they passed, and you didn't engage
A
with it at
policy
all.
they passed that did nothing. That
It did.
absolutely did
So then,
nothing.
are you saying that Trump was doing nothing under his first term, because there was a greater level of daily border crossings at the end of his term comparative to the end of Biden's term?
At the end of Trump's term, he was doing a border reduction through his policies and building the wall.
Yeah,
And
he
he
built
was still
he
he
built
was
like
saying he was
3% new wall, less than 23% refurbishment of the wall, and he still hasn't built the wall yet. And when is Mexico going to pay for it?
okay. So one of the reasons why they haven't continued the border wall is because they honestly don't even need it anymore. The policies
Now we
put in
don't need it.
place
Now,
and
the
the
border wall
things
is
he's
not
let
needed, and it's unnecessary. Interesting.
yeah, because they've stopped a lot of the illegals coming over.
Oh wait.
Once
So are
you
you saying
close the border,
that his
once you let
whole argument of the policy that he wanted to pass was irrelevant and unnecessary, and that's why he didn't even build it in the first place?
no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is he's done
So
such a
don't
good
build the
job
wall.
of he's done such a good job of stopping the flow of illegals coming into this country and sending
Undocumented
criminals
immigrants.
back home where they belong.
So building a wall is
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
unnecessary?
In some, yeah, Texas has proved that they don't think they need the wall right now.
They
They put
don't
it
need
on,
the
on
wall.
hold right
You know
now.
what? Damn right.
Correct.
They don't need the wall. You're right. I think you're right with that one. They don't need the wall. Interestingly enough,
And you know
it
why?
sounds like you
Because
guys
the
debunked
policy's
your own
working.
policy.
No,
Well, can you tell me
don't
what
seem to
policy
understand.
Trump
You're not-
instituted? Wait, tell me what policy did Trump institute to change the conditions of the border?
The first thing they did was they started deporting all the illegals, the ones that get their hands on, and moving criminals back across the border. That's the first
Okay.
thing they did. Did you not see
What was the
giant
policy? I asked you
flights
for the
into other
policy.
countries?
Hey, what was the policy?
Oh, I couldn't tell you I mean, I don't know the
Okay, so you
exact
don't
cause of
even know the policy. So
number.
all they did was just tell people to deport them? Because that was happening under Biden. They deported people under Biden. Did you know that? They deported criminals. Did you know that?
Did it look like they were deporting anybody? Did you see
Yes.
anybody getting deported under Biden's
Yes.
administration?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Did you see flights going from South America into the center of the United States? Flights, people being dropped off
Yeah.
into all different areas of the U.S.
Yeah,
How about
yeah.
that large
People
caravan?
came to the country and overstayed visas under every administration.
No. Yes, no, we're not talking about overstayed visas.
Then
We're
I don't know what
talking
you're
about
talking about.
illegals crossing. We're talking about criminals crossing,
Undocumented immigrants coming
committing
into our
acts of
country.
murder,
Again, undocumented immigrants.
pedophiles crossing,
I have a question. Do you
foreigners
want
coming into this
do you think
country
Donald
that are
Trump?
dangerous
Okay,
to the American culture.
okay, so again, anyone who's committed a violent crime or bad crime, I think they should be deported. But those that have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes, the over 70% of people that have been detained by ICE with no prior criminal record, I don't believe that they should be deported. I believe that there's no reason to deport them. Could you tell me the reason why you think that they are bad or harming our country?
Bad harming the country has nothing to do with it. If you're coming here illegal, you're committing a crime.
Okay, so
Regardless
you
of
think they should be
misdemeanor or
held
whatever.
accountable just for committing the crime? So let me ask you this question then. Okay,
Let me get this. You're gonna
They
go to
need to
Trump,
go.
aren't
They
you?
need
Go
to go
for it.
through. Listen, they need to go through the legal process in order to be able to get into the country. Does Donald Trump need to go through the legal process to deport them?
Depends on which group you're talking about.
What?
As far as which.
Wait, what do you mean
if you're talking
depends?
about ICE, if you're talking about ICE deporting people, they work under different guidelines than others. They
Set
have
by
the-
the
if they-
administration, right?
Yes, but not just set by the administration. You've got laws that are in place. If they get tips or they're told that there are people
They've been violating the
in an
law,
estab-
the constitutionally
if they're-
protected
if
rights.
they're told that there are illegals living in a let's say a hotel, motel,
Undocumented immigrants.
apartment complex they're not undocumented, they're illegals. If they're
undocumented immigrants, and you're trying to use that term to dehumanize them,
trafficking,
and it's disgusting.
They're called illegals.
They're
Well,
undocumented immigrants, and
you're-
you're trying to use that term to dehumanize them
You're
because you
part
have no
of the
basis in actual
Democratic
fact,
Party.
statistics,
You're a
or
liberal.
reasonable proof to indicate
You
that they're
are a
actually a harm
disgusting
to our
person.
country, and you have to sit there and try to dehumanize them to act like they're otherized so that people buy into the fucking narrative that they're a harm to our country when there's no evidence for that.
Oh man, you're getting emotional. Look,
I'm emotional
Democrats
for
and liberals
describing
support
facts of reality. How is that emotional,
no,
buddy?
you're getting emotional, buddy.
How am I
Hey,
emotional right now? I think I'm pretty
it's
calm.
sad. It's sad because you guys support pedophilia and you guys
What? You
support
are literally
perversion.
supporting Donald Trump, who literally said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Said his daughter's always been voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive. Said he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. Said yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. Bragged about walking the changing rooms of naked women while they were changing without their consent. Where an 18-year-old came out, said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms when Donald Trump would barge in. And you're just going to overlook over all of that. Jeffrey Epstein was one of Donald Trump's best friends, and he said that Donald Trump was the worst person he ever knew. He knew a bunch of bad people, but none as bad as Donald Trump. And Jeffrey Epstein's a convicted child sex trafficker. He knew a bunch of bad people, child rapists, but he apparently didn't know any as bad as Donald Trump.
How many times did Epstein visit Donald Trump at the White House?
I don't know.
Never.
I don't think he did.
How many times did Epstein visit Clinton?
What was
at
your
the
point
White
with
House,
that?
Obama at the White House.
What's
you tell me.
Wait, I didn't think he went to Obama at the White House.
Oh yeah. Oh, he visited Obama at the White House. He
When?
he visited Clinton at the White House. Do your own research, man.
And by the way,
I'm not gonna
the
sit here and do it for
emails indicate, based on decent proof, that Donald Trump saw him on Thanksgiving.
Okay.
Was that 2017? He was president.
Who wrote the emails? Whose emails are these? Epstein's emails?
These are from the Epstein estate.
Epstein estate. So you're taking the word of a pedophile, and you're
describing of who he was with. Yeah.
A guy he's describing who he's with.
He's describing who he was with. Yeah.
Anything until everything's verified. Nothing's been verified. Nothing's been proven.
Would you believe that? Wait, I have a question. Would you believe the Joker? Wait, I have a question. Would you believe the Joker saying that he works with Harley Quinn?
The problem with the liberals and the Democrats.
Answer the question. Would you accept the Joker saying he works with Harley Quinn?
Because you've lied so much.
Wait, would you accept the claim from the Joker that he works with Harley Quinn?
What does that have to do with anything?
The Joker's a horrible person, right? Do you accept that he made an accurate claim about who he was working with?
You're talking about a character that, from a comic book.
Yes, and it's a
We're talking
hypothetical.
about somebody
Genius.
in real life.
I understand. It's a hypothetical to demonstrate something because we all know the Joker's bad, right? And we all know that in this circumstance, it would make sense to accept the fact that he worked with Harley Quinn, 1, because he did, and 2, because just because he's a bad person doesn't mean that we can't make a factually true statement about who he worked with, right? In that circumstance, there'd be no reason that he would have lied because it was private email, right?
So what did he say?
That were not released. These are private emails.
Thanksgiving?
What's up?
He said he visited him on Thanksgiving?
Yeah, he said that he was hanging out with Trump on Thanksgiving.
That's just somebody
He listed
bragging.
Trump as one of the
So what?
people.
Okay. He bragged about hanging out with a millionaire, a billionaire. Who cares?
Yeah, in
People lie
2017.
about
You
stuff
just
like that all the time.
okay. So he was lying about it, but wasn't he like best friends with him for like a decade and a half prior? So I don't think that's a lie when he was friends with him for a decade and a half.
End? When did their friendship end?
You tell me. Let's hear what your narrative is.
Well, I mean, you know, he was kicked out of Mar-a-Lago, right?
For what reason?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
You don't know? Well, Trump said this himself. Trump said it was because apparently Epstein, quote unquote, stole one of his workers, which was an underage masseuse at Mar-a-Lago that was one of the victims of Epstein.
And what year was that?
I'd have to go back and check the year. I think it was.
Was it before
probably
2017, before this Thanksgiving event?
Oh, yeah, that was the claim. Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you go. Could be somebody. You know, apparently Epstein's a liar. So I mean, why wouldn't it fall under his character to lie about saying that he ran into the president on Thanksgiving? How much sense would that?
Why would he
make?
lie in a private email?
Where would he? Why would he not lie in a private email? People lie in private.
Wait. Tell me, like seriously, what would he gain? What does he gain by lying in his private email?
Oh, clout. I don't know. Hanging
With
out
who?
with a billionaire.
Clout in a private email? What?
Why not?
What are
Is
you
it so
talking about?
far-fetched?
Yes. How do you get clout from a private email? Do you know what clout means? Can you tell me what clout means?
Yeah, like you know, you got hey, look at me, I'm hanging out with this guy. You know what I mean? I'm hanging out with that guy. It doesn't matter. None of that shit matters.
Okay,
Some
well,
people, some
one,
people, it's the
he
world of
already
people.
hung out with the guy in the past and used to be good friends with him. Two, right? It's not.
Who is
We
the
don't
email
get
to?
clout from a
Who was the
private
email
email
to?
because you don't get people in general, like in the public sphere, right? Their attention. That's what clout is looking for. Like you're looking for
Who was
like
he? Who was he
notoriety.
sending the email to? Who was he sending the email to?
Was it Mark? I think I have to check back.
Because that's important too. Who is he having a correspondence with in this email?
Let me see. Was it Mark, John? Mark or Ben? I don't know. I have to check back. It's been a few days since I saw it. I think so. I think I was right. Or some people are saying Bannon. Yeah, one or the other. What's your point?
So he's having a conversation with
Yeah, in a
Mark
private
Bannon.
email.
Okay, maybe maybe is there an extensive conversation going on? I mean, what's the context of him saying this?
They're
Did he
talking
did he
about
run
they were
into him?
talking about who
He
they were
had,
hanging out with on Thanksgiving. That's the idea.
and he said he's hanging out with Donald Trump on Thanksgiving on the seventh
Yeah.
on in 2017.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's going to be easy to fact check, right? When they come out, they can go back and find out where Trump was at the time. They can go find out where Epstein was at the time, right?
You could try to do that. Yeah, go ahead. I mean, that might be something
Yeah.
that you can do.
So I mean yeah. So we can just sit back and wait and see if any of that's even true.
Okay.
Maybe it
You
is. Maybe it
can
isn't.
you can try that. Yeah, they go for it. That'd be interesting. But the reality of the matter is that, like, for example, with the original one that I was making, the original claim, that Jeffrey Epstein's making a claim that he knew a lot of bad people, but none as bad as Donald Trump, right? That claim is a claim that he's at least has knowledge that Trump has done horrible things, right?
You're also
Does that
talking
at least
about
establish
somebody
that
who
for
is a
you?
no, because he's a Democratic donor. I mean,
Epstein?
he's
Okay, so
Epstein's a
yeah.
Democratic donor.
And what's your point?
Trump's donated money to Democrats, Republicans, but not Epstein. He's just a Democratic donor.
Well, I'm
I mean,
confused. What was
he's
what
got
was
a
the
wheel
point
to
of
grind
saying
or whatever.
that? What was the point of saying that instead of responding to what I said?
Well, you're saying like maybe he's got something against Trump because of Trump kicking him out of the Mar-a-Lago and other things. He says what he said Trump's a horrible person, right?
Yeah, he said he knew bad people, none as bad as Donald Trump, and this guy's a convicted
Well,
child
there you
sex
go.
trafficker. So doesn't that
And
tell
when did he
you?
and,
Wait,
and when did
listen.
he say
Doesn't
that?
that tell you that he
When did he
knows
say
that
that?
Trump has done bad things?
No, it just means he doesn't like the guy, and there could be many reasons for that.
Okay, it just means he doesn't like the guy. It doesn't mean that he
Yeah.
has information that Trump is engaged in horrible behaviors.
What information? That's what I'm saying. So you got to prove things. You
Again,
can't
wait,
just
wait,
you can't
wait.
just
Sure, you could say you have to quote
talk.
unquote. Of course, but this is what I'm saying is piece or evidence that points towards the idea that Donald Trump is engaged in bad behavior, alongside all the other things, like Donald Trump having 26 different people that have accused him of sexual misconduct and being held civilly liable of sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll, which means he forcibly penetrated
He's
her against
one
her
of
will
the.
and was held
Okay, oh, come on,
unanimously
hold
by
on,
a
hold
jury of
on.
9 people to have sexually abused her. Right? All of these things point together in terms of evidence if you have basic critical thinking skills. Apparently, I don't think that's true in this conversation because you're not actually using them on Donald Trump. Apparently, critical thinking goes out the door when thinking about Donald Trump. We can think about all these other people that have committed crimes coming to the country undocumented, who have committed all these crimes and them being held accountable, but apparently the same justice system cannot determine that Trump has done something wrong.
It's not the same. In no way is it the same.
It is.
You've got no, it's not.
Wait,
You've got
for many
a
undocumented
group.
immigrants, they overstay a visa and they are committing a civil offense. Okay, not a criminal offense. They didn't come into the country unlawfully. They came into the country legally, and they're overstaying a visa. So that is a civil offense. Okay, that is the exact same as Donald Trump committing a civil offense in terms of sexual abuse. All right, and if you want to bring up
When
criminal, Donald Trump is a felon, 34-count felon. That's more than a misdemeanor. Coming to the country unlawfully is a misdemeanor. Donald Trump committing 34
when did he
felonies
commit
are
those?
felonies.
When did he commit those felonies? When did he commit those felonies?
This was like 2015, 2016, something like that. Or 2016, yeah.
Okay, so what you're telling me is they waited until he's running for president of the United States to bring this shit up and try and hit him with charges. When did
What?
he?
No, this was from years
when did he?
before.
No. I'm talking about where they went and they convicted him in New York of all these charges, right? That was right before he became president, correct?
No, this is after he became president. Because it took
Okay,
time
same
to
thing.
build the case.
When did they start building the case?
I'd have to check. It takes years though to build the
And
case.
when did all of these crimes happen?
They
What year?
happened. I just told you already. Are you listening? Have you done any
They happened in
research into any of
2016?
these? Have you done any
No,
research?
I'm trying to help you out.
How are you helping me out?
Because if you understand that this is a witch hunt and that's all this ever was, they didn't care he committed any crimes.
You
or
said it's a
committed
witch
any
hunt. Do you
crimes. They
know
were just
any?
trying to
Name
stop
one
him.
piece of evidence in the case you dispute.
All right, look. You said that that Carol lady, right? She accused him of rape, right? When was that? When did
You
that
just keep
happen?
asking when things are. I'm asking, do you have a piece of evidence in the case
So
you
I'm
dispute?
trying to
I'll
ex-
tell
I'm
you when
trying
it
to- I'm
was,
trying
but
to
you just
help you
keep.
out.
I'm
Okay, yeah.
asking you for evidence that you
When did
dispute,
it, when,
and you just keep asking me when things happened.
when did it happen?
Dude, okay. 1995,
When did she
1996.
accuse 1995, 1996. Okay. When did she bring up charges against Donald Trump?
2019 was when she accused him. And then he was
When did it
held
go?
liable in 2023, I think.
2023. When did he
Either
become president of the United
2022
States?
or 2023.
When did he become president of the United States? Second time.
Wait, sorry, say that again?
When did he become president of the United States the second time?
The second time in 2025.
There you go.
What do you mean? There you go. Is that supposed to be
you
evidence
go.
that these are false, or
Yeah.
that's not a
Yeah,
piece of
there you
evidence
go,
in the
right
case
there.
you dispute? I'm still waiting. What's the piece of evidence in the case that you dispute?
Well, I mean, it never happened. Right?
That's not a piece of evidence in the case you dispute. You're just claiming that it didn't happen.
Well, it's not evidence. There's no evidence it happened. So there's no
Yes,
evidence
there
it didn't
is.
happen.
Can you
There's no
name a
evidence it
piece of
happened. No,
evidence
there
in
is
the
no
case
evidence it
that
happened.
name a piece of evidence in the case that you dispute?
Well, she
There
claims
was
he raped
evidence
her.
that was
He
submitted to
never
the
raped
court.
her. There's no
There was evidence
no
submitted.
evidence.
Answer the,
There's no
there was
evidence.
evidence submitted to the court. You are just lying. You have not even looked into the case. Can you name a single piece of evidence? Can you tell me what store it happened in?
Actually, I can't remember the name of it now.
Okay, this is what I mean. You don't even know the
It
name
was supposed
Bergdorf
to be.
Goodman.
It was supposed to be. It was supposed to be in some changing room in that store. You got to be out of your mind if you believe that.
So do you see how you don't know anything in the case, and you don't even have a single piece of evidence in the case to dispute it, yet you say that it's false? Why? Because you fucking like Donald Trump. That's the only reason. You just straight up
No.
trust Donald Trump no matter
You
what.
just. I'm just. You're just proving yourself wrong by what you just said.
How?
I don't have a shred of evidence against it. You don't have a shred of evidence for it.
Yes, we do. He was held civilly liable
you don't.
unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people.
Being
for-
held
You-
civilly
wait. In
liable
order to be
for
able
that,
to
it
hold
means
someone
nothing.
civilly liable, you have to have evidence. Did you know that? Did you know that you
There's
have
no
to have?
evidence.
Wait, listen. You
What
know you have
evidence
to
did they have?
listen. Did you know that in a civil case, to get a determination from a jury, especially unanimously, you have to meet a standard of evidence? Did you know that? Did you know that, or do you not even know how the civil court process works?
Getting emotional again. Hey,
I'm not
what's the
emotional.
evidence?
How am I emotional
What's
right
the
now?
You're getting emotional again. What's the
I'm
evidence?
not. How am I emotional? I literally said, in order to, can you answer my question, and I'll tell you the evidence. Name the question or answer my question. Did you know that you have to meet a standard of evidence in order for the case to be determined to hold someone liable in a civil court? Did you know that you have to meet a standard of evidence?
What would the evidence be?
Well, again, I asked you originally what was a piece of evidence you disputed in the case. You couldn't tell me. You're asking me what the evidence is because you literally have no clue. Okay, but
Well,
I'm
if you're
asking you a
saying the
question. Can you
evidence-
answer?
if
You
you're
still
saying
can't
the
answer my
evidence is
question.
hearsay,
Apparently,
is
he
the
can't
evidence
answer a question.
hearsay?
Apparently, he's not sentient enough to answer this question. So I'm gonna ask the question one more time. Okay, can you
Okay,
answer the
go ahead,
question?
Ask the question. Sure. Go ask the question.
Did you hear it before?
Did I know that there was supposed to be some kind of evidence?
Did you know that
I'm sorry.
Did you know that you have to meet a standard of evidence in the context of a civil case in order to hold someone liable? That the jury is determining that based upon a standard of evidence. So if an entire unanimous decision of 9 people in a jury indicate this to be true, that means that based upon that standard of evidence, preponderance of evidence, right, that they indicated Donald Trump did this. Okay, every
If they
single
have
one of the people in the
evidence.
jury.
You're saying if they have evidence, correct?
No, that they did have evidence. Not if, that they did have evidence enough
Okay.
to meet the standard to hold him liable. Do you agree that in a civil court, in order to make a jury determination, that you had to have had evidence? Because it meets a standard of evidence in order for them to make that determination. So you sitting
Sure,
here
that makes sense.
saying there's
Sure,
no
that makes
evidence
sense.
is a
Sure.
blatant
Okay.
lie.
That makes sense. Sure. Now tell me
Okay.
what the evidence was.
Absolutely. There was a dress with DNA on it where Donald Trump didn't give up his DNA within multiple years allotted specifically to do so. There were multiple other victims that came out specifically talking about how they were sexually abused by Donald Trump. There was multiple friends that she specifically told at that time that verified a consistent story over multiple decades. There was a psychiatrist that verified or psychologist that verified the trauma that she engaged through, that she went through, and plenty of other pieces of evidence. Those are multiple pieces of evidence that justify a legitimate story over multiple decades.
So what you're saying is hearsay from other people. Now, as far as the dress goes, that's the first time I've ever heard any dress. So whose dress was this? Was her dress?
It was her Donna Karen dress, yes.
And it was his DNA on the dress?
It was unidentified male DNA where Trump had multiple years to give up his DNA, but he chose not to give up his DNA. And he said he was never met her. So if he never met her, there's no possible way.
So you're telling me
I can't hear you
no
because the
DNA.
Sorry, I can stop talking because there's like a bunch of noise. I kind of lost where I was because what was I just saying? Do you remember?
Yeah, you were telling me that there was no DNA. His DNA wasn't on there because he never donated
can I
his
finish?
DNA.
Can I finish?
Yeah, go ahead, finish.
So he had multiple years allotted to be able to give up his DNA, and he didn't do so within that time slot allotted. He said that he never met, which means that there's no possible way that they had the DNA, and he could have proved that he wasn't at the scene of the crime by showing that this wasn't his DNA. Why didn't he give up his DNA within the time slot allotted to exonerate himself if he would know that would exonerate him because it would show that he wasn't at the scene of the crime?
I don't know. Maybe he didn't want to do it. It's his right
Why?
not to, correct?
Yes, it is
Why
his
not?
right to, because it's in a civil court, not a criminal. Why would he give up? Why wouldn't he give up his DNA? Why would he? Why would he not give it up in that scenario? Because
That's something
people can use
that's
it.
something you got to ask him. Did he say why he didn't give it up? Probably because he didn't want to.
The
Probably
only
just- he's
reasonable
just been a big
scenario
middle
for why he
finger to her.
didn't do so is because it would indicate his guilt.
That's what you believe, but you have no proof of that.
That's all the evidence would
That's just your
indicate.
opinion.
Any critical
That's all-
thought.
it's your
I mean,
opinion.
what's the other reasonable explanation?
Because it's a big stiff middle finger to that whole process.
How
Did you watch that? Did you watch that trial?
wouldn't the middle
Watch how
finger
crazy
be
that trial
proving them
was?
wrong? Wouldn't the middle finger be proving them wrong?
Maybe. I mean,
Okay.
maybe you don't have all the facts. Do you have all the facts?
No, I
Did
couldn't
either-
recite
did either
every
one of them
single
show
fact
up?
off the top of my head,
Either-
but I recited a lot
Did
more
either
than you
one of
could.
them- Did either one of them show up to the entire trial, or did they miss out on a few? Both of them.
Who?
Both
What do
of
you
them
mean?
Miss out on.
What do you mean? Who are you referencing?
During that whole process, I know he didn't show up for some days. She didn't show up for some days.
Yeah, they did. What are you talking about?
Okay, well maybe I'm not
Like,
100% on that.
She showed up. What are
I-
you talking about?
I don't think she showed up for all of the.
Can you give me any
trial
evidence
or whatever.
otherwise?
That's what I've heard. I don't know. Maybe she did. Maybe she did. Doesn't really matter.
Okay, why would you just make
But
that up?
maybe-
if you've never seen
I
any
didn't make
evidence
it up, that's what
justifying
I've
that,
heard.
I thought you needed evidence justifying things, and now you just made a claim with no evidence.
Well, I mean, you're doing the same thing. You're making.
No, I'm
claims
not.
that
I actually
evidence too.
provided evidence. There's a
Oh,
court
you
case
are.
determining this. I actually, by the way, you said that you didn't accept this. I asked you for a single piece of evidence in the case you dispute. You couldn't mention that to me. You asked me for any of the pieces of evidence in the case. I demonstrated to you multiple pieces of evidence in the case. I also demonstrated
It's
that
not
evidence
evidence.
was necessary in order for the case, in order to hold them liable. So the fact that of the matter is that
Hearsay.
I've given you evidence, I've
evidence-
given you explanation, you've given me nothing. Are you Christian? I have a question.
Your evidence is hearsay.
Are you
Your
Christian?
Evidence is hearsay.
Are you
I'll
Christian?
answer that in one question. I'll answer that. But I will answer that. Hold on one second. Your evidence is hearsay, and your
not.
evidence is no DNA. That's
That's
your
not
evidence.
that's not
There you go.
hearsay. That's not
And your
hearsay. I
evidence
gave
is
you
opinion.
evidence.
Your
Can you
evidence is opinion.
tell me what was the hearsay? Can
And
you even recite back to me what it was?
yeah, you told me it was some loon that was her psychiatrist. She mentioned it too. Some friends of hers that she had
No,
mentioned
there
it
was a
to.
psychiatrist that verified the trauma that she engaged in, that verified that she literally did go through
Trauma.
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 Secondly, right, yes, of course, that would be something to verify in
Yeah,
the context of a court
of
case.
course.
Secondly,
Trauma.
there were
If it
friends
was
of hers
if
that
it was even
verified
hers.
a consistent story over multiple decades. Right? There were multiple other victims, right, that came out and talked about them being assaulted by Donald Trump. So apparently, you think every single one of these people are lying, by the way. And Donald Trump,
Oh,
the
I do.
pathological liar, is
I
telling the truth.
I 100%.
Every
think
single
that
one
they're
of them is lying. Yeah, you're ridiculous.
Well,
You
I
think
don't know how
26?
many there
You
are.
think the 26 different people that have accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct, the 26 plus, you think they're all lying? You think they're all just liars? Are you Christian? Answer that question.
No, I'm not.
You're
And
not Christian?
no, I'm not. Not
Are
at
you
all.
religious at
And
all?
he is. No, I'm not.
Okay.
And he is somebody who is very wealthy. People come after him all the time. It happens to wealthy people on a regular basis.
Can you name one
So
wealthy
you have to
person that had
understand that.
26? Can you name one wealthy person that had 26 different plus people that came out and said that they sexually abused them, in which every single one of them were lying? Can you name one single time where that has happened?
I don't know one other person that's had.
So if you
issues
can't
like
mention a
this. I
single
couldn't
time
tell
that
you
has
one.
ever happened, well, then why wouldn't you say this is very good reason to believe that this is true? I think this is just a certain point that people like to make to try to not hold predators accountable for what they've done. There's no standard of evidence you'd accept. You would just consider all of them quote unquote gold diggers or just looking for money, no matter fucking what. Because you sit there and you defend rapists, you defend predators, you defend people who assault women, and you say that they didn't assault women because you don't think that there was enough evidence when you didn't even look at the contents of the case to accept it. When you won't even accept any of the people specifically indicating this, you think that they're all lying, but you believe the pathological liar. You believe the guy that cheated on every single one of his wives, had 30,000 confirmed lies in his first administration or misleading statements. That's the guy that you believe. The guy that was proven wrong in a deposition, who said he never met her. There were pictures of them together. He said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type, but then in a deposition mistook her with his ex-wife. He was the one proven to have lied about the set of scenarios, yet you believe him, the pathological liar, over the victim and the many other victims. The consistent story over multiple decades, the DNA on the dress where Trump didn't give up his DNA specifically, right, in multiple years that could have shown that he wasn't at the scene of the crime if he actually wasn't there, right? He could have easily disproven all the libs. He could have owned the libs, but he chose not to do that. Why? Because it's fucking likely that it would incriminate him, and you can't give any other reasonable explanation for why he did so without invoking the idea that it was likely that it could have incriminated him.
You done?
Obviously, I just drank some water.
All right, sounds good. Hey, look, one thing you got to understand is you've lost all credibility. Liberals and Democrats have been lying about Trump since the beginning. The Steele dossier, the laptop incident, all that stuff. So you can't be trusted. You've got the mainstream media in your pocket, and they lie about stuff 24/7. BBC, they go in and they edit videos to make Trump sound and look a certain way. I mean, there's no credibility. So when stuff like this pops up and people lie about the man and say, "Oh, he raped me in a changing room in a store," I mean, it sounds ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. So yeah, we don't believe it, and it's not just me. I don't believe it. The American people don't believe it.
So you just said that the mainstream media
Majority of the
lying and
world doesn't believe
misleading is evidence to believe
Yeah.
that you shouldn't believe them, yet I gave you a history of Donald Trump lying and misleading to a significantly greater extent, and you didn't say that's a reason to not believe Donald Trump. You point to things like a Steele dossier, right, and a laptop that have nothing to do with indicating whether or not specifically someone engaged in particular criminal behavior, right, as it relates to this. That's no fucking relevance. Even if you want to reference Russia, that was an investigation that did determine that Russia did interfere in the 2016 election and that they did collude with people on the Trump administration. Now, there wasn't evidence that Trump himself specifically colluded with Russia, but that was determined in the investigation. That was a legitimate investigation to go through with. If you don't think that was a legitimate
wasn't.
investigation, then
It
you
was
don't
a
accept
legitimate
any of the
investigation at
conclusions
all.
from that, and it's absurd that you don't do so. Again, if there was nothing in terms of wrongdoing, then an investigation, right, won't indicate that Donald Trump has done anything wrong. And that's what happened in the context of quote unquote Russia, Russia, Russia. But in all the other scenarios, there were investigations and it indicated Donald Trump did things that were wrong. You said BBC misleads because they literally had two different statements edited together from literally an hour apart. But yet you're not willing to acknowledge that Donald Trump himself, again, constantly misleads. 30,000 confirmed lies or misleading statements under his first administration, cheated on every single one of his wives, and constantly lies about the 2020 election to this day, says the election was stolen with no evidence, and consistently lied about in the deposition. I gave multiple circumstances, explicit examples of Donald Trump lying. You can't give me a single example of E. Jean Carroll lying.
Yeah, she's speaking. Maybe she doesn't realize she's lying. Maybe she actually believes all
Wait,
that happened.
What?
Maybe
Name
it's
one
a
lie.
mental illness.
Name one lie. Oh, you're just saying that she's a
the
mental
fact
illness
that she had
to
an
demean that she
interaction
was
with her,
assaulted
yeah.
instead of actually giving any basis for it. You just said that you said grave victims have mental illnesses literally for no reason. Just to
No,
demean them,
you're-
just to dispute them being assaulted, you create the
No, I'm
exact
talking about
culture
her.
why victims don't come out, and it takes decades for victims to
No.
come out because people like you exist, and they deny victims regardless of the level of evidence, even when they hold their abusers accountable in the context of a court system with a unanimous decision from a jury. You don't accept any standard of evidence. You call everything fake news. You say everything is misleading and lies, but the lies and the misleading statements that are coming from Donald Trump. You never acknowledge the misleading lies from Donald Trump. You never acknowledge anything that he ever engages in, the blatant lies, the explicit lies that I've shown you in the context of the conversation. But you say that E. Jean Carroll's
emotional.
lying with absolutely no evidence
Emotional.
in that. Why am I emotional? I'm emotional because
You're
you are literally
emotional,
sitting there
buddy.
defending predators.
Calm down,
If you aren't
buddy.
emotional,
Calm down.
if you aren't emotional at people defending predators who assault women, then are you actually someone who has basic core empathy? Are you someone that cares
Yeah, but
about your
you
community? Are you
yourself.
someone that's actually fighting for America?
Oh,
Do you
here
actually
we
care
go.
about America if you don't care about victims that are assaulted in this country? If that doesn't make you angry, what fucking will? What will? When will you ever have emotions for people around you that demonstrate you actually care for them? This is passion because I care about other people in our country and I love this country. Okay? Maybe you don't have that type of love for your country. Maybe you don't actually care about people in your community like that, but I fucking do. And that's why it comes off that way. And you have to literally say something fucking absurd like what you're saying right now in order to get a response like this from me. I'm not going to just respond this way based upon someone coming up on the live saying like, oh, I support this specific economic policy. I have this response when people come up on my live stream and they deny victims with absolutely no basis in evidence. And then they believe pathological liars like Donald Trump with no basis in evidence. Just straight trust me, bros. And then you're going to sit there and act like because you're being quote unquote calm, that means you're being right in the conversation when that actually has no basis in reality. And the only people that actually believe that are idiots. Genuinely.
Well, I hope there's somebody there to give you a hug because you definitely need one. But you guys
Says
are the
you're the one who can't have core basic empathy.
perversion
It
and
sounds like you need the hug.
pedophilia. It's not anybody else. You guys support men in women's locker rooms.
Says the one who voted for a guy that bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms and Donald Trump would barge in. Every single thing that you specifically insult other people over is just projection actually about your own side.
Oh, you could be projecting yourself.
How am I projecting myself?
Do you support men and women's restrooms? You personally?
No. I think trans women are women, and I think that trans women are not a threat to cis women. I think that the threat to cis women is literally cis men, like Donald Trump, that have historically walked into the context of their changing rooms, barged in with absolutely no consent, talking about how the fact that they're perving on them and get away with it. That's who's a threat to cis women, not trans women.
So you're okay with men walking to women's restroom without consent?
No, I think that
Dressed as
trans
women.
I think trans women are women, right? And I think that if it's a women's space, we're referencing trans women who are women. And if you're referencing like whether or not women in general are going to be at harm because of the set of circumstances, that's not true in the context of allowing trans women to go in these spaces. What would harm cis women is if we were to say that trans men should be forced to go into the women's restrooms because they're biologically female, because they're masculine presenting, and then cis men can portray themselves as trans men and not even have to change their presentation at all, and then can go into the women's restrooms. So you actively have no basis for limiting men if you actually are forcing trans men to go into women's restrooms. And you're also making conditions for trans men significantly worse off. Where are they supposed to go to the bathroom? You never take into account what affects trans men.
Oh yeah. Well, how about the the thought behind men competing against women in women's sports.
Now, you see
think
how he just
that's,
pivots and he doesn't
fair
address
as
any of
well?
the arguments?
It's
You
the
see how
same
he
thing.
lost on the
Same
argument,
thing.
and instead of
Oh, I
addressing
didn't lose
any
in
of
the
the
argument.
arguments that I brought up, he immediately pivots to a new topic because he realized he's lost, and he has to then create up a new narrative to try and get
I
up
haven't
his and
lost.
rile up his base, right? Who's just going to support him no matter what in terms of whatever thing that he says against trans people. Again, you didn't respond to a single argument I provided. You didn't actually care about the victims in the context of the scenario that we're referencing. You support the predators that assault them. You support Donald Trump engaging in sexual exploitation, bragging about it. That's what you support.
Have there been any cases of men in women's restroom assaulting women?
Donald Trump. He literally went into the changing rooms of women and literally bragged about sexually exploiting them. He literally assaulted E. Jean Carroll in a changing room.
Did he rape somebody in a restroom, in a changing room?
Changing room.
Yeah, is that what he got accused? I mean, is that what he got charged?
That's what he was held liable for. And you know what the judge said? The judge said that Donald Trump did in fact grape E. Jean Carroll. Did you know that? Oh, but you don't accept that. You don't accept the judge. You don't accept the jury. You don't accept the 26 plus victims that come out and accuse Donald Trump of sexual misconduct. You don't accept any of the determinations, but you accept everything against undocumented immigrants, right?
The judge said that he groped her?
Graped. Grape. I say that because I'm referencing RAPE, and I'm doing so for TikTok TOS.
So he was there when it happened?
He forcefully penetrated E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. Do I need to use crayons?
No, the judge. The judge was there?
The judge was there. The judge said that Donald Trump did this.
Because the judge was there, is that what you're saying?
No, obviously I'm not saying that. What are you talking about?
Well then, how would the judge know that?
Okay, so you're saying you can only know something happened if you were there. I have a question.
No.
Did the Holocaust
I'm not
occur?
saying that.
Answer this question. Did the Holocaust occur?
That.
Did the Holocaust occur?
You're getting
Did the
emotional.
Holocaust occur? Yes or no?
Well, yeah, of course it did.
Okay, were you there?
I wasn't there, but there were people.
Okay,
that were there.
you're obviously being dumb then.
There were millions.
There were
of
people there. Yeah, E. Jean Carroll was there.
Yeah. Oh,
right, that's evidence, right?
So he believes her. That's how he's telling somebody else that he believes that she was raped, because he says he knows she was raped because she said it. That's what you're saying, right?
I'm saying this because of the overwhelming evidence. It's because E. Jean Carroll said it. It's because there's many other victims that have come out. It's because of the fact that there was literally a jury determination, unanimously. The judge indicated this to be true. Donald Trump was determined to have defamed her. It's not hearsay. Wait. You believe Donald Trump? You believe Donald Trump based on hearsay that was proven wrong in a deposition?
Let's go back.
You believe Donald Trump's hearsay? Wait. What do you believe happened about the set of circumstances? You tell me. Do you think they ever met?
It never happened.
So they never met? You think they never met?
Oh, I don't know if they ever met, but that never happened. He never.
You don't know if they ever met? Well, I've already told you in this conversation twice that there was a picture of them together shown in the deposition. This just proves to me again, you haven't even looked at the case. You didn't even know in the deposition there was a picture of them together.
Okay. Where was the picture taken?
Well, I'd have to check back. I don't know where the picture was. There's a picture of both of them together.
You don't know where it was taken? You've seen the picture, right?
Yeah, I'm assuming that it was somewhere in New York.
Outside, next to a vehicle?
Inside.
Was it in front
It
of
was
a building?
inside at a party type event. Do you want me to show the picture?
And what year do you think? What year do you think that picture was taken?
Do you want me to, dude? Why do you all ask all these irrelevant questions?
No, they're not relevant questions. I'm trying to see if you know. I'm trying to help you out. I'm trying to help your channel out.
How are you helping us out? What do you mean? What do I need to know about this that's relevant? I need to remember the exact fucking year, but you don't even have to know a single piece of evidence in the case. I can literally show you this video.
Hearsay.
What do you mean hearsay? What do you mean? You don't. Okay, again, you keep saying hearsay, but you accept what Donald Trump said about the set of circumstances.
People.
You said it. You said you accept what Donald Trump said about the. No, you are the one that is. If anything, you understand that's a bullshit fucking lie you're using to demean women who are assaulted. You keep just fucking saying that. You have any evidence? This is at this point, I feel like you're just rage baiting. You're trying to get an emotional response out of people.
But that woman is mentally disturbed.
So then what about the 26 different women that have accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct? What about that?
Oh, they're probably just trying to get his money.
Oh, every single one of them. So then why didn't they hold him
Why
liable
not?
in a civil court? Why didn't they go in a civil court then? If they just wanted money from him, why didn't any of them get money? Do you
When
realize
they-
that doesn't
when
make
do they
any
go after
sense?
him? I don't know. Well, I don't know when they went after him. I don't know.
You don't know anything
You're
about any of
telling
these
me
cases.
that-
I'm asking, do you
did they
believe
do it all
even
at
one of
once?
them?
Yeah.
Do you believe even one of them?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know because I don't know
You
their,
don't
their
know.
situation.
So 26 different people accuse someone of sexual misconduct, and you don't know. How many people do you need to believe that something happened? If there are 2 people that accuse someone of murdering another person because they witnessed it themselves, would you believe it?
just under half of this country believes that he
Wait, no,
started
answer the
an
question.
insurrection and
And
didn't
if there
do
were
it.
2 witnesses that saw someone murder another person, and they told the court system that that happened, would you believe them, or would you be like, that's just hearsay? That's just hearsay.
If
That's
if
actually,
2 people
you know what?
witnessed-
Those 2 people talking about those individual experiences that they had, literally witnessing it, that is just hearsay.
if 2 people witnessed a murder, they were actually there and witnessed a murder, yeah, you would believe them because they actually witnessed the murder.
Yeah, E. Jean Carroll witnessed herself being sexually assaulted, and so did the 26 other victims that were sexually assaulted. They witnessed that firsthand because it happened to them. Okay? You're not understanding my points at all.
You believe it. You believe them.
I
That's the
absolutely
thing.
believe them.
There's
Yeah.
no proof. You believe them.
Yeah,
there's no
I
proof.
believe them with a fucking badge of honor. I believe that's a badge of honor to believe them. Why? Because they actually were assaulted, and you should believe victims.
No.
And you don't believe,
believe them
victims
because
there is
you have
an
Trump
immeasurable
derangement
standard
syndrome.
of evidence that you have for accepting
believe
the
them
claims. Wait, no,
because you
there is an
hate the
immeasurable,
man. That's
there is an unmeetable level of evidence that you have for saying that someone has committed sexual assault, but there is literally zero evidence required from the abuser's standpoint to justify anything. Tyler, think of the trouble. Literally nothing about the circumstance. Even when they lie about the set of circumstances that they engaged in, you still believe them. Push the galaxy. Because I proved in a deposition Trump lied twice. Not only did he lie about them knowing each other and meeting each other, right, but he also lied about the fact that he said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type, but then in a deposition he mistook her with his ex-wife.
You ever run into somebody for the first time and they say hey to you, like, oh, hey, how you doing? And then, I don't know, 10 years down the road, somebody asks you, hey, did you meet John or Bob? And you're like, I don't know who the hell those people are. And they got a picture of you with them. You're like, oh, I guess I did meet him one time. I mean, that shit happens all the damn time. You're talking about somebody that meets somebody all the time. He's a person that's famous, that's out there in the world, that shakes a lot of hands, gets a lot of photos with people. I mean, you don't think that he runs into people and doesn't know who these people are sometimes? He just said it himself. He mistaken her for her damn picture of his ex-wife, right?
So
I mean,
I
it
just want
happens.
to
Stuff
let you
happens.
know, if you know anything about the set of circumstances, they would hang out in similar communities around each other in New York at that time. Okay?
Doesn't
So,
matter. Doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't
You
matter?
can hang out with you. Can,
So
I've hung out
it's
with
not that
plenty
he
of
just
people. I
saw
don't
her
know who the hell they are.
once.
I don't know
It's
their
not that
names.
he just saw her once. He would see her consistently. Okay? Push the galaxy. So would he remember that? Yes. Is it possible that someone you could they could take a picture with you and you might not remember them? Yes, that's obviously possible. But the reason why I'm saying it's a lie is because they repeatedly were in the same communities. They knew each other, right? And Donald Trump said that they had never met. And then it's not even just that. It's the second point in terms of him saying he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type. But then in a deposition, he mistook her with his ex-wife, indicating they're either both his type or both not his type. So he would have sexually abused her either way.
You done?
Yeah, I stopped speaking. No need to be emotional.
Okay. I was just making sure you were getting it all out. Well, it's been nice talking to you, Parker.
It hasn't been nice
take
talking
care
to
of
you. You've
yourself.
given me no response. You've
Oh.
consistently not responded to my points. Could you respond to the
I-
last
I-
point I made before you run away?
Oh, I'm not running away. I've got things to do, but I'll
Oh.
sit here and talk with you all day if you want.
No, just respond to
I've
my
got
last
things to
point
do.
there before you leave.
Oh, was there a point? You were just kind of ranting. What was your?
Oh,
what was your
you
last
didn't hear
point?
anything I said, did you? You didn't listen, did you?
I didn't.
You are
actually.
running away
I was-
because
I
you
was
don't have an
letting you
argument.
I was letting you get it out. I was letting you get it out of your system.
You were letting me get it out. I wasn't like yelling or anything. I was literally just telling you. You're such a manipulator. Like you literally try to act like I'm being emotional right now to try to act like you're not going to accept anything that I'm saying instead of intellectually engaging with what I have to say on a productive standpoint. Because you care more about defending predators than you actually care about the truth.
and you have Trump derangement syndrome. I know you've heard that over and over again. It's because you don't like the guy. That's why you're so passionate about going after him the way you
No,
do.
there's just a
That's
lot.
okay.
I don't like him
it's
because
not
there's a lot
problem.
of things that he's done that are bad.
Sure.
Any reasonable person would not like him.
Sure.
You think everyone who just doesn't like him has TDS? My grandma has
No.
TDS. My
I don't-
grandma,
I
who
don't-
has never ever talked to me about politics in my life, who just recently, has been saying things that are anti-Trump. She must have TDS too because she doesn't like Donald Trump.
No, she probably doesn't have it.
Goes
She's
to
just
church
probably
every
been
single
lied to.
week. Super Christian. She doesn't like Donald Trump. She must have TDS.
She's probably just been lied to. She's been getting her news.
Been
from the
lied
wrong
to, really?
sources.
Yeah, she's been lied to.
she's
Yeah,
probably been lied
definitely,
to.
man.
Well,
Definitely.
you're
man.
related to her. You're
Oh,
probably
really?
filling your head with nonsense as well.
Really. That's interesting.
So I'm sorry.
That's
What was the
interesting.
last question? I'll get out of your hair. What's your last question? I'm sorry.
I don't care to engage with you anymore. You're a waste of time to engage with. So ridiculous, bro. He literally just said that my grandma had TDS because she probably heard things from me and has the same genes as me. Like, bro, that's like such a nuts take. Mary, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Mary. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Brandy, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Kim with the $15. Thank you so much, Kim. POT, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you. Tammy, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Rainey, thank you for the 10. Madeline, thank you so much for the $2. Benjamin with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Benjamin. I really appreciate you. Get some W's for Benjamin in the comment section right now. Linda with the $50 as well. Thank you so much, Linda. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Mallory with the 10. Nicole, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Madeline again with the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. Let's go on to the next person real quick, and then I have to thank some people on YouTube real quick. Let's get this next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Berg, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. That's so crazy. Haley, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you. Let's go on the next individual here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody.
Oh, no.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Who? Me?
Yeah.
27.
Do you support Trump?
2016, 2020, and 2024, yes.
Do you still support him to this day?
Honestly, I've seen my support. It's waning. I will admit that.
Like, would you say at this point, like, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris? Who would you rather vote for?
Oh, God.
Or would you
I
choose
would
not to
definitely
vote?
probably vote. I'm a third party person, so, I'm not.
You'd vote
really,
third party?
Yeah, I'm more
Oh,
of an independent.
okay.
than-
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up. I am just looking for people who would vote for Donald Trump in that context. Let's go on the next individual here real quick. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Haley, thank you for the $3. Plant-based, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. KH for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Danielle, thank you for the 2. Diabolical. Thank you so much, Danielle. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jabin, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thomas with the $20. Thank you so much, Thomas. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Put some W's for Thomas in the comment section. Thank you. Angela, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Claire, Elise, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Claire. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
So they sound young. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Bernard, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Bernard. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Well, how old?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Hell yeah.
What's your birth year?
February 6, 2006.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
King Trump.
Okay, I have a few people to thank, and then we can move on to our conversation. Ray,
Oh,
thank you for the
God.
$5. Thank you so much, Ray. I really appreciate it. SE7, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Jabin, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Anthony, thank you for the $200 on YouTube Super Chat. Give me some W's for Anthony in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Anthony. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Anthony in the comment section right now. PTM with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Hamster with the $50. Thank you so much. Hamster, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jay with the 5. And Lucas, thank you for the €6. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give
Fake
some W's for all
donations,
them.
but okay.
What'd you say?
Donations. I said fake donations, but it's all right. The NC money.
You're trolling, right?
No, I'm not. I'm saying the truth. Come on now. Let's talk about national
What's
security.
What's up with your profile picture? You have my picture as your profile picture. Do you love me?
It looks devious. It looks like you need to look smacks. Come on.
What, I need to look Max? Do you want to turn your camera on and show us how much you've looked Max?
I mean, I'm in the dark. I'm like in a forest, so.
You're in a forest right now in the dark?
No, like I live in Texas, so.
You can turn the light on though, right?
No, I told you I'm like in a ranch.
Wait, but like you understand that your screen will show us your face, right? Like you can bring your screen close to your face, and because my shirt's white, it will be pretty bright.
There's 5,500 haters here, so let's talk about politics.
Oh
right?
wait, so you're telling me
now?
I need a looks Max with a picture of me saying I need a looks Max.
Because I mean, you look at that picture. I mean, if in a girl's perspective, what do you think about that guy?
Bro,
the
the only person I care about, the only woman I care about, their opinion is my girlfriend. That's it.
You don't care about your mom's, Dean?
No,
Parker.
no. Why would I care about what?
You don't care about your mom's opinion?
No, not on this. We're talking about in terms of whether or not I'm considered attractive, bro. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, because I mean, I thought you said it in general, but let's talk about politics. How do you feel
What?
about?
Dude, the only person I
national
care about
security?
their opinion is my girlfriend. That's it. Do you want
Not your fans?
Do you want to give me like do you want to give me a reason why you support Donald Trump other than
for
my
sure.
God, you're paid by the DNC and you're fake donations?
They are fake. Stop thanking them. But listen, national
Tracy
security,
with the $80. Thank you so much on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Tracy in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Tracy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Tracy in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Tracy.
Let's see if you make me concede. So how do you feel about national
Wait, I
security?
have a question. Did I talk to you yesterday?
No.
No? Then you're just as dumb as the person I talked to yesterday that said very similar things?
What do you mean? Who? This is my first time in your debate. I've waited.
Really? So if
30
I were to
minutes.
go click back on my live stream yesterday, I wouldn't be able to hear your voice?
No, bro. Like what?
Really? Because like, were you the person who came with with some like clav profile picture? You're obsessed with clavicular. Was that your profile
No.
picture before?
Who's clavicular?
Are you
You're a
obsessed
blue
with me?
pill. Hell no. You're a blue pill. But let me tell you something. How do you feel about national
I'm blue
security?
pill. That was totally you. That was totally
I'm 3-0.
you.
I'm undisputed right now.
Undisputed in what? Losing?
Debates.
Undisputed loser in all my debates that I go on to on the internet. Every single time I debate Parker and Dean, I lose every single time. I'm the undisputed loser.
How do you feel about
MAGA
national
loser,
security?
I tell you that.
You don't like national security. You don't like kids getting brought back.
Ken, thank you for the $25 from the DNC.
Oh
Thank
my
you so much. I really
God.
appreciate it. Thank you. No, I mean, you last time you came on my stream, you gave me nothing productive. Why'd you do
I
this?
did,
Why are you
national
doing
security.
Here's my question.
Because I want to debate you.
Stop. What's the point of doing this again?
I want to debate you, and I want you to concede that I'm saying the truth, and I'm, making your chart smarter.
Are you bored or something? Is that the reason?
No, Parker. What are you saying?
No, like what is your reason? Because these are all things to stay on the
I'm
live.
3-0. Listen, I'm 3-0 right now. I'm trying to I'm trying
No,
to
like
debate
no,
you
like if I
on
were to
national security.
if I were to be off the stream right now talking to you in person, what would you say to me?
Put the gloves on, low key.
Okay. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. You can't even have a productive conversation with you. I literally try my hardest. It's impossible. That's exactly why I just kicked you. Billy Jane, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Juliana, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Chico, I really appreciate the $1. Thank you. Oh my God, I remember that now. That's just so unhinged. Jane, thank you for the $2 as well for the DNC money. Thank you. I don't get why people just want to come back on the live over and over again. It's like you're obviously not trying to change your mind. So like, what's the point of doing that? If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. PTM, thank you for the 5 membership subscriptions. Thank you so much on YouTube. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Juliana with the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Christiane, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's true, though. That's true. Thank you so much, Christiane. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates.
Oh,
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
old enough. What,
Do you support
mean
Trump?
my birthday? I do. Yeah.
And,
Parker,
how old are you and what's your birth year?
I am 25. My birth year is 1999.
And what month were you born?
December 20th. That's my birthday.
Okay. Alrighty. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for you, Parker, because you're such a stupid goon. Fuck you.
No, like, would you vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
No, actually, you know what? I don't think I support Trump. I just think that I think the Democratic Party is just way too far gone. I can't with it anymore. It's too much.
How?
We can't watch this. They're too soft. Oh, all these sissy liberal, you're always crying and all this crap. We're sick of it. That's why.
How am I soft and crying?
Oh, you're always crying, Parker. Come on.
Okay. Well,
you're always.
Can you tell me what I'm soft about or what I'm a quote unquote sissy about? What does that even mean?
Bring up a topic and let's debate it. It's very broad.
No, I'm asking you. You're the one making the claim. So I'm asking you about the claim that you made. Could you tell me, what do you think I'm soft about?
Pretty much everything. I'm just asking you to bring
as?
up a topic. Bring up a topic and we'll debate. Can you be
specific? Because it sounds like to me you're the one that's soft and sensitive because you can't even give me a single specific case of what you're referencing.
I'm not soft, okay? Relax. I'm not soft. I want to debate you on a political topic. Pick one.
So what are we too liberal or too woke on?
I think a lot of social issues go too far. I think
as?
A lot of it. No, I don't even want to. You're gonna try to get me canceled out here. I don't even want to get into it.
Name one economic policy of Trump's he influenced to get passed that you like.
Economic policy? I think the big beautiful bill wasn't too bad. I think that was pretty good.
Can you name one
tax
provision
break for the middle class?
Can you name one provision within the big beautiful bill that you like?
I think no tax on overtime, but the tax deduction for overtime. People who work overtime will have a bigger tax return at the end of the year. We'll get more money back. I think that was good.
So you want more tax cuts. So did you know that Kamala Harris is going to keep all the tax cuts for income earners under $400,000 a year and was going to increase taxes on income over $400,000?
I can't understand. You're talking. Restart that. You're talking way too fast.
Did you know that Kamala Harris wanted to keep all the tax cuts for income earners under $400,000 a year and wanted to increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year?
Yeah, what does that mean, though? You're just saying, like, okay, you're going to tax cut. What does that mean? Where was that laid out in any plan? Why didn't she campaign
literally
on that?
in her tax plan? Like, that was online. It was like a PDF.
Yeah. She should have, if that was true, she should have been leading with that. That should have been her,
I agree that like they should have talked about these economic policies more in depth.
Yeah,
all the time more. But she did talk about them, right?
All people care about is where their tax money's going, and to me, at least under Biden, it seemed like it.
Apparently, they didn't care about it with this election because otherwise, if they did, they would have voted for Kamala Harris.
What does that mean?
Yeah, Kamala Harris is more fiscally responsible. You know that she literally advocated to cut the debt comparative to Trump. She was willing to increase taxes on income earners over $400,000 a year. She wanted to decrease the tax burden on working class people by expanding the child tax credit and the housing tax
Yeah, I
credit to
have
help
children.
stimulate housing development in this country.
Yeah, I mean that all sounds great. I never saw any of that. When I don't swing too crazy one way or the other, but I was looking at the two, and it's just I don't know. I didn't hear any of that coming from the Democratic Party. A lot of it was,
If you did, would you have voted for them?
anti-Trump. It was more anti-Trump than anything. What was that?
If you did, would you have voted for them?
If I did what? If I looked.
If you heard these things from the Democratic Party prior, would you have voted for Kamala Harris?
Shit, I'd consider it, dude.
So, like, with the information right now, would you vote for Kamala Harris?
No.
Okay, why so?
I think even you were so broad, and you just skipped over the. All you basically said was, "Oh yeah, under 400,000, we're gonna take less tax money." You never laid out anything any actual plan that she had to enforce that. You literally just said, "Oh yeah, she wants to lower taxes for people who make under $400,000 a year."
Yeah, I said she wanted to keep the tax cuts for income earners under $400,000 a year that existed in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and then she wanted to expand the child tax credit and the housing tax credit. I gave you specifics. And then she wanted to increase taxes, income tax on income earners over $400,000 a year.
Didn't Trump already increase the child tax credit?
From $1,000 to $2,000, she's advocating to increase it from $2,000 to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, she should have led with those things when she was campaigning, because that would have been much more appealing than Orange Man Bad. That didn't work.
I don't think she just ran on quote-unquote Orange Man Bad. If anything, I think that she didn't talk about the horrible things of Trump enough.
Yeah. All right, well, I guess so. You should run for president, Parker.
One, I can't. Two, all of these things that I specifically... No.
Why?
Because I don't want to be in political office.
Okay.
If there was no other alternatives, like would I in that scenario, sure, I'd step up, but like I don't want to. I have genuinely no want to be in political office. I would rather do this.
So you'd rather just tell other people what to do? Why don't you take it? Yeah, I don't get it. Why wouldn't you want to be there at the top of the pedestal?
Why wouldn't I want to be in political office? Because I.
Yeah.
Do you think every person wants to be in political office?
I mean, your whole life is politics, Parker. What the hell do you mean?
Yeah, but
why wouldn't you?
It's in this connotation. That doesn't mean I want to be a politician.
No, I don't know. I'm just wondering. You have all these.
Here's a few things. I don't want power. That's not something I want. To be totally honest with you, I don't like being in front of so many people or being the center of attention always. Right? I'm actually someone that has a lot of social anxiety. Only reason I'm like honestly able to do this is because it's numbers on a screen right now, and I don't see the people in front of me. And I've gotten more used to it over time because I've done it so much. My whole original goal was never to like be in front of a lot of people, debating a lot of people. I randomly started this because my sister was like, yo, like you talk about all these things and you're insightful all the time. People would like hearing what you say. And I'm like, I don't think people would like hearing that. And over time I just started making content. So like I'm just randomly fell into this position. I never like once tried to be like, oh, I'm going to try and be this political debater person, right? That just came. It happened.
Yeah. Well, all right. That's fair enough. I respect that. I do have a question. Now that we're debating, I know this is supposed to be a debate, but you were there when Charlie Kirk was shot.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know more about what that was like, because I saw your videos after and stuff
I'm
like that.
good. I'm good. That's something I'm going to talk more with my therapist about, not something I'm going to talk more on live about.
Yeah. No, that's a sensitive topic. I just think a lot of people are curious about that, so I had to ask.
Yeah, and honestly, this is something that I think is bad in the culture, because like I had media companies that were reaching out to me to get my thoughts on something that's traumatic for me, like right after, and I can't even imagine what it was for like other people there. I don't know why people like try so hard to get information about traumatic events from people who clearly just went through something traumatic. Like genuinely, like they should be talking to a therapist, not going in front of.
You posted a video 30 seconds after it happened.
Genuinely, and now looking back on that, I do not think that I should have been posting stuff or going on social media right after that happened. I think I should have been genuinely trying to work through my emotions and talking to a therapist instead. That's what I should have been. I should have been talking to my therapist instead of
100%.
going on the internet and talking about it. Like genuinely, like that's like a mistake on my behalf because I genuinely needed to be able to form that boundary for myself, and I hadn't done that yet.
Yeah, no, fair
I feel
enough.
like there are some things you talk on live about in terms of your emotions and some things you don't, right? It's just like, realistically, like, especially when you're working through things, it's impossible to have a complete understanding on how you're feeling at the time, especially with something traumatic.
Yeah. No, I get that. We don't have to talk about it, Parker. I was just curious. I honestly wanted to know. I like Charlie Kirk a lot. I think he was a good guy.
I don't.
So, yeah, no.
I think what happened was horrific, but I don't think that makes him a good guy.
No, I don't think what happened is what makes him a good guy. I just agreed with a lot of stuff he said. That's why I said that. So, but okay, all right. Is that the end of our debate? Do you want to keep going here? I mean,
You can give me a reason why you support Trump. I'm still waiting.
Shit. Why do you not like Donald Trump? Give me some reasons why you hate him.
Well, I just thought you didn't want to hear Orange Man Bad.
Did you see the quiet?
Wait, I thought you didn't want to hear Orange Man Bad.
Wait, no, I do want to hear it. I do want to hear that. But what do you think about the quiet piggy thing on the Air Force One? What do you think about that?
I think that's incredibly misogynistic and disrespectful.
Yeah.
The fuck?
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
that was wild, wasn't it?
Yeah. Like, I mean, why would you defend that?
No, I'm not defending that. I was just asking if you saw it. I mean, it's just wow, for sure. He's definitely got some things he can improve on, for sure. I thought it made me chuckle a little bit, though. I'm not gonna lie, but
why do you laugh at that?
it's just so stupid. That's why I thought it was funny, because of how stupid that was for him
But
to say that.
that's the guy you support.
Really
It should be
doesn't.
sickening to you. It shouldn't be funny.
Listen, I'm not a diehard Trumpy. I shouldn't have joined because I'm not. I don't jump on the Trump train like.
But the
most
point is that
people.
you're willing to still vote for him, and that's enough of a reason to say that we should have a conversation.
Yeah, I'm always open to have these conversations. Yes, absolutely. I'm always willing to have these conversations.
And if you're not much of a Trumper, why do you still defend this? Like, there's so many things he's done where it's like, if you're not much of a Trumper, why do you still stick with the guy? He called for the execution of Democrats recently for just saying that people shouldn't follow unlawful orders. Like some Democrats that were veterans in Congress, right?
Yeah, how do you
He
word
literally
that?
advocated for them to be executed.
That claim, come on. Okay, he said what now? What exactly did he say? He wants to hang people?
He retweeted people saying
Retweeted
HANG them, right? George Washington would have. He also posted himself, right, saying that it was seditious behavior punishable by death.
Yeah. I guess so. Yeah, that's just, I don't know. That sounds
I
like
guess
a
so.
stretch.
That's like explicitly
That sounds
him
like a
advocating
stretch,
for that.
Parker. I think that sounds like a stretch, Parker. I'm not gonna
That's
lie.
not a stretch. You can go look at his Truth Social. Look what he said.
All right. I guess he just wants to kill people. That's
Literally.
Yeah, you really think Trump thinks that?
Yes.
That he wants to kill people? You're crazy.
Yes.
You're crazy if you believe that.
No, I'm not.
You think Donald Trump that wants to kill people that don't agree with him? You believe that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're crazy. You're crazy, Parker. You are crazy.
Why would he repost that then? I'm crazy for saying that he wants to do what he said he wants to do, and he's not crazy for saying it. He's not crazy for reposting that. Where are your priorities? I'm crazy for calling it out, but he's not crazy for doing it.
It's just like I just called you
What?
crazy, but I think you're a smart guy, and I don't mean that you're actually crazy. I'm just saying you're crazy, but that is insane.
You don't actually think my
Just the way
worldview there
you
is crazy.
interpreted
You have
Donald
got
Trump saying he wants to kill someone, right?
Okay, how do you
that's-
interpret it? Tell me, because I'm gonna think you're pretty crazy. Because I doubt that you're gonna interpret it in a favorable way.
Yeah, it's like somebody makes you mad and you say, "Hey, dang, I want to kill that motherfucker," but you don't actually do it. You would never kill that person, right?
Okay, I'm sorry. If you're
That's-
president of the United States, you don't say
okay,
that
you
your
could be more
political
professional.
opponents have engaged in behaviors when they literally just said to not follow unlawful orders, right? You don't say that they've engaged in seditious behavior punishable by death. I'm sorry. That's not something you can do as president on Truth Social and keep up, where tens and tens, probably over 100 million people saw those posts.
You're
okay?
right, Parker. A mature
You can't
person
do
would
that.
not.
That is incredibly
You're right.
absurd for you to say that's okay for the president to do. He's not just some random fucking 18-year-old, right? That's in a Call of Duty match.
Yeah,
Genuinely,
I guess.
like I don't know what you're comparing it to. Like, what's the?
No, the
And
president should be more professional. I think everyone agrees. He says he's unhinged sometimes, for sure.
yeah,
But no,
and
he doesn't
that's
want
a reason
he
why
doesn't
you
want to
should
kill
support him.
people that don't.
You can be Republican, you can be conservative without supporting Trump. Did you know that? I feel like people have forgot that.
Yeah. No, I am. Yes, I am.
So then don't
I
support
actually-
Trump.
I
Be
voted
a
for
Republican
Biden.
who doesn't support Trump.
Yeah, I mean, it's where else do we have to turn? What Republicans do you like, Parker?
I don't really like any of them.
Okay. What Republicans besides Trump do you think have a good chance of winning in the next election? Besides JD Vance?
Maybe Rubio.
Yeah. guess.
DeSantis.
Yeah.
Massey
Yeah, I
might
guess.
have a chance.
You hate both those guys?
I mean, I'm not like a fan of really any Republicans, to be honest with you.
Yep. You're just all against it. You're against all of them.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I agree with some Republicans more than others.
What
But-
What do you agree? What's one Republican ideology you agree with? Just out of curiosity, not Republican, but something that the Republican Party would all unanimously go for.
confetti.
What's one thing?
One thing, I don't think there's anything I believe that the entire Republican Party would agree with,
Okay.
other than
All right.
like.
What's something?
Actually,
yeah. Like
I actually don't know a single thing other than like, basic, moral things.
Like what?
Like, actually, I don't even know, dude. I don't even know. I don't even know if they could agree with
I was
basic
got you.
moral things. Like,
What were you gonna
shit,
say?
I don't
What
even.
were you gonna say?
I was gonna say something like murderer, but like, I mean, even then, like, fuck, no, they don't. They don't. They're actually totally okay with that, right?
Shut the
Like, they
fuck
literally
up,
just straight up
Parker.
defend Trump murdering people off the coast of Venezuela with absolutely no evidence that they had DRUGS.
Yeah.
And I was going to say Social Security, but hell, there's a lot of Republicans that disagree with Social Security access or Medicare or Medicaid or the Affordable Care Act or, anything basic in this country that helps people in need. How about maybe, or actually, no, I can't even, maybe Republicans, they all believe in capitalism to some degree? Just to this,
What'd you
to this
say?
like
Can you-
absurd
can you
degree
repeat that,
that's like
Fred?
hurts people.
Can you repeat that? Sorry, I missed
They
that part.
agree with capitalism to some degree. Right? It's
Yeah,
just they
you're a
believe in
capitalist?
it. They believe in it in a certain manner in which it harms people. I'm a capitalist, but I'm a progressive liberal, and I believe in a social safety net and regulations to ensure that people aren't taken advantage of. Because I do think that in an unregulated and unfettered capitalistic system, that people are disenfranchised to an extent that is not something that I would want to occur.
Yeah, you're straight digi daisy, man. You're talking all that fast shit. It's just wild.
Did I say anything that was complicated or?
No. No, you're good at talking fast. You are. I'll be honest.
I'm actually genuinely slowing down how much I speak.
Yeah, I want you to talk in slow motion for me from now on, all right?
I genuinely, it's hard for me to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Okay. Well, all right. Let's dive into the next topic. Unless you want to go on to somebody else, that's fine too. I gotta
You can
work.
go
in
into the
morning.
next topic. I could also ask you, like,
You
what
pick
is
the
something
topic,
Trump could do
Parker.
that? How about this? What is something Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Something he could do. Yeah, I think if the Epstein files come out and it says for sure like he was definitely having sex with someone who was under the age of 18, I would for sure.
You mean craping? Like that's crape. So
Yeah, you can say it, man.
So
That's
if
cringe.
it says in the context of the Epstein files, you wouldn't support him.
Yeah, no, absolutely. If I found
So-
out that he was having sex with a minor,
How
hell
about,
yeah. I
how
would
about
not.
if it says like there was
I have
massive
children.
conversation about it in the context of these files and in the court case?
If there was a what?
If there was talk or conversation about it in the context of the court case.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great. I'm saying if it says in there, yeah, and they've got pictures and shit like that, yeah, no, absolutely not. I would not support him. But you're talking about maybe he was like what? You have to elaborate on what you mean by that because you're saying it just mentions that he was
Well,
like.
Yeah, no,
What do you
like
mean?
the point is like essentially at what standard of evidence would you accept if it's said? Because I can see a reality where Trump supporters, when it releases and inevitably says something that Trump's engaged in that's criminal behavior, right? They're just gonna say fake news. They're just gonna call it a hoax like Trump did. right? And
Yeah, I think people are over. I think people are kind of on Republicans too. They're on Trump's case about this Epstein shit. So I think they'll probably run with anything. But I could see definitely some Republicans doing that. But I think that if there's clear evidence that Donald Trump had sex with a minor or anything of that nature, we will disown him.
what about if they're just claims?
I get that. That's tricky too. That's tricky too because I could see, a lot of people saying that things happened that never did. I'm saying if there's evidence, that's what I'm saying. That's my point.
So what
I'm not
evidence
trying
would
to
you
say
be
that
willing to accept?
if a woman claims that something happened, I'm not going to overlook it and be like, okay, that's another allegation. Okay, how many allegations does it take until
Yeah,
we've
but
reached a
like,
point where you
I
can't
mean, I
beat
think
the
I think
allegation?
we're already at this point. But what about Katie Johnson?
Yes. Digi Daisy. Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
What about Katie Johnson, who said that she was assaulted by Trump and Epstein, right? And she literally had to step back from literally holding them accountable in the context of court because of the harassment and death threats that she got.
Yeah, no, and you know what? That seems, like that's probably, that could have happened. And I wasn't there, so I'm not going to be the one to sit here and say it did or it didn't. But what I'm saying to you, Parker, is that if it says in those files that Donald Trump is a pedophile, I will disown him, and so will the rest of us Republicans. That's what I'm telling you. I'm not saying, oh, this girl said this and this happened here, or she said this. I'm saying if it says he's a pedophile in there, I will, and so will the rest of us. We will disown him.
I hope that's true, but I don't
It is
think
true.
that it's
There's
going to
no
be
way
true
around
for
that.
a lot of Trump supporters because they've already defended him regardless, and they don't even believe the 26 different people plus that have accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct. They don't believe the civil court that unanimously determined amongst an entire jury of 9 people, unanimously amongst all 9 people, 9-0, indicated Trump sexually abused Eugene Carroll, which means he forcefully penetrated her against her will, which is what we consider rape, right?
Yeah, so that was proven that Donald Trump raped someone, is what you're saying.
Yeah, in a civil court.
In a civil court. Okay.
Mhm.
But let's look into that. You got a laptop in front of you, don't you?
I have a computer in front of me, yeah.
Yeah, so go into it. Let's enlighten me.
What do you
I
want
want to hear about that case. About that case with the civilly liable for rape. I want to hear about it. You look into it. Find me the details on that. And I want to know why was he civilly found liable of rape and he didn't even have to bail himself out of jail?
So why was it
Why?
civil and not criminal? I already know this. I've already done the research.
Well, yeah,
The reason why
that's
it
the
was
first question.
civil and not criminal is because of statute of limitations, which means that it's been too many years
It
since they've
happened
been
too long ago.
Yeah, where they, regardless of the amount of evidence, they can't try him in a criminal court. And because of the Me Too movement, the Child Survivors Act and the Adult Survivors Act allowed for victims who have been assaulted, like multiple decades ago, to hold their abusers accountable in a civil court. In the context of New York, there were thousands of other victims that have held their abusers accountable
Shut
now
up,
because
Jane.
of the change in the Child Survivors Act and the Adult Survivors Act in New York.
Okay. All right. I want to hear it. I want to hear the final verdict. I want to hear the ruling from the judge. Will you read it to me, Parker?
The judge said that Donald Trump in fact raped Eugene Carroll. That's what he said, because there was an appeal. Donald Trump appealed it because Eugene Carroll called Donald Trump a rapist, and that's what the judge said.
Range. Okay. All right. Yeah. I mean, I want to hear it like off of before we get in too much further. You're saying the judge said, "Oh yeah, Donald Trump raped her." That's what you're saying?
Literally. That's literally what the judge said. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know about that. I don't know if that's how that happened. But I'll be honest.
Well, I promise you that is. Like, you can literally just look up judge says Donald Trump raped Eugene Carroll. Like, I promise you'll find that.
Yeah, well, that's fucked up, okay? If that's true, that's fucked. You know what I mean? That's fucked up.
Okay. And is this reason to say that you
And
shouldn't
I would agree on
support
I
him
would
anymore?
agree with you on this shit. We're both humans, Parker. I would agree with you on this shit. Like, someone who's a rapist, yeah, no, I mean, we're both going to agree on that it's wrong. Morally, we are aligned, okay?
How about what about if he admitted to sexually exploiting women?
Exploiting. What do you mean by that?
Like walking into the changing rooms where they're changing without any clothes on, right? To perv on them. And bragging about getting away with it.
What if he did that? You talking about pop a couple Tic Tacs and grab her in the pussy? Is that what you're talking about? Or are you?
That's not the one I'm talking about. That's also disgusting and horrible to talk about. But I'm referencing the
Yeah.
fact that he bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent. Where an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in some of these changing rooms, and Donald Trump would barge in.
Yeah, I mean that's fucked. That shit is fucked. I disagree. I disown that. That behavior I do not agree with.
But are you still willing to support him in despite of the fact that he's done this?
It's hard, it's hard because you'll listen, Parker. A lot of these politicians are so bought and paid for, and for us Republicans, I'm not even a Republican, but I'm just saying us who voted Republican. It seems like he was the one candidate that really didn't give a fuck, and he seems so unbothered. He wasn't bought and paid for. That was his.
He is.
His whole thing.
I mean, he went up to big fossil fuel companies and said, if you give me $1 billion for my campaign, I'll give you $110 billion in tax cuts. He got gifts specifically from Qatar, specifically a $400 million jet, right, for favors.
Yeah,
and
we saw
the
that.
same thing's
We all
true
saw that,
specifically
right?
with Switzerland, where they gave him a
This
Rolex
is all
a Rolex clock and then also a gold bar, and he reduced tariffs on their country because of the fact that he got gifts.
Yeah, so that was it. He just got a plane and then said, "Okay, no more tariffs." That was it.
Wait, repeat that?
I said he
reduced the tariffs. Yeah, because of the fact that he got the
because he got the plane.
No,
that was
no,
it. That was the only thing.
Not the plane. I'm talking about the Rolex time clock and the gold bar from Switzerland.
That was it. And then he said, "Okay, yep, that's
Yep.
all I needed." And then
Literally.
he reduced the tariff.
Literally.
That's bullshit.
I'm not even joking, dude.
Parker.
He also dropped a meme coin, right? And then rug pulled it. He dropped a Trump Bible. Right? Do you remember that one?
Yeah. That's cool. That's classic.
All of these are all things Trump has done.
Yeah, dude. Straight digi daisied. Okay, I don't want to hear it. You're bullshitting me. He's just getting gifts and removing tariffs on countries. That's the only provision that's going into this. Fuck no, it's not.
Then give me another one. I'll give you time to look it up.
Okay.
I'm not making this up. I
Also,
would tell you
okay,
the
so give me an
extra
example. Give me an example.
Like, I'm
What'd you say?
serious.
It
I would
was
tell
a
you the
pocket
extra
watch?
context if it existed. This is literally what
Okay.
he's doing. I understand
Yeah,
it's so batshit
okay.
insane that you
Parker.
won't even fucking believe me when I say it.
Parker, so you're saying that Donald Trump got a watch from another country?
Not a time clock. Yeah, a time clock and a gold
time
bar.
clock.
And he reduced
And a
tariffs.
gold bar. And he
Yes.
reduced the tariffs.
Yes.
That was it.
Yes.
Well, you know what? I don't believe that, but if that's true, he's straight digi daisy for that. That's fucked up.
I bet you'd still support him.
Yeah. I mean, it depends, I guess. I don't know. But,
Dude, so I'm like serious. Like, at what point are you willing to say that you don't support the guy? He engages in blatant corruption, and you're just like, you know what? I'll still support him. If this happened with Nixon, he's not even in office. If this happened with any other candidate, not in office. Happened with
what would you
Clinton, not
do?
in office. Happened with Obama, not in office. Happened with Biden, not in office. But because Trump does it, apparently, he's totally fine. He doesn't get kicked out.
yeah, I guess so.
But
Parker.
Biden, it's Biden's fault, actually. He was getting money from every country, every foreign nation, from Russia, from Ukraine, from everywhere.
That's pretty good. Do that one more time for me. Give me the.
I'm
give
not
me the
even
hand
doing it
motions.
right now. I'm just like literally
Come
doing
on, give me the hand motions too. Let's see it.
I'm gonna cringe.
All right, Parker. I got to go to bed. I got to work tomorrow, man.
Okay.
Hey, it was good debating you. I've debated you before a couple times.
Okay,
I had fun.
I hope you change your mind.
Yeah.
Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Jasmine, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, that's so nice. That's so nice. Thank you so much, Jasmine. Libby, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Libby. My mom just texted me about my Snoopy shirt. She said, happy your followers like your Snoopy shirt. Oh my gosh, she's so funny. Chelsea, thank you so much for the $15. I really appreciate it. Happy birthday, Chelsea. Happy birthday. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jenna, thank you for the $20. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Yes, I am an Aries. Aries Sun, Aquarius Moon, Scorpio Rising. Sharp with the $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Sharp in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Sharp. I really appreciate the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely, as always. Thank you so much, Sharp. It's always good to see you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the support. Thank you very much. That is so kind of you. So kind of you. I do have some people to thank on YouTube as well. On the beard, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Jane with the $2. On the beard, thank you for the $2 as well. Laugh and Leslie, thank you for the $10. Thank you. R with the $20. Thank you. Claire, thank you for the $5. JD, thank you for the 5 as well. Mega, thank you so much. I really appreciate the membership subscription for Let's Go Parker's mom. Haley, thank you for the $3. Thank you. Plant Based, thank you for the 5. KH, thank you for the 10. Thank you, thank you. I think I'm fully caught up. All right, everyone, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Parker, are you into astrology? That's cool. The reason why I know my astrology signs is because of my sister. Like during COVID, she like told me all of that stuff. Lawrence, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Like during COVID, I would just hang out with my sister. We'd talk about like, you know, everything going on in the world, and then like we'd talk about stuff like that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sorry,
What's
I was tapping the liking.
Oh.
I did not mean to do that.
You're good. Don't worry. What's your sister's sign? She's a Libra. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. I do have some people to thank as well. Emily, thank you for the $2. Thank you. I see that now. I just saw that now. It got moved down. And also, I just saw this from Karen as well. Karen, thank you for the $12 as well. Thank you so much, Karen. Can we get some W's for Karen in the comment section right now? Thank you, Emily, for letting me know. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yeah, my sisters are Leo and Libra. You, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alright, yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request again if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Mega, thank you for the $2. It is not my birthday. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
February 15th, 2007.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
The reasons why I support Trump is he puts America first. He focuses more on national interests rather than international agreements, and he also is more primarily into economical strengths, reducing regulations on businesses and tax imports, so we can buy American-based products.
Okay. If his goal is not to help out foreign countries, I have a question. Why did Republicans in Congress vote against an amendment to take the $40 billion they're sending to Argentina and instead use that to extend the ACA subsidies for 2 years to reduce healthcare premiums for United States citizens?
I do not have an answer for that. But I can say
Is that putting America first? Why did Republicans vote against that one?
I mean, it depends, because you got to look at how he supports American-based businesses. As for the 60% tariffs on China, he wants Americans to buy American-based products.
If tariffs help Americans, why did Donald Trump reduce tariffs on Switzerland just to be able to get a Rolex clock and gold bar for himself? Because to me, that sounds not like America first. It sounds like Trump first.
No, well, can you repeat that? I didn't quite hear you.
Yeah, if tariffs help Americans and bring back jobs to our country, like you're mentioning the tariffs on China, then you would say that him reducing tariffs on Switzerland because he got a gold bar and a Rolex clock, right? You would say that's Trump first and not America first, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so could you tell me an example of a policy that Trump has influenced to get passed that was truly America first, rather than being like Trump first, the rich first, or, a different foreign country first?
I would say the trade policy, where a big portion of, like you said, tariffs is where basically he wanted all tariffs on import products. Like I said, China could face up to 60% tariffs. So, like, for example, like if you ever go on Temu, you could see that the shipping fee is so much because he wants us to buy American-based products. He doesn't want us to like buy exports. If that makes sense.
Okay, so then why did he reduce tariffs on Switzerland?
Mm, I don't have an answer for that.
Okay. And so then what's the policy that he influenced to get passed that did put America first? Is it just tariffs? Because tariffs, I would argue, don't put Americans first. I would say they put the rich first, because what it does, it shifts the burden of taxation from those that are higher income to those that are lower income disproportionately. Because a progressive tax structure through income tax disproportionately taxes higher income individuals the more that they make, whereas tariffs disproportionately negatively impact lower and middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods and cost of living and things they need to live.
Well, no, yeah, but I would argue that he wants to reduce U.S. trade in terms of us Americans buying others. Like he basically, in short term, wants us to buy and support American-made businesses rather than putting others to rely on. He wants us to support American businesses. I'm sorry, American businesses, and he basically wants American independence. If that makes sense.
Okay. He wants us to buy from American companies. You keep repeating that point. What was the
Yeah, I'm sorry.
policy? Because again, the tariffs have not led to that. Because, for example, tariffs have since we got in office. We've actually seen a reduction in the level of real domestic manufacturing investment in this country, whereas we saw a massive increase under the Biden-Harris administration, according to the Bureau of Economic Analysis.
Can you repeat that again? I didn't quite hear you. I'm sorry.
What's up?
Can you repeat that again? I didn't quite hear
From
you.
the Bureau of Economic Analysis, you can find this on the St. Louis Federal Reserve. We saw what's it called? We saw a massive increase in real domestic manufacturing investment under Biden, but we've seen real domestic manufacturing investment decline since Trump got in office. Not only in this term, but under his first term as well.
No, yeah. I have been looking into that, but the reason why in my opinion, I continuously support him is because I want someone who typically isn't a politician. Because if you could see in his past, he built his way up there, and in my own opinion, I would prefer someone who betters the economy, I guess, and has a strong border security, as well as puts America in a way where we don't have to rely on exports from other countries.
I have a question. Am I just debating ChatGPT right now?
No, I'm sorry. It's because I'm a bit nervous.
Oh, it's okay. No, I'm just asking because I don't think you engaged with the arguments that I brought up. I said that Trump has actually declined since Trump's got in office. We've seen a decline in real domestic manufacturing investment, and then you just repeated the idea that he's good for the economy. So how is he good for the economy? You're saying tariffs, but then the tariffs, I just explained to you how they were harmful. You didn't engage with those arguments.
Yeah. Well, in terms of tariffs, I would say that an example I would give would be him stopping the aid for Ukraine in terms of us giving them money, because under the Biden administration, they would give money to aid Ukraine in the Russian versus Ukraine war.
Yeah, Trump's
And
given money to aid Ukraine as well. And also we should to defend them against Russia invading their country?
no, I would argue that we shouldn't give them as much money because
Why? So you want Russia to have
it
more
would
power
be
in taking over Ukraine?
not necessarily. I would want them to end the war and deaths on both sides. And I would, instead of aiding the war, I would try to see a politician such as Trump trying to stop the war.
You know that he's already tried to do that and he failed.
Yeah, mainly because of Zelensky.
So what's
He
your point?
He refused peace treaties, and it would be pointless to give out money if it's point proven that most countries like Ukraine aren't doing much with it.
Most countries like Ukraine, what?
Aren't doing much with the money.
I can't hear you.
I'm sorry.
Say that again?
Most countries like Ukraine aren't doing much with it, as seen it is basically corrupted, if that makes sense.
I genuinely don't know what you just said.
I'm sorry.
I think it's because of the microphone, maybe.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's because I'm a bit nervous. It's like my
There we
first
go.
time
I hear you
doing this.
now. You're a lot closer to your microphone. Go ahead.
So I said it would be a lot better to not aid Ukraine in terms of point proven that Ukraine has gone under corruption. It's a sad thing to see, but I would prefer not aiding a war and stopping a war rather to prevent deaths on both sides.
Do you know what the Budapest
Why could-
Memorandum is?
I do not. Can you explain?
And also, by the way, would you just surrender to the Nazis to save lives?
I would not.
Okay, so then what's your point here? Do you want to surrender to Russia to save lives under your view?
I would not. I would want the war to end to stop deaths on both sides.
Yeah, but you can't do that unless you prevent Russia from invading Ukraine. And if you don't prevent Russia from invading Ukraine, then how are you actually going to limit this from happening in the future with other countries?
Well, in my opinion, I would prevent in terms of promoting NATO membership. I would.
So you think
say
Ukraine
that-
should have joined NATO?
Yeah, in terms of.
Wait,
better
that's
security.
exactly the reason why Russia said that they invaded. So actually, I agree. We should have joined. We should have had Ukraine join NATO. I actually do really agree at that point. Thinking back in reflection, but like that's literally not like what Trump supports. That's not what Russia would have wanted, right? That goes
Yeah.
against the interests of Russia, which is exactly what we should have wanted.
Yeah, I mean, I would say end the war to prevent casualties on both sides, like I mentioned, because it would be better to end the war as it is. I'm sorry, as it is to prevent more money being exported to Ukraine.
So by end the war,
And-
you know, you
and so we
understand
can-
that means giving Ukraine to Russia, right?
Well, not necessarily.
It does. It literally does, because they aren't going to stop until they get the entirety of Ukraine. Because the only way you'd get them to stop is if the rest of Ukraine joined NATO.
No, yeah, that's why I would say promote NATO membership. So we could
I
prevent
don't
further
think
attack.
that Putin wants that. So why would Putin agree to that?
I do not have an answer to that.
Exactly.
But other reasons why I do support him is because he has strong border security. So, as seen under the Biden administration, a lot of immigrants came to the country undocumented and basically just came in.
Okay, can I ask you this question? Can you name one way an undocumented immigrant who comes to the country who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime harms our country?
Well, basically coming in without visas or papers.
So how does that harm the country?
It's breaking one of the laws that state in. Once
So
coming
the
into
only
another
way
country,
it's
you
harming
need
the
proper
country is because it
documentation.
breaks one of the laws, right?
Yeah, documentation.
Okay, so then here's my question. Does Donald Trump need to go through the legitimate legal process to deport people?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't
Well, you know that he's
support the
violated
way
due
he
process
voted.
rights to a greater extent, right?
Yeah, that's one of the main factors that I
So
don't
then
support.
you
I
wouldn't
think
agree with his process in which he's addressed immigration.
I'm kind of I do, but it could be driven at a better rate.
What does that mean?
Because I would think he would do it like as it is. I'm sorry, as it is, I would say yes, but how he's going by it, I disagree. In terms of separating families, I don't agree with that. But in terms of sending most immigrants back, I would agree. In terms of background checks, they have most immigrants, not all, have been proven to have committed a felony or
Okay.
crimes
Undocumented immigrants
coming
commit
into the
multiple
country.
times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. Right? They're less likely to commit these
Yeah.
particular types of crimes. If someone has committed a violent crime or a bad crime, I have no issue with deporting them. But for those that have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes, how are they a harm to our country?
Well, for me, this is like just I'm putting that out there. I live around the South Texas region, and I've seen many undocumented crimes. First, like literally, I seen, and it's just sad to see because a lot of people that come into the country illegally want to do good, but a lot of immigrants that come in illegally as well ruin the opportunity for people that actually want to better the country.
I didn't follow. Can you try again? And also step a little bit away from your mouth. I mean, from the a microphone. I mean, don't
I'm sorry.
necessarily eat it, but try to stay closer to it.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Is this better?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would say a lot of people that come into the country are a lot less have less access to come to the country because a lot of people that are based on crime ridden areas around the like backgrounds in general would commit crimes relating, can I say, like gang, or I don't know if
Can you
that's
say what?
TOS. Cartel, I don't know if that's like TOS or not. TikTok TOS.
I did you see any DRUG name yet?
No, I'm sorry. I just don't want to
Okay.
say that. I didn't want to like ruin your stream or anything.
I don't know if you can.
Alright. Um, I'll just I'll just sugarcoat it into gang, if that's okay.
Okay.
So, I would say a lot of people that come into the country are gang related because around the southern border,
Most
around
people who
Texas,
bring DRUGS across the border are U.S. citizens, over 90%. Undocumented immigrants are not associated with the CARTEL. Like, there's no evidence of that.
well, it depends because most people that are gang related, as I mentioned, work with gangs in Mexico, and they basically hurt the border security in terms of putting in drugs to the country.
Again, most of
Because
these are
as
U.S.
we,
citizens,
well, yeah,
so
like I
these
said,
aren't
they're
undocumented
working.
immigrants. I don't know why you're blaming
Yeah,
undocumented immigrants.
well, not necessarily undocumented immigrants. I'm sorry, undocumented immigrants, but undocumented immigrants that break laws that came into the country
If you
illegally,
care
which
about
one
violations
are
of the
illegal.
law, then there's no difference between an undocumented immigrant coming to our country and Trump violating the law in terms of our constitutionally protected rights. So then why would you say that you support Donald Trump even though he's advocating to literally undermine the constitutionally protected rights to a greater extent if you care so much about the law? You voted for a convicted criminal who literally pardoned violent rioters
Well,
who beat police officers.
I voted for him because he promotes strong American values, not because
And what is that?
necessarily what he's done
What strong
implicitly.
American values?
Putting America first, not having to rely on other countries, so American
But the putting
independency.
America first, you're referencing the same horrible tariff policy that we already went over, or you're referencing his border policy, which would just mean that it goes back in on itself. So you're just providing justification for him violating the law by saying that like literally others shouldn't violate the law. That's just hypocritical.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Like how that's
Yeah,
hypocritical?
Yeah.
So like my point is that if you care about undocumented immigrants violating the law, well then you must also care about Trump doing so, and you must also say that like he shouldn't be violating people's constitutionally protected rights, and that you should
Well,
want to defend constitutionally
if
protected
it's
rights probably even to a
unconstitutional,
greater
wouldn't they
extent than
have?
any of these undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime.
Well, if it's unconstitutional, wouldn't they have to be citizens?
No, you understand that in order for someone to get due process, they just have to be within the jurisdiction of the country. In order for us to determine that they've actually committed a crime, we have to utilize due process. How do you legitimately determine that someone has committed a crime if that is not the case?
Well, it would depend based off reports from eyewitnesses and what they have done within their given time in the U.S.
What? Wait, say that again?
It would depend on eyewitnesses, like people have witnessed them commit crimes and or them committing crimes within that time in the country.
Okay, so if they haven't committed any violent crime or bad crime outside of just coming to the country and documented, they should be allowed to stay?
Can you repeat that again? I didn't quite
So
hear
if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, and no one's witnessed them commit any type of crime in our country, then they should be allowed to stay even if they are undocumented?
Not necessarily, because they did.
Then what's
break
your point
the-
here? I don't know what your point is.
Well, I'm saying that a lot of immigrants that come in illegally don't have the chance as most individuals that come in illegally as well. I'm sorry, illegally as well, and break laws. So it's very complicated, and that's why most immigrants get sent back, because we're not sure, and it's more based on, okay, you're undocumented, so you have to be sent back, and then once we check on if you did anything during your time in the country, we can allow you back in.
Okay. So you're saying that they should have to leave the country, and I'm saying that they have no incentive specifically to identify themselves to authorities. So the best way to address this is by providing a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants who have
Yeah.
not committed a violent crime or
Well,
bad crime. And if you hold
well,
that
there.
position, well, then you disagree with Trump's view on immigration. So then we'll have to restate the question. What is Donald Trump doing that is America first? Because it seems like everything you've brought up is antithetical to being America first. I don't think undermining the Constitution is America first. I don't think undermining a rule of law is America first. I don't think it's America first to vote against, right, protecting people's lower costs for healthcare premiums for American citizens in this country. I don't think it's pro-America to be adding multiple trillions of dollars more to the debt. I don't think it's America first, right, to support any of these things, to undermine the 2020 election results, to want this such of an embarrassment to be our president. I think that's anti-American, if anything. Right? So, tell me, what about this is America first? Is it, at all?
Well, like I mentioned, tighter border security, so including constructioning.
Can we just have a conversation about this, of how you don't even agree with Trump's immigration policy? Because Democrats don't disagree with deporting those who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes.
Well, no, yeah, but I more or less agree with his core values rather than how he's going about it.
Okay, you agree with his core values, not about the way that he's doing it. What is the core value that you agree with? Push the galaxy.
So basically, he's promoting putting America first. He's for the people rather than for the parties.
Because he just says America first. What does he do that shows that he's for the people?
Well, can I put a 2017 statement, if that's okay with you?
Can you what?
Can I mention a 2017 tax cut, if that's okay with you?
Yeah, but I just don't think that's good economic policy, because we can point to the fact that all the tax cuts for income earners under $400,000 a year, Kamala Harris would have wanted to keep from that policy. And then when it was re-implemented through the Big Beautiful Bill, it cuts 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month. Over 2.5 million people on average every month off their access to food stamps, and over 10 million people off of their access to health insurance, while adding $3.4 trillion to the debt. So this idea that it's America first is kind of ridiculous, especially when Kamala Harris was advocating to keep all of the tax cuts for income earners under $400,000 a year, while specifically only increasing taxes on income earners over $400,000 a year. On their income over 400K, by the way. So not even Not even on their income up to 400K.
I see. Oh, well, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say I lost the debate.
You're gonna what?
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say I lost the debate.
Well, I'm just like, do you still support Trump at this point? It's not about
Well,
win or lose the debate that I'm trying to look for here. What I'm trying to look for here is like, do you still support Trump?
well, as someone like as a Republican, I would say yes, but it would be better to put someone that hasn't like done what he's been convicted of
Yeah,
doing.
just like advocate
No.
for a different Republican. You can be Republican and say you're against
Yeah.
Trump. You can say if you could go back in time, you would support Kamala Harris over Donald Trump and still be a Republican. Did you know that?
I did not.
That's just called being pro-America. That's called being an American. That's called caring about your country, right? You can be a Republican and redefine the Republican Party in a connotation that does not include Donald Trump. You just have to be strong enough from within the Republican Party to do so. So again, you don't have to become a liberal like Parker in order to be able to be against Donald Trump. We can have that argument. I want to be able to convince you even further on that. Like I want you to be a liberal, but the reality of the matter is that you don't have to be a liberal to be against Trump.
No, yeah. I mean, my stance on it is that I would see why it's wrong to support Trump, given like that's like all that he's been convicted of doing, such as the 6 Democrats that he wanted hung. I totally disagree with that. I think that was out of line, but
I would hope so, and that should be reason enough to not want to support him anymore, right?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why.
So
I
would
was,
you
like,
vote for
at a
Kamala Harris
standstill.
if you could go back in time?
Given like the debate that we had, yeah, most likely.
Hey, well, I really appreciate that.
Right.
That's great
Yeah,
to hear,
I appreciate
man.
it.
Thank you for coming up.
Right. Thank you for your time.
You as well. Let's go. Let's go. Glad to see that. Glad to see that. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. We love to see that. We love to see that. Let's go on the next individual here real quick. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes here on the YouTube, everyone. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. If you want to support me, as always, everyone, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Obviously Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
He is my favorite shade of orange. I'm sorry.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We have 1.3 thousand likes on YouTube. Let's try to get to 2,000 real quick, everyone. I think we can try for 3,000 today. We're about 2.5 hours into the stream. We're going to be going for another hour and a half or so at least. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I hit it from the back.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, you're amazing. Pro-choice abortion laws, please.
Wait, what'd you say?
Pro-choice abortion laws, please.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, we're pro-choice here. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
25.
What's your birth year?
October 16th, 2000.
I'm sorry, I don't believe you. I don't even know if they would be 15, chat. Like, 25? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, hello? Oh, they just left. So the next individual, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Just looking for some debates. Yo, Kobe, why do you still support Trump, man? You there? Hello? Oh, I guess Kobe was just in the box and didn't even know. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen.
Can you hear me, Parker?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2007 in February.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who'd you rather vote for?
Yeah, I'd vote for Trump.
Have I talked to you before?
I joined one time, but I got kicked in like 2 minutes because there was too much background noise. So I don't know if that's...
Okay. All right, so why do you support Trump?
Yeah, so I support Trump for a variety of reasons. I think that his economic policy is amazing. The TCGA led to record low unemployment throughout much of 2017
Wait, what
and
state do you
2018.
live in? What state do you live in?
Missouri.
What time is it?
9:42.
Can you name 3 cities in Missouri?
Yeah, Jefferson City, Kansas City, Springfield.
Can you name 2 states that border Missouri?
Kansas and Iowa.
Okay, all right. Go ahead.
So I think his economic policy is really strong. Again, the TCGA led to record low levels of unemployment due to the macro level reinvestments. Atlanta Fed projects that Q3 GDP growth is going to be at 4.2% for 2025, which would be the strongest that we've seen in a long time. And there are plenty of other reasons, but again, I'd start with economic policy.
Wait, where's the Atlanta Fed estimate on that?
So if you go to their website, let me find the direct source. Hold up. Let's see. Atlanta Fed.
Okay. I'll have to see, but that's interesting. Because I mean, other estimates I've seen less than that, like typically around like 1%. But that'd be interesting to check. For economic policy in terms of Trump, though, do you think that Trump's economic policy yields better GDP growth?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay. So, and what makes you think that?
I do think that in large part it's due to his, not necessarily from the second term, but his tariff practices from the first term were quite strong. I think that probably helped out. By the way, I've got the source. If you just go to atlantafed.org and you scroll down a little bit, it's right there on the front page.
I got you. And then what were you saying?
Yeah, so I'd say his tariff policies were probably one of the bigger components for the strong GDP growth that we had throughout his first term.
What?
And
No,
then
that
second term,
definitely did not cause the GDP growth. Those are targeted tariffs. 2, if you're referencing the level of the tariffs increasing GDP growth, you know that tariffs historically have led to a decrease in GDP growth because they increase trade barriers and trade restrictions, decreasing the level of trade that can occur, which decreases the overall level of growth. Especially because it destroys export industries in this country.
All right, so then if his tariff practices throughout the first term were a net neutral, if not negative, to the GDP growth for the U.S., then I guess I mean, I would, again, just... I don't freaking know, bro. I'm not trolling, but I got cooked there. I'm not thinking straight. I'm kind of sick right now.
Okay.
So,
how do you feel about tariffs leading to or not leading to an increase in real domestic manufacturing investment? Because we've seen a decline in real domestic manufacturing investment since Trump got in office.
did we see a decline in manufacturing jobs?
We have seen a decline in real domestic manufacturing investment. I can check to see if that was reflected over through jobs as well. But you would assume that if there's a reduction in investment, that would also include jobs as well, right? Because if there's a reduction in the amount of investment, that's going to negatively impact the level of jobs.
And you say that that's associated with his tariff policy?
Yeah, of course.
And why would that be? Can you explain how that works?
Wait, so tell me, what are you trying to get me to explain real quick?
How the tariff
How the
policies.
tariffs would lead to a decrease in the level of domestic manufacturing investment?
Yeah.
Because they increase the cost of domestic manufacturing investment because countries get a bunch of materials from countries around the world. So they might assemble products in the United States, but they don't develop all of the products here in the United States because materials are not all located here in the United States.
Okay. Are you aware as to when Liberation Day tariffs actually went into effect?
April.
April? Or
Yeah,
were they
April.
announced in
April
April
was
and
when
put
they
into
were
place in
announced.
August? Yeah, so they were announced in April, but they weren't actually put into place until August 8th.
It's not to say that none were in place until then. It's to say that there were particular ones that were in place that were affecting the markets, and then the things have compounded since then. So, what's your point here? There were some
Right,
tariffs
so I
that were in
guess,
effect even early as April.
yeah, so there were tariffs in effect, but they were actually, again, the most radical tariffs, the largest tariffs. Tariff, it's such a beautiful word. They, again, went into effect in early August, and manufacturing in the United States, you would assume if the larger quantity of tariffs went into effect in August, that manufacturing would have slowed down even further in August, correct?
So, you said that. Say that one more time. Sorry.
Yeah, so since the most radical tariffs, the Liberation Day tariffs, for the most part went into effect in early August, wouldn't you expect the largest decline in manufacturing to be around August, September?
It's continued on a downward trend. Would you say that you'd expect to see a greater level of reduction?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have, if you want to look at the quarters of real domestic manufacturing investment, have you seen that?
Is that on the Bureau of Labor Statistics website?
It's from the St. Louis Federal Reserve, and it's from the source of data is from the Bureau of Economic Analysis.
Okay, so let me go ahead and pull it up really quickly. The
And
St.
it
Louis
also went
Federal.
down under Trump's first term as well.
Okay, let's take a look at that manufacturing. So the that's interesting that you note that it went down under Trump's first term. And would again, you said that
Did you
that
see
was
do you see the
largely.
massive increase under Biden?
Hold up, let me pull it up really quickly here. Let's see.
Also, by the way, there were tariffs in place starting from April. So
Yeah, again, my argument wasn't that they weren't in effect in April, but the large quantity of the tariffs went into place in August.
okay. So what
But
specific new ones went in place in August?
many of the Liberation Day tariffs that were announced in April were not. They were a process going into effect. I
Could
think
you
there
name any
were.
specifics?
I think there were several on some South American countries. I'm not too sure about that though. But if you you could probably look this up. The largest quantity of the tariffs went into effect throughout the late summer, early fall time frame, rather than in spring.
Okay. So the baseline of 10% was already established, right? And they essentially were replacing some of those baseline 10% tariffs with higher reciprocal tariffs, right, in August. So there was already a baseline set of tariffs established, which is going to put upward pressure on prices. And then we're going to see an even greater upward pressure on prices because of the fact that this has been implemented. But it takes time for that to happen because the businesses will start to eat the costs in the beginning because they want to continue to compete as long as they can until they essentially can't continue to eat them as long as they can. And we're talking about American importing businesses. They're going to eat the costs until they can, and then as soon as they can't anymore, they're going to increase prices.
Okay.
which has been happening.
So that's fair. I did finally pull up the manufacturing numbers from the St. Louis Fed. Now, you noted the increase in manufacturing under Biden Harris. You said that in the first term, the poor manufacturing numbers were largely due to his tariff policies, even in the first term.
No, I wouldn't even say it was necessarily due to that in the first term. There was already a trend from 2015 of slightly decreasing manufacturing prior to that point. I was just saying that under his first term, it did decline. That he did nothing to increase it. But we did see under Biden massive increase.
And what policy was that associated with under the Biden-Harris administration?
Yeah, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the Inflation Reduction Act.
Okay. I guess that would negate my next point. I was gonna say, again, the same tariffs implemented under Trump's first term were largely continued by the Biden-Harris administration. Isn't that correct?
What was continued? The tariffs, the targeted tariffs? Yeah, sure.
Yep. Do you agree or disagree with the Biden-Harris administration for doing that?
Some targeted tariffs I disagree with, but others I'm okay with.
Okay. So I guess I would be willing to concede on the point of manufacturing as of now, but I did want to bring up the unemployment in the United States. Again, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act led to the first term, if before the COVID pandemic anyway, the first term to have the entirety of it remain under 4.5% unemployment since John F. Kennedy. And again, that was because of all the macro level reinvestments happening associated with the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017.
That's also because he inherited it it was inherited at 4.7, so that's just not true. The entire term was
it was inherited at 4.7, but it then continued.
Biden's was inherited at 6.4 and declined from every single month after that point and got to as low as 3.4% in 2 separate months. The lowest under Trump was 3.5%. And since Trump's got in office, we've actually seen an increase in unemployment in multiple different new months where we've actually seen decreasing amount of job growth.
Yeah, so just quickly on that, I did want to note that we, as of right now, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, only have one confirmed month where there was job loss, and that was June. The September numbers that have negative 4,000, that's preliminary still, but the unemployment rate under Biden-Harris, again, was also low, but there was the recovery from
if you look at that same data for the new jobs, what was the level of new job growth that existed under the Biden-Harris administration about a year ago?
Well, yeah, whenever they were still recovering from the job numbers lost during COVID.
That wasn't still recovering from job loss during COVID because that's 2024.
Okay, then by that same logic, you could say that inflation being at 4.5% in 2024 was also due to the Biden-Harris administration's policies, but I don't think that's true.
Well, we can't acknowledge the difference when there was going to be bringing back of jobs because of COVID and a difference in there being an effect on inflation. So do you understand that those are different, right? So we would expect to see the job growth near when we came back to work, right? But we would expect to see that price increase later on than that, because the fact that when everyone comes back to work and demand is at the level in which it was historically speaking, we don't have the supply to meet that demand because of the fact that we lost industry during COVID.
Okay, so is your claim then that the job growth under the Biden-Harris administration throughout 2024 was stronger than it was throughout much of Trump's first term?
Well, I think job growth right now is worse off than what job growth was at the end of Biden. That's what I was saying.
Okay, so job growth under Biden was, again, still, I would be willing to concede that it was pretty strong even throughout 2024, but throughout so far in 2025, obviously we're not quite on that same level yet. However, from 2017 to 2019, job growth was actually stronger throughout that period than it was under the Biden-Harris administration throughout 2024. Now, again, the
What are you reading to say that?
The Bureau of Labor Statistics data, the 2024 numbers in total, I believe you had 2.1 million new jobs added to the economy. I think 2018, 2017 were both 2.4 and 2.7 million.
Sure. Go ahead. You keep making your point while I find this information.
Yeah, so again, I would say that was in large part a reflection of Trump's successful economy throughout his first term. Again, I would still say that a number of jobs were certainly inherited under the Biden-Harris administration that was very impressive. But again, throughout 2017 and 2018, job growth was much stronger under Donald Trump.
What are you reading? What's the title of the thing you're reading?
Yeah, so that number as of right there is just a collective number from all the data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Yeah, but what's the title from the Bureau of Labor Statistics graph you're reading?
Let me go ahead and
appreciate Grace. Thank you.
Look at the link here.
Did you ask ChatGPT?
No, I did not ask ChatGPT. Jobs.
Okay. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get out to more people. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Maze, thank you for the $5. I did see that earlier. Thank you very much. Chrissy with the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Chrissy in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Chrissy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm happy for you. Great to hear that you got into law school. That's amazing. Can we get some W's for Chrissy in the comment section right now? That's a fucking huge achievement. That's a huge achievement. Did you not find it? Belay, thank you so much for the Rhythmic Bear. Thank you.
The actual title is, let's see.
Okay. Alrighty, do give it a second, everyone. Oh, he just left. Okay, alrighty. Alrighty, do give it a second, everyone. Let's go find the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Grace, thank you for the glowing jellyfish. Thank you very much. Let's go on the next individual. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Hope get it out to more people. Mallory, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you. Let's get the next person up here. Mallory as well. Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you. Alright. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Let's go on the next individual. See if we can get some debates continuing. I wonder where MAGA is. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Thank you for the gifts. What's your birth year?
2006.
And do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth month?
October.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And why do you support Trump?
I think he holds good morals for the country. I think a man that's never. I think a man that's never.
Stop. Good morals? Really? The guy held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman who bragged about sexually exploiting women, where an 18-year-old came out and said there were four girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms when Donald Trump would barge in. Push the money gun. That's good morals. Him saying he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, him sexualizing his daughter, and all of that, that's all good morals. Cheating on every single one of his wives.
You think he's in the Epstein files?
Yeah.
Then why would he want to leak it if he would?
He didn't. He called it a hoax. The only reason he switched on that is because literally everyone in Congress was against him except for one person.
They're doing votings now to leak the Epstein files.
Yeah, and right before, he literally was calling it a hoax, saying that they shouldn't support that, and canceled Marjorie Taylor Greene because she advocated to release them.
Well,
He literally
will
called her a
release it when
traitor.
He's not in. Okay, whatever. But hey, didn't you lose to a debate against Charlie Kirk, by the way?
Name one point he beat me on.
I don't know, but I know he beat you. So
name
that's
one
all I'm gonna
point.
say. I don't really remember.
That's
It was a long time
embarrassing.
ago, the last time.
That's embarrassing.
I watched it ages ago. Hey, it's embarrassing that you were embarrassed in front of everyone on TV. It's all over
I wasn't.
TikTok, too.
I wasn't. I embarrassed him on every point.
Okay, I'm sure.
You can't even
Anyways,
mention a single point he beat me on. You just got destroyed in this debate, and you pivoted to saying that because you got destroyed. What are you going to say next? I don't have a real job, or I'm paid by the DNC?
Dead man destroyed you. Wow.
What'd you say?
I said he's a dead man, and he destroyed you at the time.
Are you like trying to make fun of him now? Like what? What are you trying to say?
Did I make fun of him?
He when he was alive, he got beat in the debate.
He beat you in the debate.
No, name one point he beat me on.
I haven't watched it. I didn't. Last time I seen
You
it
haven't
was ages
watched
ago.
it?
I said I haven't watched it for a while. The last time.
Okay, so you can't remember a single point he beat me on.
I know like something you bring up about politics or something about Trump, but
you got nothing, bro.
Like I said.
Why did you just randomly say that after getting dunked on? Andrew, thank you for the $10 from the DNC. Thank you so much. As well as James, thank you for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. These are W's for James in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Dean Parker, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I do need to get one. Anything else, Mike? Or should I go on to the next person?
What I'm gonna say is though, a president that's never had alcohol or smoked in his life is a good set for president.
You actually believe that. That's crazy. Two, even if he didn't do
Why
that,
wouldn't
that's
I?
not a reason to support him. I mean, that's not indicative of him having good moral character. I think my moral character is pretty good, and right now I'm gonna do this.
I know it looks like you're sucking a dick.
I'm not Trump and Bubba.
Okay, have a nice day.
Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Oh my gosh. PTM, thank you for the 5 membership subscriptions. Thank you. BCamp, thank you for the $2. Thank you. For take another hit for the DNC, maybe. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Wait, is it me?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't mean to request. My bad. I love you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Trolley, thank you so much for the $10 for here's for your DNC Illuminati PSYOP fake donations. Keep up the great work. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. You know, I wouldn't be able to do this without the DNC Illuminati PSYOP donations. I really wouldn't. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, sorry, I did it by accident, but I support you.
Oh, based. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a
Still
guest
crying
request.
like a bitch, dude. You still crying like a bitch. Every fucking day.
How old are you?
Dude, every fucking day you get on here and cry like a pussy. We see it. We get it.
Why are you so mad? What makes you so triggered?
Who's mad? I'm just calling it like it is.
Sounds
dude.
like it sounds like you're the
You
one
could
crying
you
right
could
now.
get a job and stop being a little bitch.
What's
I'm
a real
saying.
job?
You should try it.
What is
Try
it? What's a job? Could you
You
tell
think
me?
not on fucking
Watch.
TikTok?
I bet you're so scared you're gonna run
Contribute
away.
to society,
You're
pussy.
so
I'm not
triggered
going
and soft
nowhere.
that you're
I'll
about to
stay
run
right
away.
here.
Tell
I'll
me
stay
what is a
right here,
job?
pussy.
What is a job, buddy?
I'll stay right here, pussy.
What is a
I'll stay
job?
right here.
What is a job?
Something you don't got, pussy.
What's a job?
When's the
Answer
last
it.
time you had a job?
He's scared.
Fucking
He's scared to answer the
flipping
question.
burgers
What's
in
a job?
McDonald's?
What's a job?
Flipping burgers in McDonald's, pussy.
What's a job, bro?
Bro, we
You're
all
so
see it.
triggered.
You a pussy.
You're crashing
Get
out,
a job.
bro.
Go get a job.
You're
Go
crashing
get a job.
out. What is a job?
Go get a job.
What
Go
is a
get a
job?
job, pussy. Go get a job, pussy.
What is a job?
Go get a job, pussy.
What is
you know
a
what a
job?
job is? Like you don't know what a fucking woman is, huh?
Okay, so I know what a woman is and I
Yeah,
know what a
you
job
don't
is,
know.
but
Obviously
apparently
you
you
don't,
can't
pussy.
tell me a definition for
Obviously you
either
don't.
right now. You can't tell me a definition for either right now. You're crashing out on the stream instead of giving me a definition. Would you like to provide me a definition, Josh, or are you not smart enough to do so?
Did you just mute me, pussy? Aww.
Yes, I did. Are you going to cry about it?
What a bitch. What a bitch.
Aw, are you going to cry about it? Aw. Would you like to put your tears here? I'd love to drink them for you. Now
Says
answer the
pussy.
damn question. Tell us, what is a job? What is a job, buddy? Josh, tell us what a job is.
The pussy on TikTok crying.
Oh, he can't
every
tell us what a
fucking
job
day.
is. Are you not smart enough to tell us what a job is, Josh?
Fucking day. Every fucking
Hey, Josh, answer the question.
Every fucking day.
He
You
can't
get on
do
your
it.
couch, bitch.
He can't
Every
do
day
it.
you
He
get on your
can't tell
couch,
us what a job is. He's crashing out.
every
He's
day you
crashing
get on
out.
your
He's
couch.
so emotional.
Every day you get on here and cry like a bitch, dude.
Dude,
Every day.
you're
It's kinda
being
sad.
so
It's kinda-
emotional.
I almost feel sorry for you.
I'm sorry that you're so emotional that I come onto the live stream and debunk Trump supporters every single day so bad that you had to come up and be such a crybaby talking about
feel
how I'm
bad for
talking
your
about how
parents.
Trump is a horrible
I
person.
feel bad for your parents. I feel bad for your parents, bro.
Well, you shouldn't be. You shouldn't be. My parents are
I
happy.
do. They're like, man, that's just the piece of shit I raised. God,
Nah,
dude.
No, my parents are definitely happy with where I am. I don't think that my parents have an issue with where I am. That's ridiculous for you to say.
Lazy bitch, grifting off dumb
Tell-
fucks. That's
Oh,
all
so
you are,
wait,
bro.
so by the way,
That's
so
all
by the
you
way,
are, bro. That's
so
all
I'm
you
I'm grifting. So do you think I'm actually a
Yes.
Trump supporter?
Yes, pussy. You grift. You fucking
Wait.
grift.
So I'm
You
grifting.
don't
I'm
believe
un-
this bullshit?
Wait,
You
I'm
don't believe all
grifting
this
and
bullshit you
unemployed. Susan, thank you so
Bitch,
much for the
you don't
$20
believe
for
all
the
this-
unemployment fund. Thank you so much. I really appreciate Susan for the $20 for the unemployment fund. Shannon with the $10 for the unemployment fund as well. Thank you so much. Morgan with the $2 for the unemployment fund. Pratik,
This
thank
is
you
the
so
way
much.
you
Really
make your
appreciate the
money,
$2 for the
pussy.
unemployment fund. Thank you.
Oh my god.
Are you mad? Are you mad that I'm unemployed and still make more money than you?
Bro, you don't make more money than me.
What,
I promise you don't. I know you get on here.
that
and
was
you
that was
think,
just
like,
rage bait. I don't know if I.
$5 and $10.
I don't know if I make more money than you. I was
Don't
just
make
rage
shit.
baiting with that one.
You don't make shit. I mean,
Wait, Jo-
well,
Josh,
the
Josh,
DNC
how-
does pay you. The DNC does pay you.
So the
I've
DNC
seen
pays
that.
me. So I don't have a job, but I'm paid by the DNC. Did you think
To
that
be a
one through?
talking head. To be a talking head.
So I do have a job.
You're a fucking talking head. That's
So
not
I do
real
have a
fucking-
job then, right?
Not a real fucking job.
Wait, so it is a real job because I'm paid by
Again,
the DNC,
you're getting
right?
no, they're donating to you. It's not
Wait,
a real job.
wait. So if I'm paid by
Are
the
you on
DNC,
payroll?
then
Are you on
Oh,
a payroll?
no, I'm not. If I'm paid by the
Okay,
DNC,
so it's just they just give you shit. You're not on a payroll, right? But you did get contributions, right?
by people who like my account
From the
and my
DNC?
TikTok page.
From the
No.
DNC. Yeah,
No,
you
I
do,
don't.
bitch.
I don't get
Yes,
DNC
you do, bitch.
donations.
Yes, you do, bitch.
Dude, what makes you think
Your
that?
name's on the
Ashley, thank you for the
fucking list,
$20
bro.
for the
Your
unemployment fund.
stupid-ass name's
Candace
on
for the
the
$2 for the DNC payment.
Your name's on the list, pussy.
Okay, what list?
The contribution list from the DNC.
There is no
You're on there, dumb
contribution
fuck.
list from the DNC that
Yes,
I'm on.
there is, dumb fuck.
Okay, what name does it say? Does it say Parker get a job?
No,
Or
bitch.
what does it say? What does it say? What does it say? What's my name?
You want me to go look at that? Go look on Google.
No, you tell me. What name
Go
did
look
you
it up.
see? You tell me. Do you even
Go
know
look
my
it up.
name? What
Go
name does
look
it
it
say?
up, bitch.
What name does
Go
it
look it
say?
up, bitch.
Josh,
Go
what
look
name
it
does
up,
it say?
bitch.
Do
Go
you even
look it
know
up,
what my
bitch.
name is?
Go look it up, bitch.
Do you think it said Parker get a job?
Go look it up, bitch.
What's my name?
Dude, are you fucking retarded? Go look it up.
You're gonna use a slur because you literally have no argument, dude. It's so stupid, bro. Actually insane, bro. He's like, look it up. I'm like, you don't even know my name. You don't even know my name. You couldn't even say. Which, by the way, it's not even that hard to find my name. Like, Rebecca, thank you for the $5. Alyssa, thank you for the $5 as well. Jessica, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. It's not even that hard. He just doesn't even know. He just made that up. He's just engaging in a trust me, bro. Actually diabolical. PTM, thank you for the $2. Troll, thank you for the $10 as well from the DNC. Thank you. Let's go on the next individual, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Dude, he was so triggered, bro. That's so funny. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I didn't mean to join. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up? 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
June 23rd, 2005.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, and you said you're how old again, sorry?
20.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who'd you rather vote for?
Hitler. Wait, what? Yo, get out of here.
Mason, why would you do that? Was that supposed to be a rage bait?
No,
Do
that literally wasn't me.
Mason, do you feel cool saying that? Like, is that like fun to be like
Do you
edgy to you
feel
or something?
cool
Do you
looking
see that
like
just as being like edgy?
grandma?
Let me
You
guess,
look
you're
like
a
a
groiper?
grandmother.
Are you a
You
groiper?
look like what's a groiper?
Don't even ask me that question. You're probably a groiper.
I mean,
It's
if I knew it
embarrassing,
in-
dude.
You look like an old grandmother, like my grandma.
Do
Kind
you
of.
think
It's
do
kind
you
of
think
cute.
that was like an insult or something?
No, it's kind of cute. I don't hate
Okay.
you, Parker.
All right. Well, I mean, it sounds like you kind of do. Sounds like you're triggered,
No.
bro.
No.
Well, then why did you just come on the live and decide to do that? Because you're a groiper.
I don't know what a groiper is. I seriously.
You don't know?
not
Oh,
into
you
this.
totally do. Shut up.
Bro.
You are 100% a groiper.
I'm genuine. I have to look it up.
You do? Okay. Go ahead. Look it up.
1 sec.
1 second. He has to look it up.
Oh,
Tara,
wait,
think
I
of the
looked up
$10. Thank
Grover.
you.
Oh, follower of the Groiper Army.
Yeah.
It's like a Kermit the Frog thing.
Okay, wait. Maybe you don't even know what that is. Stop, bro. Stop doing this. You stop playing stupid. You wouldn't say that. You wouldn't say that. You would only do that if you literally don't turn your camera on. You would only you would only do that if you knew the exact rage bait that fucking Fuentes was trying to do to Dean. Okay, he just got removed for community guidelines. So yeah, literally insane. Like he's obviously a groiper. I don't know why they're trying to act like they're not. It's just embarrassing. It's embarrassing to hold those views. It really is. It's like why do you feel the need to be like what you deem to be as edgy for no reason to force yourself into social isolation? Like seriously. You're just reinforcing yourself to only be able to engage with people who are also literally in that far right, insane ideological movement just because you want to be socially isolated from everyone else. It's literally a cult-like mentality to do that. Because inevitably it cuts out any real legitimate discourse. Because you could have come up and actually engaged in conversation on the live, but instead of actually doing that, they come up to do that so that they can get kicked or they can get some like big
Hello?
reaction. You what's up? How
You
old are you?
kicked me last time. I really am 25.
What's your birth year?
2000, October 16th.
Okay. And
I sound young. I'm sorry.
Okay. What year did you graduate high school?
2018.
2018.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just joking. I love you. I love you though.
Thank you for telling me because I really don't like when people lie to me because I am a really trusting person. I'm too trusting. I'm always trying to prevent myself because I'm too trusting. I was about to just go chat. I don't know how to do it. I genuinely, I'm trying. I'm really trying. And it's something I actually really struggle with is that I trust. I'm way too fucking trusting. Oh, it's so hard. Thank you for the hanging lights. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go on the next individual. I got some random flag. What the hell? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Alrighty, do give it a second. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. It helps get it out to more people. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Oh, they're not even here. Anthony, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Honestly, I say yes. I say yes. I don't like ketchup on everything. I definitely don't. But, like, I definitely, every once in a while, like ketchup with fries. Like, I actually do. I really do. Every once in a while. It's not every time, though. Like, I definitely have different sauces. But ketchup sometimes just slaps, okay? Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Oh shit. Parker, I love you, bro. I did not mean to join.
Appreciate you. Do you like ketchup on eggs? I actually don't. I actually don't. I couldn't do that for some reason. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Vampire, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Oh, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. So kind of you. Thank you. Let's get the next person up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Someone said they still can't find my Venmo. It's in my link tree in my bio, actually. Shannon, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you. And Alyssa, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I know, right? Rebecca as well with the $5. Thank you. Ashley, thank you for the $20. Thank you. Jenna, thank you for the $5. He said, happy birthday, Parker. It's not my birthday. People are doing that every day now. I'm not going to lie. I do see at least a few of those comments every day now. It's actually become an everyday thing. Caitlin, thank you for the $5. Maxine, thank you for the 12. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. When's my birthday? It's April 7th. So I've still got multiple months. Or actually, apparently it's coming soon, according to some random TikTok I saw of someone who's a teacher talking about what they saw of one of their kids saying at school. One of the kids said at school that their birthday is coming soon, and they said it was in March. So apparently my birthday is coming soon too. So. Yo,
Happy birthday.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Really needed that. That was great. Thank you. Shal, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Or Batman, thank you. Would you rather go by Chalupa or Batman? Thank you for the $5. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. What is this take? What is this? What is this account? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18. I was born.
Okay, that just sounds like they had like some AI thing or something. Angel, thank you for the membership subscription. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
May.
Okay. You know what? I'm trusting my intuition now. I'm trying to. If I'm wrong, I'm really sorry. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Elijah.
Yellow?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yellow? Can you hear me?
Yeah, do you support Trump?
Elijah, did this shit.
Okay. I guess they didn't actually join in. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Like, he's still in the guest box. Why are they still in the guest box? I'm so confused. Why are you still in the guest box?
Because I will concede if you beat me.
What are you doing? you're just like staying in the guest box. Like what is the point? What are you doing? What are you doing? Dude, like genuinely, what is going on, man? Like it's the same account. I know it's you. I can see you in the box. Do you think I'm gonna click on accepting your account, like, and actually debate you and be like, oh, I totally forgot, even though you were on the live today? Hey, my memory's bad. It's not that bad though. Jeez, jeez, diabolical. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24. Parker, I'm going to take a bong hit just because you said it was okay.
I have to kick you or I'm going to literally get a ban, but I appreciate you. I appreciate you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Of course I do.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2006.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who'd you rather vote for?
100% Donald Trump.
And what month were you born?
March.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
Because he mugs everybody.
He mogs everybody? Come on, stop.
Yeah.
Stop, bro. You're trolling.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. Stop. Don't even say that. No one takes that seriously. I don't think there's actually I don't think there's a single person that genuinely believes that in the world. Like, stop, please.
No, bro. He's looks maxing.
He is? You think
Yeah.
that Donald Trump is looks maxing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What are these trolls, bro? Like, this is embarrassing. You know what's how old are you?
18.
The spray tan is looks maxing, everyone. What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
January.
Okay. You know what? I actually don't believe you. I'm trusting my intuition right now, and I apologize if I'm wrong. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yeah, literally, Trump wears like a suit one time, like with like a New York look, and they say he's looks maxing. It's crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, do give it a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
I'd have to, yeah.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
September.
You said you're how old again?
18.
Okay, and what do you mean you have to? Like, you have an option to vote for Kamala Harris in the scenario I brought up. Like, would you rather vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
Have to be Trump.
Why? Why do you support Trump?
Because of harmful rhetoric spread by the left, you and Dean.
Okay, what harmful rhetoric do Dean and I spread? That's so terrible.
Well, you both claim to have like exceptional morals and debate based on morals, truth, facts, and not like emotion. But I'm going to prove that you're promoting division, condescend, and you're a hypocrite.
Okay, I'm promoting division, I'm condescending, and I'm what was the last one?
Hypocrite.
Okay, then go ahead.
All right. So I'm going to play you a video of yourself talking about what happened with Charlie Kirk. Is that okay?
No.
No?
No.
Why
Just
is
tell
that
me
not okay?
just tell me what you think I said, and if I question that, then you can play it.
What do you mean what I think you said? Wouldn't I just play the video so I can hear what you actually said?
No, because I want to talk about why you support Trump. I don't want to talk about what I brought up about Charlie Kirk.
Well, this is why. It's a very good example.
Okay. Would you like to just tell me what I said?
Well, you basically said that no one should be justifying that he was shot, and anyone in comment sections that is saying it or believes it, I want you to unsubscribe or unfollow me. There's a clear line of division between you and us, and I don't want your support. I think what you believe is horrible.
Yep. I said that right after it happened, and I was on the internet, and people weren't even responding to me. They were responding to that, yeah, and I was genuinely, like traumatized at the time. Just want to let you know, like, so you're probably taking a clip from me, like in a scenario where I'm, expressing and dealing with my emotions at that time, and I haven't thought through and gone with my emotions because I was like kind of like responding from an emotional standpoint. But,
all right. So you've had some time now, right? It's been almost 2 months. You still believe that?
I still believe that that you shouldn't like joke about like him dying. I think it's bad. I think it's horrific what happened, but I think he's a bad person. And yeah, that's like my perspective. Why do you care so much to ask? What type of rhetoric relating to this, like, does that cause harmful rhetoric? Wouldn't you like this rhetoric? If you're like right wing?
Well, I do.
So then what
believe what
rhetoric
you
do you
said
think
there.
is promoting division? What about it do you think makes me a hypocrite?
Because I don't know. I think this was like maybe a week or like a couple days after he was killed. Dean went on live and said that he would not abandon the left, even if they celebrated in open arms the assassination. Sorry, he would not leave the party, and he basically said that because people felt oppressed by Charlie Kirk, that it is okay to celebrate him dying and be.
He didn't
relieved
say one, you're asking me about Dean, which isn't me. He didn't say celebrate. He was referencing people
Well, this is your
having
best friend, and it directly contradicts
Yeah.
what you said.
No, it doesn't. He didn't say about celebrating. He said specifically about people feeling like a good feeling or a sense of relief from the fact that there's less bigotry that's being spread, which is totally makes sense, right? Like that makes sense for people in that context to have relief if they're a part of a marginalized community. Now, that's different from the idea of celebrating. And also that's a distinction in that basis. And then also, I'm not Dean, I'm Parker. So why are you saying that I'm promoting division or I'm a hypocrite because of something Dean said?
Well, I said you.
I think this is an embarrassing grasp for attention.
It's not
honestly.
embarrassing.
Like, do you want to give me a reason why you even felt the need to bring this up on the debate live? It has nothing to do with why you support Trump. Has nothing to do with me promoting division or being condescending or being a hypocrite. It's almost like you were rage baiting me or like trying to get an emotional reaction.
Well, can you let me play the clip of?
No. Actually, I will kick you from the stream if you continue to try and talk about this, because I just proved there was no reason for you to do so, and you didn't even engage with the point of me saying that. You actually literally just didn't at all. And to me, it sounds like you're rage baiting, and it sounds like you're trying to get an emotional response from me, and I literally am not going to engage with it any further, and I would just like you to actually engage with either any of the arguments I brought up, or give me a reason why you support Trump. Or I'll kick you.
All right, say something you brought up.
So you don't want to respond to any of the points I brought up?
Can you repeat them?
You don't want to expand on how that was promoting division, condescending, or leading to a hypocritical point of view?
Well, I have a lot here, so I'd have to like keep going into this argument because you and Dean kind of do the same thing, and you both are representative of the left. Right? You would agree with that?
So we both have liberal views, and we're representative of the left. Okay. And by the way, our views didn't even contradict here. But are you saying because we both are liberals, we have to have the same views? I don't think Dean and I are going to agree on 100% of issues. I understand we agree a lot more, and we're good friends, but like to say that we would have to agree 100% is ridiculous. You have to
I
understand
never
there's a
heard that.
distinction between Parker and Dean, right? Those are two
Yeah,
different
but
people.
you said no one should be justifying it at all. But
Yeah.
then Dean just
That's not a
justified it.
justification.
How?
I just explained. I hold the same perspective as Dean. That's not a justification.
That makes absolutely no sense.
That's not a justification. That's just people literally getting a sense of relief from the idea that there's less bigotry being spread by a bigot. That's literally why
Alright.
people felt that, and that's totally makes sense. That's different from the idea of celebration. I don't know how many more times I have to say this to you. Do you need me to get like some crayons? Do I need to paint out a picture for you? Like,
Well, I've
this
seen
was
so
an
many
embarrassing
people-
attempt to try to like attack me emotionally, like genuinely. Like, this was like an embarrassing attempt to do that. You didn't demonstrate how I was promoting division. You didn't demonstrate how I was condescending. You didn't demonstrate how I was a hypocrite. You haven't demonstrated a single reason why you support Donald Trump. So a
I should be
traumatic
less
event happened to
relatable.
me, and you're trying to exploit that for attention?
How am
on
I
the stream?
trying to exploit it?
2 months after it happened?
How am I trying to exploit it? I'm bringing up
You
my
just
points.
did. You just did. I showed how
How?
none of the points you made at all had any relevance, had any point to the stream, and it was an embarrassing attempt.
So please explain how, if you feel oppressed by someone, then that gives you the right to basically
Have relief?
justify more.
That's not justification. That's having relief. It should a marginalized person
you
have
agree that
relief?
someone thinks
Wait,
it's-
would it make sense for a marginalized person to have relief that there's less bigotry being spread in society? That makes sense.
I'm a marginalized person. I don't think that's true.
But it makes sense. It makes sense that some people.
To an extent, it does make
Okay.
sense.
Okay, well then you agree. You actually just totally 100% agree with my position. Now,
No,
does that
to an
mean?
extent,
Wait,
because-
does that mean that you are justifying it right now?
I'm not justifying it. I'm justifying
Exactly.
it to an
Wait,
extent.
what? He just conceded. You just conceded
How did I just concede? Dude,
to the exact
you realize,
position we hold that you can understand that it makes sense that some people had relief from it who are affected by like the rhetoric, while simultaneously saying that it wasn't justified. What happened to him, and that was horrific. Like, seriously, you totally agree. Now, since you totally agree, can you give me like a reason why you support Trump, or maybe give me a reason why I'd be promoting division, condescending, or a hypocrite that wouldn't relate to this? Maybe.
this is probably the only thing I talk about, but if you really,
Okay, all right, then I'm gonna kick you. The only thing you
All right.
talk about is this? Are you serious? You don't care that Donald
it's the
Trump
only
was
topic
talking
I
about?
bring up.
So, okay, Donald Trump has talked about executing Democrats recently. Do you support that? Do you think that's okay?
I'm not going into any of that because this is
You're
the one
not
thing I
going
wanted to
into
talk
that
about.
on a live
You're
about
not.
Donald Trump? This is what I mean. It was an embarrassing
pivot.
attempt for you to get attention. That was an
would I
embarrassing
need
attempt.
attention?
You don't even want to. What do you mean? I want to pivot. You didn't even want to talk about why you support Trump. This was an embarrassing pivot from your point of view. What's the reason? Like, I'm about to kick you right now because you're not even engaging with the conversation of why you support Trump. You just tried to do that. That's embarrassing.
Because the left promotes division. That's why I support Trump.
Wait, again, what division have I promoted? Like, and are you going to acknowledge any of the division Trump promotes when he calls for the execution of some Democrats? Is that division? Is that not division to you? Calling for the execution of some Democrats who just said you should not follow unlawful orders. That's not division, chat. You know what I mean? Oh, that's not division. But,
What'd you say?
Parker, get a job. Parker, get a job, right? He's causing so much division. But, I support Donald Trump, even though he called for the execution of his political opponents, bro. Are you kidding me? Come
Have
on,
you
bro.
seen the amount
Do
of
you
people
realize
that
how much
say-
you're gonna get clipped, bro? You just got clipped, bro. You just got clipped. That was horrible. Why would you even argue this?
Because I went in thinking I'd be able to play my clips, but I guess not.
Yep, embarrassing.
You don't want to hear yourself speak. It's fine.
I don't.
It's whatever. If that helps my argument,
Is this
I don't
the?
know why I
Wait, are
wouldn't.
you only care about this? You don't care about division caused specifically by Donald Trump calling for the execution? Did
Well, of
I
course
ever
I care.
wait? Have I ever called for the execution of a political opponent?
I think you've tried to justify it.
No, I haven't.
I think the people around you have tried to. And I think the people
no.
in your chat have tried to.
Okay, so when did I? What did I say that was justifying someone as a political opponent being murdered? What did I ever say that did that?
I'm not saying you. I'm saying the people.
Oh, you
around
did say that. You actually did say that. Do you want me to play that clip back of you saying that I did do that? You just said that literally 10 seconds ago. That
Okay,
was
but you realize
embarrassing
you
that you
support
just
these
denied
people.
that. You're such a gaslighter.
Because
Wait,
you said
wait, you have
you
to acknowledge
support
that right now.
the
You have a
people that do
cross.
this.
You have a cross in your profile picture. Acknowledge you just lied.
I didn't just lie because you
Oh,
you said
liar! You're lying. Sin. Repent. Repent to the Lord Jesus Christ.
so. You support the people that are saying it's justified. That's
No,
why I'm saying you are
Dean,
part of the
Dean
reason.
didn't say it was justified. Who do I support that said it was justified?
Dean, probably some of your
Dean
followers.
never said that. That's embarrassing. Try again.
I mean, if I'm able to play the clip, I guess I'm not.
No.
But there's people, a lot of people online. Can you agree with
That
this?
clip is not me saying that, by the way. I just want to clarify that. There is no
These are the
clip of
people
me.
that, like,
There is
support
no.
you.
There is no clip of me or Dean calling for the execution of any of our political opponents. You will never be able to find a clip that says that. Hell, will you put money on that right now? That you think that clip exists?
No, it probably doesn't. I
It
don't
doesn't.
think you'd say
Okay,
that.
so you know it doesn't. So then why do you support Donald Trump that actively called for the execution of some Democrats because they literally said that you shouldn't uphold unlawful orders, right? Why are you saying that's not divisive? But apparently Parker Get a Job is the most divisive even though he's never done that. And he's not even the president. I'm not even the president.
I mean, he shouldn't have said that. Like, I can agree with you. That's like pretty stupid of him to say that.
It's not
But
just stupid, it's divisive. And it literally leads to people being threatened and it leads to more division. And the fact that you can acknowledge division on your own side is embarrassing. I don't even know why you would try to argue this. Why you would try to argue that we are more divisive when you have the president you have. It's actually it's embarrassing. I can't even believe that you feel okay making the argument. Like you feel like you're making a genuine argument right now. Like, I'm being serious. I'm not trying to make fun of you right now. I'm not trying to bully you right now. I'm genuinely saying this because I can't even fathom trying to make the argument with the set of political circumstances that are happening right now. I can't even understand your thought process. I'm not even trying to be rude. I'm just trying to be genuine right now. I genuinely can't understand it.
I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't happen on the right. Like, it probably, I'd say to the extreme of both sides, it definitely happens. And
Okay. So then why would I
that's-
be held accountable for the extremes of the left, but Trump isn't accountable for the extremes of the right, even when he's the one acting in it himself?
this leaks into your side of the left.
Is there going to be an answer to my question? Why am I held accountable for the extremes of the left when Trump isn't accountable for the extremes of the right when he engages in it himself? Like pardoning the January 6th violent rioters who beat police officers, calling for the execution of some Democrats because he thinks that they literally are engaging in seditious behavior? That's absurd. Why
Because
am
the
I held
people
to
you
a greater
support-
standard than your own candidate for president?
Because the people you support and the people that support you are doing the exact same thing.
Name one Democrat in office that supported political violence.
In office? I mean, I don't know. I haven't really, like, checked, to be honest.
Okay, so then it sounds like this is just a weak narrative. And you can't go off of a weak narrative to justify an argument like this, especially when you're using it as a claim to why you won't accept an entire ideological standpoint. By the way, even if this was true, that there were people on the left that were more divisive, that doesn't make left-wing or liberal ideology incorrect. That would only be a representative of the people who are enacting the policy, not all of the liberal ideologies in of itself. And this is a common mistake people make.
Okay, but if you're doing something and let's just say like 2028 Kamala Harris gets elected,
Kamala.
right? Sorry, Kamala. She would be a representative of the people. So, representative you, people in this chat, liberals, right? Is that true?
Yeah, she'd be the Democratic nominee.
All right. So how do I know that the things that you, Dean, your chat, all of these people actively trying to celebrate his death won't be...
You're such a little fucking annoying ass person. I'm not fucking celebrating shit. Okay? We're not celebrating shit. What are you talking about? What are you saying? What the fuck are you saying? Genuinely. This is incoherent gibberish. No one's fucking doing that. What are you talking about?
I mean, people in this comment of a
This is
TikTok.
embarrassing. It's actually embarrassing that you think that this is an argument. What are you saying?
In the comments of a TikTok about him, gone too late.
Dude, this is so embarrassing.
Do you think that's like saying?
Do you think there are right wing, like literally, Trump retweeted a guy saying HANG them, George Washington would have, and you don't think that's divisive? You don't care about talking about that? But by the way, something that we've literally condemned repeatedly. Democrats are always asked to condemn political violence over and over and over again, but the right can just support political violence, and you guys just overlook it. It's seriously.
I'm not supporting it.
You don't give a shit about political violence. You don't give a shit about the divisive nature of politics. You support it. You emboldened it to a greater extent than any single Democrat you could point to. It is literally just straight projection. Every single argument the right has for the left is like significantly worse for you guys. Like, make a better argument. Don't come up on my live stream and make such a ridiculous argument. It's so absurd. It makes your side look not only stupid, but absurd. Why would you want to do that? Why would you want to make an argument like that makes your side look worse? Because you literally, the argument you made means that you should be voting for liberals if you actually logically thought about it. That's what I've demonstrated to you in this conversation. You have not critically and logically thought about it, and that's why you support Donald Trump while utilizing this argument. So it's either that you don't actually hold to this argument, or you don't understand the implications, logically speaking, of the argument enough to accept it. So it's either one or the other. But it doesn't even seem like the logic that I brought up to you in this conversation has actually even been able to change your mind at all. Genuinely. Like, have you reflected on it at all? Has there been any self-introspection on this perspective yet?
There actually has. But see, if you want...
Where's your self-introspection at?
I don't really like Trump that much. I never really have, to be honest. But it feels like I have to.
Conservative without supporting Trump, right? Like, you don't have to. You could say that Harris is a better candidate. Like, I really don't know why it's so hard for Trump supporters to say this. I really don't.
Because I still hold conservative values.
You can hold conservative values and say that you would support Kamala Harris over Donald Trump. If you hold conservative values, it probably makes most sense that you do that.
But I can't do that when people on the left still say things like, this made my neck explode, gone too late. And then you try and say that this isn't happening.
Kick you. I'm just want to kick you. Like, this is embarrassing. It's so embarrassing, dude. Right? He doesn't care about the KKK being on the right. He doesn't care about domestic violent extremism being on the right to a significantly higher extent comparative to the left. That's never talked about. It's never talked about the Nazis on Twitter that you can literally go on and see all the time. He's never held accountable for that. But you're saying things that are done on the left, I should be held accountable to the highest fucking extent of the law for something that I have nothing to do with, that I've condemned multiple times, and so is like practically everyone in democratic politics. Like, genuinely. Like, I don't think there's a single person in Democratic politics that has a large platform that is sitting there saying that they think that's justified, right? I don't know who they're pointing to. They can't even point to them. And yet we're held to that standard, but they're not held accountable for their own side that is vehemently fucking racist, vehemently misogynistic, literally defending fucking neo-Nazis, right? In the group chats, literally into positions of state senate, talking about fucking gas chambers and using slurs, right? It's absolutely atrocious shit, getting into positions of power. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, 18?
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
May 15th, 2007.
Okay. And are you driving?
I'm not the one driving. It's my dad. I'm over here.
All right, for sure. All right, for sure. I'm going to say thank you to a few people real quick, and then we can go on with our conversation. Do give me 1 second real quick. I'm going to mute you real quick just because there's a little bit of background noise in the car. I do have a few people to thank real quick, and then we can go on to our conversation. Few people to thank. Chris, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Christian Jackie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you on Venmo. Jenna, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Ian, I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I know people always tie us. And thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Ian, thank you. Absolutely. I really appreciate it. That's such a funny name. Kristen, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Kristen. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Jenna, thank you for the $5. She said happy birthday. Thank you. And Shannon with the $15. Thank you. Thank you so much, Shannon. Alyssa with the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Cam, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I like Jaden's Donald Trump impression. I think it's so good. Glenda, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Murray Jane with the... Whoa, I didn't even see this. Holy shit. Murray Jane with the $500 on Cash App. Holy fuck. Can we get some W's for Murray Jane in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That is so kind. It's at MURRYJANE. Thank you so much, Jane. I really appreciate it. That is so kind of you. Can we get some W's for Jane in the comment section right now? That is so kind of you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. They said fighting for women. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Electroid with the $5 as well. Thank you so much as well. Holy fuck, that is so crazy. Can we get some W's in the comment section for Jane? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty, let's go into the next individual real quick. Maxine, thank you for the $12. Thank you so much. Jessica with the $1. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Emily with the $2. And Brandy, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $1. Oh, shit. I don't know why I just accidentally added someone up. Okay, all right. So why do you support Donald Trump? I sent you an invite to unmute.
There's a couple reasons. I'm not particularly fond over his character, but besides that, just I guess some common sense issues, just like I would say the just men playing in women's sports, stuff like that. It just makes sense to me.
Okay, so I just want to let you know, these policies relating to trans people in sports, they're local policies, not even national policies. They don't even relate to the position of presidency. Secondly, could you name a single trans person in any of these sports that are dominating?
Well, I've just heard stories about it. I mean,
well, I would kind of just say it's like a non-issue. I mean, you might have heard stories about it, but in general, I don't think it's something that is like a thing that's prevalent. I've never even heard of a person that people even point to, and which is dominating to a degree in which they would say like, oh, this is so unfair. Because typically this is determined from a local level. It's not even like a national sort of conversation. So I don't understand that would be the reason to overlook like Trump's character flaws, his policy flaws. I don't see how that would be common sense. I don't think that the national perspective on that even affects it. And I think that there are more sexual assault allegations from different women against Donald Trump than there were trans athletes in the NCAA.
okay. I mean, yeah. I mean that makes sense. Honestly, like so for me, it's not really like little.
By the way, you cut out whenever it swipes you out of the app.
Oh, sorry. It was the low power mode thing on your phone.
You're good. Don't worry.
But for me, it's not like that local stuff. It's more of just like some of his responses, like for example, like Operation Warp Speed. You know, I think that was probably the best reaction to COVID out of anywhere in the world. You know, with the investment into finding a cure for COVID, and then all the stimulus checks that were given out. I think that was great.
I think that same thing would have happened if Democrats were in office. If anything, we would have had a better plan for that because Republicans were actually like going against Trump on that and trying to act like the vaccines weren't effective. That's why in this new administration, he's bringing up things with like RFK that like vaccines cause autism, which there's no basis in evidence for, and actually evidence disproves that.
Okay, I mean, yeah, definitely. I mean, there is a difference between his like actual policy and what he says at the end of the day. You know.
Sorry, say that one more time.
I feel like there is a difference between his policy and what he ends up actually doing at the end of the day. Yeah, it disavows all this certain stuff, but then again, goes ahead and does things like Operation Warp Speed, and like at the end of the day, like yeah, I don't know. I don't really like take into account really what he posts. I kind of just ignore that, and then whatever.
I'm just kind of making the argument that this isn't a point to say that he's uniquely like someone you should support, because I think this would have been done on either side. I think there would have been a quick COVID response, right, in terms of trying to develop the vaccines. I don't think that Democrats would have been like, yeah, we're not going to address this, especially when Trump's the one that cut the funding for the pandemic team. Democrats were addressing this to a greater extent historically. Like, there was a pandemic team to deal with these situations, and then Trump, ironically, before the pandemic happened, a few years before, cut it, thinking there's probably not a likely chance that there's going to be a pandemic under his administration. And that was a bad calculation.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, I can see your point. Like, no matter what party's in power, they always respond when something like major happens. So, like, I know, like, Democrats definitely wouldn't have ignored it. Republicans didn't ignore it. So, like, the idea is that Trump how he somehow behaves like uniquely or irresponsibly. I just feel like that doesn't hold up. Like, both like parties act when like all these like national issues arise. The difference is like how they act, not like whether they act. And I do think that Trump acts faster. He's very like in deregulation. Like, there's a reason why like companies like DJI has been able to overtake like the drone like business and all that stuff. Is because they're like our FAA regulations are like awful. So like companies like DJI, these Chinese companies, are able to like do far superior things than us in like cameras and drones, even though like that should be our forte.
Okay, I'm not really seeing a reason to support Trump there. Are you saying that like we wouldn't have had military funding to the same degree under the Democrats?
No, I'm talking about like businesses in general. Like Trump's decisions are like quicker. I understand like
his decisions are quicker. I don't know how you quantify that.
So, and I understand like with a big country, of course, it's gonna be like harder to move, like to make choices and to make things like the bigger the boat, the harder it is for it to steer to different directions. And I feel like whenever there's like a more like democratic leaning, where Democrats are more like in power, like yes, there is a lot of red tape. There's a lot of red tape to get through, and I understand.
Oh, you're talking about regulation, regulatory burden. Okay, so like, what particular regulations has Trump got rid of that you think were good to get rid of? Because again, I would think we would agree that many regulations should exist, right? They actually lead to better conditions in the market in plenty of circumstances. Maybe there are some regulations that exist that are inefficient and we could get rid of because they don't lead to a greater level of social benefit. But I would say most we should keep. So you'd have to be specific with which one you want to get rid of, and then you'd have to give us reason to get rid of it, because otherwise we would assume the regulation is good, because most regulations are good.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely that most regulations I do believe are good.
Like in place already are good.
Yeah. So I don't know
exactly like the name of which one they are. I know like there's certain stuff that he did do. So I know that like something about coal mining waste and all that. I know that there was a like a repeal of of like of the stream protection. I knew that there was that about coal mining and the waste from coal mining.
So
There
you
was
think that
also
wait, so what about the waste for coal mining? Because coal is definitely harmful to the environment. So that would not be a good thing, and we'd have to look at the level of social benefits. One thing that the EPA under the Trump administration is not even referencing anymore because of what Trump's done to the EPA, is that they're not even referencing the social benefits. But if you look historically speaking, most of these EPA regulations that are in place are ones that lead to vast levels of social benefit, right? Like it could, in some circumstances, is 60 times the level of social benefit with the regulation in place compared to it not being in place. So it's like, what are you referencing? Be specific.
so I know this was just a repeal in 2017, and yeah, it was about coal mining waste. I'm not sure exactly what it did, but I know that the effects of it wasn't like detrimental to like to like anything at the end of the day. So, but that's like all I really know about it. I just know that it was 2017, and it was like repeal like stream protection or something.
Wait, say repeat that one more time.
I know that it was in 2017, and it was like the repeal of like the stream protection.
Which is bad, right? You don't want to get rid of these things. What evidence do you have that it'd be good to get rid of them? Is essentially my point. I think in order to get rid of them, you have to give us evidence that there would have been a greater level of social cost to put the regulation in place than the social benefit we get from the regulation being in place. Does it make sense?
Yeah,
So
yeah, that
that's
makes sense.
the burden that you have to provide when saying that you want to get rid of a particular regulation. I think that most people kind of overlook that when they talk about deregulations. I think it's oftentimes like almost a buzzword for like, oh yeah, we want to deregulate things, but like I think I always put like a lot of pushback on it because I'm like, what specific deregulations are we referencing? Because I think when we just say deregulation, it's kind of harmful because then you have like Trump passing policies of like, oh, we have to do a certain amount of deregulations with a certain past policy. That doesn't make any sense. Like we would only want to get rid of a regulation if it's smart to get rid of the regulation, not just because there's a quota.
I mean, there hasn't been many actual policies that have been passed through for deregulation. Like as you said, like there should be the red tape. And a lot of it is hard to actually like deregulate at the end of the day. But like there has been like small stuff. Like I know there was one about like disclosing payments for like resource extraction issuers, and that actually like helped like push more oil, gas, mineral extraction like here in the United States.
So are you trying to say that you're trying to incentivize the mineral extraction to happen in the United States compared to happening around the world?
Yeah, yeah.
One, you have no evidence that will necessarily lead to better sets of circumstances. Two, this causes more harm in the United States. So how could you claim this is America first?
Yeah, I don't think I can. Yeah.
So are you doing things about like what's going to be pro-America, or what are you doing it based on?
Um, I mean, definitely a pro America. I would
Okay,
say.
so then you
I
don't support
understand like
that because it's not pro-America, right?
I guess I wouldn't really know for sure. Like I mean, how wouldn't it be better for us for it to be done here?
Well, you think it would be better to be done here, but in order to be able to do that, you'd have to cause a level of social cost to people by limiting regulations, which lead to more people dying. So that leads to more social cost on our society. And
And are we
I've
seeing
seen
that though?
absolutely no evidence indicating that there is uh, no evidence indicating that there's a cost benefit analysis that would be positive for getting rid of any of these regulations. If anything, there's good reason to believe that it's going to lead to a greater social cost.
Where do you get that from?
Here we go. Give me CRS, the Congressional Research Service.
The CRS, the Congressional Research Service.
And the EPA. Like the EPA under Biden.
Yeah. So what I don't understand is like, I mean, minerals, all this stuff. Like it's, I mean, it's like like a commodity. It's gonna be, like I know that just making it here doesn't just like make the price drop because shipment. It's like something that's like all around the world. So the more there is, the price will drop for like everyone around the world. So shouldn't we also do our part for to like also make it just more of a plentiful resource?
If you want to reduce costs, you wouldn't want to impose tariffs. That's antithetical to reducing costs.
Okay, well, yeah, the tariff idea was pretty dumb, but I mean, as you've been seeing,
Ready?
like what recently they got rid of the tariff on beef.
And you think it led to better prices for beef?
No, I'm just saying, like, yeah, that the whole tariff thing that was pretty dumb. Tariffs are only good if they're like
if
targeted
tariffs are
at certain
dumb,
regions.
then what policy of Trump's do you think that is good?
Like I said, just some deregulation.
Such as? What specific deregulation do you have evidence is effective or beneficial to the economy overall?
The mineral extraction, just allowing those.
Wait, but you provided no evidence that getting rid of those restrictions led to a greater level of social or societal benefit.
Well, it is. I mean, we still don't get to see those yet. Like, doesn't it take like 5 years or so to whenever there's
But
like,
we can have cost benefit analysis on these particular regulations, because in order to get them passed, we typically would provide ones in order to show that it's effective, right, or an efficient regulation to put in place.
and who
And the
creates
analysis that I've seen under the Biden administration indicate that most of the EPA restrictions that were in place led to a vast level of greater societal benefit. It was only a few of them that didn't. And for the ones that didn't, maybe you have an argument in those circumstances to get rid of those. But I don't think that's the specific argument they're running off of. They're just running off. I think they're running off this because he has donors that work in the fossil fuel industry and work with coal, and he wants to get them money to profit. And he doesn't give a fuck about the environment. He doesn't even believe in climate change caused by humans. He says the climate's going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet, right? So he actively denies science and the scientific consensus. So that's problematic in of itself, right? So if you care, like, obviously they're not going to believe in some of the societal benefit that comes from these particular environmental restrictions, because they don't believe in climate change caused by humans, which is scientifically determined to be true by a consensus of climate scientists.
Okay, well, I mean, I feel pretty cooked right now. So yeah, thank you. Honestly, I didn't join. It was my son that joined, and I was just trying to help him out because he was just talking about, like, I mean, local issues like transgenderism. I'm not really a Trump supporter, so yeah, but definitely cooked me.
People. Okay, good. I mean, like, what do they think? And trans people, it's not transgenderism. It's not like an ideology or anything. It's like trans people.
Okay. No, he does. He's. I think he's completely cooked as well. So,
All right. Well,
thank you.
Appreciate you coming up then.
No, thank you. You have a great day.
You as well. It's like he sounds really young. To be a dad with a kid that old, especially. Liz, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much, Liz. I really appreciate it. Oh, thank you so much, Liz. Yeah, I do know that. Thank you very much. Emily, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. The next person up here. Yo, it's about to you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? So the next individual. Do give it a second for people to join up. By the way, everyone, we're going to chill here for a little bit longer. I think I could probably do like another bit longer, a few more debates, at least. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello,
How old are you?
I'm 38.
And do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Oh, Donald Trump for sure.
For sure, for sure. Before we get into that real quick, I do want to say I've seen someone in the comment section ask for my Venmo a few times. It's Parker COL. It's in my link tree in my bio. I do publicize it. It's in the link tree in my bio. I guess I just don't say the specific name of it all the time, but it is always in like the link tree in my bio. But yeah, all right. Let me make sure I'm caught up on YouTube, and then we'll go on with our conversation. Give me one quick second. I need to check real quick. Alrighty. Nelly, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Troll, thank you for the $2 as well. Laugh and Leslie, thank you for the 10. Roy, thank you for the $2. Silver Sun, thank you for the 2. Jim with the £2. £2, thank you so much. Jordan with the $10. Troll, thank you for the 10 as well. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up. Alrighty, thank you everyone. I really appreciate it. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. As well as make sure to like the stream if you're on YouTube. I'd really appreciate it, everyone. Let's try to get to, I think we're probably on a route to 3,000 likes now. Let me check. We're almost at 2,000 right now, actually. But yeah, all right. So why do you support Trump?
Yeah, so I'll be honest with you. I grew up in a Southern Baptist family, and I know you know what that's kind of like, I suppose. But I guess I'm just curious, like, my biggest thing is I'm really, like, big on Christian values, and I know you hear that all the time. But I just, like, I simply can't get behind the left and, like, their stance on abortion and transgender and stuff like that. So I appreciate, like, Trump's stance on that.
What about his stance on that? Because, one, I would argue that we believe in separation of church and state. We don't believe that just because there's a certain Christian worldview, that should necessarily be enforced in the law. And then secondly, I mean, the Bible and Christianity says nothing about trans people. Just want to clarify that. Literally nothing to do with trans people at all. So I don't know what would have to do with that. But abortion, I mean, yeah, you could say that maybe you could think it's wrong, but I mean, there are plenty of interpretations you could take where it's not wrong if you want to still hold to Christianity. And even if you do, that it's not necessarily wrong for you to allow for abortions to occur because your God allows for abortions to occur. So there's a few things. It's not necessarily wrong or evil to allow for it. It's not like you have to say it's right or okay that people get abortions. You can be anti-abortion and still believe it's legal. Right.
Well, I kind of believe that it should be left up to the states.
Why?
Well, I think that they tend to do a good job of regulating that, and when it's left up to, like, Roe v. Wade, I just think so many babies are getting killed. And it's just, I can't get behind it, but I'm open to hearing your thoughts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I don't think that they do a good job at regulating it because I think it restricts people's access to abortion in situations where I think that you do think that they should be able to get access to abortion, in situations where the pregnant individual's life is at risk, where they have been assaulted. I would think in those particular scenarios, you think that they shouldn't have restricted access to abortion, but leaving it up to the states allows for certain states to restrict people's access to abortion in those scenarios, or have laws that are so vague that the doctors don't know when they can.
Well, I definitely think that there should be some exceptions. But, like, when you're sitting there making those decisions just because you had intercourse, I don't think that that's, I don't know. I just think that it goes against everything that our religion tells us.
Okay, so I have a few things here. There are plenty of things I could point to from your perspective, from your side, that go against your religious views, like literally taking children's access to free school lunch and breakfast away through the big beautiful bill, right? And like Donald Trump being held civilly liable for sexual abuse, cheating on every single one of his wives, calling for the execution of some Democrats because they said not to uphold unlawful orders, right? I mean, like all of those things are antithetical to your religious beliefs, but I'm confused. Like here with abortion, it's not necessarily. Because abortion, like the Bible, does not make a claim on what should be legal and what should be illegal, right? For today. Do you agree?
Well, but it certainly says thou shalt not kill.
Sure, but it also says thou shalt not commit adultery. Should Trump go to prison for committing adultery?
No, he shouldn't go to prison. I definitely disagree with a lot of the decisions that he's made.
So why should one of the 10 commandments lead to prison if you break it, but the other one it shouldn't?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Yeah, why should one of the 10 commandments, if you violate it, lead to prison time, but not the other one?
What is leading to prison time?
You said thou shalt not commit murder should lead to prison time, right?
Yeah.
But apparently it shouldn't lead to prison time with adultery. So it seems like to me you don't get your prescriptions on what the law should be based upon what the religious text indicates. You think both are wrong. But it is a personal value of yours that murder is illegal in certain circumstances, and or I think in all circumstances, but in circumstances, but in situations in which it's like adultery or something, where there's a violation of the law in that context, you don't think it should be illegal. So obviously, it's a personal value that adultery should be legal, but murder should not be. You could technically hold the perspective that some murder, like abortion, if you even consider it murder in your perspective, which you don't have to, should still be legal. You can disagree with it, you can think it's immoral, but just because something is sinful from your perspective does not mean that it should be illegal.
I hear what you're saying. I think that the Bible like tells us to uphold all of these standards, and while Donald Trump may not be the most reflective person of that, you know, I hold my personal beliefs, and I feel like the Republican Party and the conservative side of it kind of upholds that a bit more. So when you ask me what way would I vote, do I like Donald Trump all the way? No, but I definitely adhere to a lot of those prescriptions more.
It sounds like all you really agree on more is like abortion. Because, like, I mean, if you care about Christian values, I don't think that you'd support the big, beautiful bill that cuts children off of free school lunch and breakfast to the degree of 420,000 children on average every single month.
No, and to be honest, I don't have a ton of knowledge about the big, beautiful bill, but from what I've heard from you, it doesn't sound so great.
I can give you a source for this. Look at the Congressional Budget Office. It's a bipartisan committee from the federal government. That'd be the best place to look at, like, what the estimates are for it.
Yeah, no, I believe what you're saying. I don't doubt it at all. I definitely think, like, you know, children should certainly have access to those things. Have you seen that girl that's been calling those churches? Have you seen that?
No, I actually haven't.
There's a girl that did a social experiment where she was calling all these churches, acting like she was a mother that had a 2-month-old baby that needed a can of formula. And
I think I have seen. I think I have seen them. I'm not quite sure. It rings a bell in my head.
Yeah, she was doing it as a social experiment where she was calling all these different churches, and she was video recording it on TikTok, and she was, you know, basically like testing their morals and everything. And I have to tell you, I was super, super disappointed by a lot of these churches. And interestingly enough, the Baptist churches were some of the worst, and like the ones that ended up being real like kind to her and offering to help were like mosques and stuff. and it was like really disappointing for me to sit there and hear that. In fact, I live in Texas, and one of the ones that they called was First Baptist Church of Dallas, which is like a huge like mega church, and they wouldn't even help her. And so like I'll be honest that I've been very disappointed with a lot of this stuff, but I don't want to make everybody else believe what I believe, but I want to support politicians that, kind of adhere to the Christian values, and that's kind of where I'm sitting at.
Yeah, I would argue that liberals do that to a greater extent because they're fighting to help people who need access to food and childcare and healthcare, and for the average working American who are like trying to raise children. Whereas I think Trump and Republicans are oftentimes focused more on the rich, right? And they're focused on the wealthy and the well connected and the people who are already doing great. And I think that, if you care about your average like community members, which obviously it seems like you very much do, right? The best way to save as many lives as you can is to support those particular types of policies, right? And I don't think that supporting Donald Trump in terms of his pro-life policy is enough for you to do that and to overlook everything that you lose out on, right? Specifically by voting for Donald Trump and all of the different types of things you have to go against in terms of your ethics. Like his character is
Yeah.
genuinely atrocious. It is
Yeah,
ferocious,
and
and it
I
sounds like
agree.
it sounds like you very much agree with the idea that that's
Well,
horrible.
it is, and like you, I mean, my whole family is like super Republican and conservative, and like love Donald Trump, and I won't lie, like I've had some questions. Um, so I guess when you say from like it would be better to support a liberal perspective, like who would you recommend on a political like perspective
Yeah,
in
I,
that
I
regard?
I think for you because you're looking especially for like the Christian view, look up James Tallarico. I think you would be. Are you from Texas?
Yeah, I live in Texas.
Yeah, I thought I saw that in the comment section. He's from Texas. He's actually a candidate for Congress in Texas. So I would really recommend you to look up him. I think you'd really like him.
Can you say that
Um,
name again?
yeah, James Tallarico.
James Tolerico?
Yeah,
Okay. Okay, well, I appreciate your time. I won't take up everybody else, but I really appreciate your insight.
of course. I really appreciate you coming up.
Thank you.
Have a great night. Alrighty. Let's go on the next individual. Shelly, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Shelly. Let's get this next individual up here. Oh wait. Oh, okay. This is what Dean was saying. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 47.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump again.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Because of the fact that he's more in line with the Constitution than any Democrat could ever dream of being.
You said he's more in line with the Constitution?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
How so?
I've got okay. I'll ask you a question because I've seen
Okay.
you, I've seen Dean, I've seen Harry Sisson all say this. You show me where in the U.S. Constitution that it specifically states that it's the responsibility of the government to provide for the American people.
I'm not even making the claim that the Constitution claims that that's
I know,
necessarily
but what
something that
I'm
the government has to
asking,
do.
but what I'm asking is where does it say? I'm asking you guys to tell me, to show me where in the Constitution that it says that it's the responsibility of the government to provide for the American people. Because I've heard
Well,
Dean and I've heard Harry
here, how about
Sisson say
this?
that they want the government to provide health care for the American
Yeah,
people.
I do too. Well, I think
Okay,
that one, I think the Constitution is
where does it
trying
say that?
to uphold life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Do you agree with that?
Okay, the Constitution does not have life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness in it.
Okay.
That phrase comes from the Declaration
Listen,
of
I
Independence.
understand. Listen, I'm not saying it did. I'm just saying that it's providing for the general welfare, like things that are all enlisted
No,
across the
it's
entire.
not.
Can you listen? Can you please listen?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Can you please listen? So,
Yeah, go ahead.
okay. So there are things across all of the different types of tech specifically, right, of like originally in America that established that. But I'm not saying that that would have to exist in order for us to say that we think that this is a role of government. We don't necessarily think that all roles of government have to necessarily be established in the context of the Constitution, because the Constitution is constantly a moving and changing document. Obviously, there are things that it could not have taken into account that would exist in the future that didn't exist at that time period, right? That would be relevant to how we view it today. So not every purview of the federal government is established in the Constitution. Like there's nowhere in the Constitution where it references AI, okay? But we can still infer based on some things within the context of the Constitution, things that could apply to AI, right? Things like that.
Okay.
But right, we don't just have to say because it's in the Constitution or not in the Constitution that means we can do it in that context. But one thing we would say is that Donald Trump does violate constitutionally protected rights to a greater extent, and I can give you explicit examples of him doing so.
Okay, well,
such as due
that's not what we're
process
talking
rights.
about. That's not what we're talking about. I'm
We
talking
were.
about. Okay, I'm talking about the healthcare thing. Okay.
Okay.
Now we can get into that other part in a minute. But what
All right.
I'm saying is this, okay, where you just said about the Constitution was written so far, all those years ago, and stuff doesn't really pertain to today. The Constitution is the supreme law of the land. Article 6, Section 2 clearly states that it is. It
I agree.
states that treaties and federal laws are the supreme law of the land. It also states that it is not, and I will repeat it again, it is not the responsibility of the government to provide for the general welfare of the American people.
Wait, it never
Okay,
said that it's
because-
not a responsibility. When does it say that?
Okay, no, you said that it is a responsibility.
Doesn't the Constitution grant the power to Congress to provide for the general welfare there?
No, not for the people, for the country.
Wait, the country made of who?
Okay, look, if you read the Constitution,
the country is made up of who?
if you read the Constitution,
The country
okay,
is made up of
okay,
who?
I'm going to explain it to you.
It's made up of
Okay,
people.
so please, okay, I'm going to explain it to you, so stop interrupting me. Okay, the Constitution clearly states in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 1, that it is the responsibility of the government to provide for the general welfare of the United States,
Yeah.
not the people. It says of the United States. The preamble clearly states that the responsibility of the government is to promote the general welfare, not provide for it. And the reason why I say that is because when the founding fathers designed this country, they designed it to be a republic. That's clearly stated in Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution, where it says the United States shall guarantee to every state in the Union a republican form of government. Nothing else. Doesn't say democracy, doesn't say anything else. It says republican form of government. And then on top of that, where we are a republic, it's individual liberty and individual responsibility. I've got several examples right here. James Madison in
Can I ask you a question?
1794. Hold on. And James Madison says in 1794 that it is not the responsibility of the government to provide charity to the American people.
Okay, so do you
And so does
disagree?
Benjamin Franklin in 1766, Thomas Jefferson, 1787, George Washington, 1783. These were all our founding fathers where they clearly stated it is not the responsibility of the government to provide welfare for us. It is our job. So when, like, let's put it this way. Okay, Parker, if you have a problem, like let's say something happens to where you get injured and you can't make any money and you're having a hard time right now, paying your bills and stuff like that. It's not the government's job to come in and provide for you. It's not the government's job to come in
You
and
just
take
keep
my-
repeating
hold
that.
on,
Can I make a
hold
point
on,
now,
hold
or
on,
do I have to
hold
wait?
on, hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Okay. It's not the government's job to actually take my money to give to you.
Holy shit! How many more
It's-
times are you going to
okay,
say the same thing over and over
because, okay, let me finish. Okay.
Okay.
And then it's my job as an American citizen and other American citizens to
You just
step
keep
up and
saying
help
the
take
same
care of
thing,
you.
dude. Stop,
Yes,
bro,
because
please.
you guys don't know. You
again?
guys
I've
don't
heard
listen.
you say it like 7 times. Can I make one
Yes,
point
because
before
a
Dean
lot of
speaks real
times-
quick?
Yeah,
Hold
go
on.
ahead.
Okay, so one thing is that general welfare is in relation to citizens. right? But
No,
again,
it's
like I
not.
said, right, the Constitution doesn't even have to establish this for that. And then I was going to ask
Yes,
you
it
one
does.
more question. Do you believe in Social Security at all, or Medicare, or
No, I don't.
Medicaid?
No, no,
None of those programs.
nope. I don't.
Okay, so you want to get rid of every social program that gets SNAP, everything.
Okay, here's like I said before.
What do you want to get
the
rid of disability?
Okay, the Constitution literally
Wait, no.
states that
Do you
it's
want to
not
get
the
rid of
job.
help for people who are disabled?
I just said the Constitution literally states that it's not the
So is
job
that is
of
it a
the government.
yes?
Yes,
Wow,
because it's
that's
not their.
sick.
It's not
Wait,
their.
wait,
No,
that
it's
is
not.
sick. Well, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
and now
It is
if
people can't take care of themselves in that circumstance because they're disabled.
dude, okay, so you're okay with the government coming in and taking my money to give to somebody
Yes,
else?
absolutely.
That's called theft.
Dude, okay, so
That's
Trump is
called
doing
theft.
and Trump is doing that by imposing tariffs. How do you feel about that?
No, he's not. The tariffs are not on the American people. They're on goods coming into the United States.
Wait, no, wait. Okay, so tariffs are a tax on imported goods, and then who pays
They're
that
not
tax
a
is the
tax
listen.
on the
yes, they
American
are.
people.
Yes, they
No, they're
are. They're
not.
paid by
No,
the
they're
American
not.
importing business, and it's passed down to the consumer, the American consumer. It is paid by
Okay.
Americans. It is not paid by foreign
no, it's
nations.
not.
You do not know what tariffs are.
Yes, I do. I know what
No,
tariffs
you
are.
don't.
Okay. Now
You
here's
just-
the
you
thing.
just
dude.
inaccurately
How do you
described what
think-
a tariff
How
is.
do you think the United States got its money before we had income taxes?
Yeah, when we didn't have Social Security, we didn't have Medicare, we didn't have Medicaid, we didn't have any of the programs that we have today. We didn't have a
Yes.
fucking $900 million
And
or
they-
billion dollar military
they-
budget.
But the thing that you don't realize is that the military budget is exactly what Congress is supposed to spend our taxes on. The other things that they're supposed to spend our taxes on, the very first thing is the national debt.
Hey, by the way, spend it on the military, but do not spend it on people getting access to health care, child care, retirement.
When's
Let them
the
just starve
last
and die.
time we-
Go ahead, Dean.
It's okay. He could finish his breath just so.
Okay,
he's-
all right.
Okay, see? Okay, here's the thing. That's typical Democrats. When you don't like what I say, you always mute. That's what you always do.
Cry
but
about it.
if you read
Typical
Article
Republicans
1,
just constantly complaining.
Okay. No, I'm not. I'm explaining something to you. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 1 clearly states and outlines what Congress is allowed to spend our taxes on. The very first thing is paying off the national debt. When's the last time Congress paid off the national debt? Do you know? It was 1835.
Can I hop in here?
1835.
I'm
Why
not
are
happy.
you Democrats not pissed off about Congress not paying off our national
Trump
debt?
signed off on more debt-related spending by $4 trillion
didn't.
in his first term.
No,
yes,
he
he did.
didn't. No,
Yes,
he
he did.
didn't.
I would love. I'd love
No, he
to.
didn't.
Hey,
You Democrats
Hey,
always
Patriot.
come up with. Hold on, Dean. You guys always come up on lies that sit there and say everything you want
I
to
can send
steal
you that
from
from
the
the Committee
American
for
people.
Responsible Federal Budget.
You want to.
We signed off on $4 trillion less debt-related spending than the Republicans.
Okay, you want to take and steal from the American people. You just admitted it.
No, we
You
want to
admitted
tax
it.
rich people.
Yes.
We don't want to tax you.
Taxing rich people ain't gonna frickin' fix the problem.
Yes, it will, actually.
No, it won't.
It
No,
literally
won't.
will.
Okay, you can tax
won't.
all the rich people.
That's why I told you we should just mute him. Like, he's just going to keep going.
Yeah. Dude, I thought, like, if I let him finish his sentence, then I'd be able to speak, but he just keeps on going. So Patriot, just take a breath. The only reason why you're muted right now is so I could just quickly hop into the dialogue. Then you'll be unmuted and we'll be all good to go. But I don't know why you think obligations can only be... Did he run? Are you joking? Dude.
I'm so
no
sorry,
fucking-
bro. Dude, that's so annoying. Why did he do that, bro?
You ran?
He's such a sensitive little snowflake. He ran away. Patriot,
my
come back.
God.
Don't run away, bro. What
Okay,
a
so let
sensitive
me-
little snowflake.
Can I tell you how I found that guy?
Yeah, how'd you find him?
So he was on somebody else's live, and he was saying that you were running from him, that he would join your queue, and you would never let him up, and that you're so scared of him, right? And this other live happened to pop up on my For You page, like, literally as they were saying that. So then I hopped in the chat, and I was like, dude, like, I could just literally let him up right now. And then he's like, no, I'm not going to talk to Parker. And then it took like 10 minutes of the host of the live literally telling him to go debate you, right? This other MAGA conservative, right? For him to finally come over here and hop in the queue. And now he's
Wait.
running again.
Wait, why is he running? Come on, dude, just come back and debate me. It's okay. We can have the conversation. I know you're angry that I muted you a few times. I was just trying to get Dean into the conversation. I apologize, man. I will never mute again. No more muting. I just wanted to let Dean speak. I literally just wanted to let him speak.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'm gonna go ahead and drop. But if he comes back, I'll be back.
Yeah, bro, why is he running? If you see him on another live, like we'll never let him hear this. We gotta talk.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna hunt him down. All right. You take care, Parker.
All right, I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, peace.
Diabolical, bro. Why does he run away? I literally just wanted Gene to be able to join the convo. That's so brutal, dude. He thought I was running from him. I have never seen him prior to this. That's so funny. It's always funny when people think that about me. I'm like, bro, dude, I have no clue who you are. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Literally, I have no clue who you are. I've never seen that guy once in my life. I'm running from him? What? Hey, if I would have seen him in the guest box, trust me, I would have brought him up. Because he seems absurd. Bro thought that the tariff revenue was coming from foreign countries. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 12.
Oh, jeez. He said, I think taxes are theft, but tariffs are okay. Tariffs are good. Dude. Dude. Yeah, I'm so scared of debating that guy, dude. I am absolutely terrified. Damn right. Absolutely terrified. Parker, get a job. So scared of debating that guy. That guy's a real U.S. patriot.
Oh, no,
Yeah, what's up,
no, no.
Holiday?
I was going to argue with the other guy that was on. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello, I'm 24.
Do you support Trump?
I do. I voted for Trump in this past election. I wouldn't call myself a MAGA, but yes, I voted for Donald Trump.
Like, if you could go back with the information that you have right now and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
You know, I watch your guys' lives, and you guys have opened my mind up to certain things, but there's one thing that's important to me, and I think I'd still be voting for Trump.
Okay. And so why would you still support Trump and still vote for him?
I'm hoping you could open my mind in this situation. I'm a Jewish American. What's going on in Israel is important to me, and I've supported those kind of organizations in my college. I've experienced a lot of anti-Semitism in my life, and my Chabad was even burnt down in college. So I felt that Donald Trump was the best option for Israel, as I don't support everything that the Israeli government is doing, but as far as the war in Gaza and my safety as a Jewish American, I was wondering if you could provide some insight into what Democrats offer me.
Yeah, I think we definitely acknowledge anti-Semitism. We think that's an issue. I just don't think that acknowledging that the government of Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza is anti-Semitism. And I think
I'm
it's
not saying
important
that
for
it
us to
is. I'm
acknowledge
just-
that. And I don't
Yeah,
think that we
it's-
should defending and propping up a state that is doing that. And also, like, we also have to acknowledge that Israel is literally an ethno-supremacist state. Like, like literally, like where they want to maintain over 50% Jewish population. That's an ethno state. So, like, I mean, I also disagree with ethno states across the board. It's not just for Jewish ethno states. I disagree with all ethno states.
Okay, and as far as I would say anti-Semitism in America. I know that all these comments, as I'm saying, are saying free Palestine and everything, and I get people have their opinions and stuff, but what do you think the Democratic Party, I know the more radical Democratic Party, has been very anti-Israel and anti-Jew.
I definitely disagree with anti-Semitism. I definitely think the right is definitely more anti-Semitic than the left, though. But I acknowledge anti-Semitism exists on the left, of course.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to talk about was the whole capitalism versus socialism movement. I was curious on what you believe in as far as what's going on with Zoran Mandami and versus
Apparently, Trump likes
his
him
colla-
too.
Yeah, I'm. I think we're all surprised by that. But as far as socialism as a threat in this country, I was wondering what you were thinking, what your point of view is on how Democrats are sort of promoting socialism more so than capitalism. Um, and I do acknowledge that I believe in all these social welfare programs. But as far as socialism as a threat, I think it's been proven not to work in the past. And I still think this country was founded on capitalism. So I want to hear your take on what Zoran is doing and how that's going to affect New York and us in general.
This is something I have an issue with in terms of what democratic socialists do, is they brand themselves as democratic socialists, but they're advocating for social democratic policy. So it's actually liberalism, it's social democracy, it's still capitalism, right? It's the type of democratic socialism that exists in Scandinavia. I don't know why they call themselves democratic socialists. At this point, there's just so many Americans that don't understand it, or it's just not a useful term.
But as far as his policies, aren't they socialist policies, wanting
They aren't socialist
quote
policies.
unquote
No,
free?
I mean these are basic liberal policies. These aren't even like
You,
they don't exist around the United States. Like even in Iowa City, they had free buses, right?
yeah, I don't necessarily mean just the free buses. I'm also talking about freezing rent and becoming. I'm not all for tax. I'm not all against tax the rich. I understand that point of view, but when you do tax the rich up to a certain threshold, what prevents those people from leaving that city and it becoming more of a socialist environment, other than just the quote unquote liberal policies that you're talking about?
I mean, some people are going to leave, but the reality is that people are going to keep going to New York City. That's just the reality. I know a lot of people say that they're going to move out. Probably not. I mean, the taxes are already higher than other places. If they wanted to, they would just have already gone to there. I think people prefer like New York and like LA and these big cities. They're huge hubs. That's where all of the connections are. Like, that's not going to change just because there's a slightly higher tax policy, right? Just like by 2%. Like, especially when someone's that rich, right? That's a pretty small cost to them. They're in New York City because of business, or they're in New York City because they like the city, right? That they're not gonna, if they're trying to get some other loophole around it, they would have already done that.
Yeah, but if there are some socialist policies that change in New York, and Mondami's threatened to do it, why wouldn't they move their businesses to
What socialist
places?
policies? Because like the freezing the rent, in some circumstances can lead to benefits for especially people who are already in, right? Tenants, right? Keeping them where they are, which can obviously be beneficial to a certain extent, but obviously can have some negative impacts in terms of the broader market by limitations on supply. So that alongside other policies to build up supply could be beneficial, right? Especially if it's cutting down on, say, for example, situations in which there's like, landlords that are just trying to profit off of an increase in demand rather than an increase in cost of production. Does that make sense? I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app. Swipe out of the app. That was a horrible voice crack.
Sorry about that. I was also wondering one more thing on your take on Obamacare. I used to work in the healthcare field. I have some understanding of healthcare, and the company I used to work for is actually doing horribly. They're one of the largest private healthcare companies in the world. But as far as healthcare for everyone, do you think if everyone were to have the right to healthcare and some sort of healthcare, do you think that the access to healthcare and the coverage of healthcare would decline?
I think that coverage and access to healthcare will increase if we have a public option. I think right now we have a lack of access in this country, especially if you compare us to countries around the world that have universal healthcare systems. They have broader access, right? It costs less per individual, and they tend to have better health outcomes.
Why would you say they have better health outcomes? If I feel like the more people that have are in a healthcare, say a public healthcare system, why would that quality of care increase the more people that enter that type of healthcare than,
because of
say, paying
preventative
for
health care. Like, think about it this way: when people don't get checkups or they don't get preventative health care, they are more likely to develop long-term chronic disease, which then, whenever they end up going to get health care, the efficacy rates for treating them decline because they catch it later rather than earlier. So preventative health care is extraordinarily important for bettering health outcomes.
Can you repeat that last part?
Yeah, I was saying it's just important for health outcomes.
I'm not denying that it's not, but why is that necessarily a government responsibility is what I'm kind of getting at.
Why? Because otherwise the market leads to failure, and I care about people. That's really the reason.
Okay.
I care about my community, and I want the government to fulfill this role, because inevitably speaking, if the government doesn't fill this role, to be totally honest with you, people die. Okay, 45 to
So-
68,000 American lives lost every single year due to lack of health insurance. That's not even counting all the people that have to cut into the food that they get or other things in their life because they have to be able to pay off massive medical debt and medical bills that they can't afford. And I don't think anyone should be bankrupted by medical bills in this country. And I think it's absurd that that happens in this country.
Right. I hear what you're saying as far as just having access to healthcare, but I think there is some truth to Obamacare. I think medical costs are out of control in this country in general, and I think there is some truth to Obamacare having some of those effects in raising premiums specifically. I'm not saying I'm the
What
most
mechanism do you think it raises premiums because it allows for corporations to price gouge? Because inevitably speaking, if we had a public option, that would limit the ability for that to happen. The only reason we have a system such as this is because Republicans will not get on board for an overall public option. So all we're doing by talking about the issues in this context is reinforcing the issues created because people don't want to go far enough. They don't want to do what other countries have proven to be effective.
So would you say this is more a bipartisan issue? Because I
It
get
should be
that.
bipartisan. It is bipartisan
Yeah.
in like so many countries around the world, right? This is considered a conservative position, right?
Right.
In a lot of countries, like in Canada, there's a lot of conservatives that agree with universal health care.
Right. Yeah, I'm not knocking Obamacare. I'm just saying I feel like that plays a role in kind of where we are today, as far as the cuts in Medicare.
Well, it's better off because of it, right? Because it increased access, especially for those that have pre-existing health conditions.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. All right, that's all I had, but thank you for your opinions on that.
Yeah, but before you leave, though, I just want to say our healthcare industry is evil. It is
I
absolutely evil.
agree.
Okay,
I-
and
what is
we
the-
need
what is the way
universal
out
health
of
care,
it?
and we haven't been able to talk about it because we have Trump, who's literally a fascist, in the position of presidency, and we have a threat to our democracy, our constitution, our rule of law, and we haven't even had the point to talk about the fact that our healthcare industry is evil and that people die to massive levels in this country because of lack of access to healthcare, and people have massive medical debt. Over 100 million Americans, 130 million Americans have medical debt. And there are people that literally can't afford their payments for their bills just because they had to go to the doctor, just because they had to go to the hospital. That should never happen. It's literally evil. It's literally evil. I can't even wrap my head around it. It fucking hurts to think about.
Yeah,
No one should go bankrupt because they got cancer. Like that's a crazy thing that happens.
I
And
agree.
this shouldn't
I've
even
been-
be a political thing. Sorry.
Like I said, I've seen some of these premiums firsthand. I was a former underwriter in healthcare, and when you see someone who has liver failure and has $1 million in claims, I'm just kind of I'm kind of asking your opinion on. I know it's an evil. I agree it's evil. I'm sort of talking about a cause and effect here. Not placing the blame on either party specifically. I'm just saying, with the medical costs where they are in this country, what's the solution? I know Mark Cuban has teamed up with Trump RX to try and lower some healthcare costs. I know Biden in the past has capped prescription drug costs for certain people, but that's not solving the cost of healthcare in this country. So
That's what I
it's
brought up is the public option. So
Yeah.
and Biden actually agrees with that, but Biden agrees with the public option. And those things that they're doing is to better the conditions right now while we don't have that yet. They're getting what they can done. The issue is we just don't have enough Republicans on our side that actually want to fund these systems, and that should be the case. It's atrocious and evil that people don't support this, and that there's enough Democrats sometimes that won't even support the bills. Oh, it pisses me off. It pisses me off when we have Democrats that will
Yeah.
not support a public option. It's so evil. It's so evil. We have the ability to be able to do it if enough people realize what's going on.
Yeah. And to me, again, like, I'm not some MAGA Republican. I voted for Trump. I did vote for Biden in 2020. It feels like a pendulum to me that when one person's in office, I feel like they're doing a shitty job, and then the next person comes in, and I feel like they're doing a shitty job. But
that's kind of true though. Like, we're going to be more focused on who's in office, and we're going to think that they're doing a shitty job. And both candidates have their problems and their issues. And whatever candidate gets in office, right, they're going to be most liked before they get into office. That's typically what happens, to be totally honest with you. Once people get into office, whether it be a legitimate blame or an illegitimate blame, it just happens.
yeah.
So you typically lose support.
Yeah, and I guess Trump's ethically, it clearly stands out. But as far as going back to I don't know if I'm taking up too much time or not, but as far as going back to the election, obviously I think the top couple issues were inflation, economy, immigration, and obviously Trump seemed to have swept all of those issues at the time.
Which doesn't make any sense. Like, looking back on it, I was debating people on this all the time. Every single one of those positions, Trump is worse on, and especially now, if you look at the data, he's way worse on, right? You look at his economic numbers, if you look at his immigration numbers, they have gone and plummeted like crazy.
What do you mean that his immigration numbers have plummeted?
Yeah, like the approval rating on immigration that he has is plummeted.
Okay, you're talking about the approval rating specifically.
Yeah, like approval rating
I
in
agree with
relation
that.
to immigration.
I agree with that. But as far as the border number crossings, I feel like that's something that can be seen as a strength. I know he's a flawed candidate.
But
don't get me
people
wrong.
typically don't, because people are more concerned with the safety and security of their communities, right? Rather than like this idea that like we want to deport every single person, right? I think most people are actually probably on board if we actually genuinely had a conversation, sat down with the idea that most people who are undocumented, who haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, should be allowed to stay, especially if they have family.
Isn't
country.
being undocumented or coming into the country a crime though?
Yeah,
Isn't that technically a misdemeanor?
Coming into the country unlawfully is a misdemeanor, but I think there's plenty of crimes on the books or laws on the books that we don't enforce. I can give examples. One, we're on TikTok. TikTok's currently banned by Congress. It's just not being enforced by the Trump administration. Secondly, Donald Trump is literally a convicted felon. 34 felonies. A lot of people overlook those. They don't really care about that. Also, he's deporting people, utilizing an illegal process of violating people's due process rights to a greater extent. We can also point to the fact that there's jaywalking, and when you jaywalk in a circumstance in which it's not a threat to someone's safety and security, I think no one cares and thinks you should be punished. No one actually thinks that, and if they do, they're being absurd.
Yeah.
And I view it very similarly to that.
Yeah. I in general, I'm pro-immigration. I think I'm not naive to the fact that they obviously help our economy. But I do think, obviously, there's a right way to do it. I think that the access to be able to be a citizen takes way too long to happen. And I think that's a flawed thing in this country. But at the same time, I think you need to draw the line somewhere.
I think the line is you provide people a pathway, right, where they don't have to leave the country if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, and if they decide to go through that, well, then they get to go through, right? Make the legal process quicker for people who are going through the legal process, and for those that didn't, because what's the reason why people are going through the process undocumented? Well, it's because the current legal process takes too long, and that's a reasonable point, right? So if we make the legal process go quicker, inevitably speaking, then people will go through the legal process if that applies to them, right? Which will then make it easier for law enforcement at the border to identify anyone who has committed a violent crime or bad crime, because they're not going to be spending over 70% of their time deporting those that have committed no violent crimes and bad crimes and have no prior criminal record. Seriously, they're not a threat to our safety and security. Why is law enforcement focused on them? I think it's a waste of their time if we care about safety and security.
Yeah, in an ideal world, I agree with you. I just think that there's some bad people out there. I'm not trying to.
That's what I'm saying, though. This process allows for us to identify them to a higher extent, because law enforcement will rather, instead of being focused on undocumented immigrants that have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, have no prior criminal record, and have done nothing wrong, they're going to be focused on those that are actually a threat to the safety and security of our communities. They're going to be able to spend more time on them.
I'm kind of misunderstanding your point of if we spend less time on undocumented immigrants that we don't know if they've committed a crime or not. How is that making us
that have no prior criminal record. I'm saying 70% of people detained by ICE have no prior criminal record. So if instead of them spending their time, 70% of their time, deporting those that have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes, have no prior criminal record, and are not a threat to our safety and our security, they can be focused on those that are a threat to our safety and security.
So what do you think about
same resources?
So in reference to the border, what do you think should apply to the border then? Because they're obviously, I think our borders need to have stricter laws than, like, what's the solution as far as keeping the border secure? Because obviously Biden was historic. He was known for having open borders.
They weren't open borders. That was a complete lie, and they didn't have enough conversations about immigration to explain it clearly to the people. I think the biggest issue of the Biden-Harris administration was their lack of ability to communicate what they were doing, what was effective, what their position was. And because they didn't do that, they allowed for Trump to create a scapegoat of immigrants, of trans people, right, of marginalized communities. I think that that's the issue that the Biden-Harris administration had, is that they did not communicate effectively enough in that context, right? And I think that was a fault of like people in the Biden admin. And Harris even talked about this in her book. She talked about the fact that they didn't, like, that the rest of the Biden administration did not communicate these things enough, especially when it related to like defending her, right? Because they just like literally made up lies about Kamala Harris, like with no basis, and they genuinely did not do a good enough job communicating and responding to those. And like that's one of the biggest problems I could point to with why they didn't get elected, is because they did not communicate well.
You know, I hear what you're saying. So as someone who's my age, who is I'm sort of in the middle, and I guess you can kind of see what's happening with Mandami now. Like, he was able to market himself better than, I mean, he won because he's a good marketer, pretty much. It's not necessarily that people know what his policies are, or even if they're good policies. But looking back on it, how can you really, to me, the only person to blame is the Democratic Party themselves for the reason them losing the election to that flawed of a candidate. And I don't think they conveyed that very well to especially the college-age students, the general college-age students. So, like, I can't necessarily say I regret my vote at this time. I want to see how things play out a little bit more, but
what could Trump do that would get you to regret your vote?
What could he do?
Like maybe call for the execution of some Democrats?
Yeah, I can't say I support that.
I mean, like, what could he do that would get you to stop supporting him or regret voting for him and say that maybe you would have voted otherwise?
To be honest with you, I think I just needed, when I looked at the two candidates at the time, I thought the Republican Party was, when you talk about wokeism and all that kind of stuff, it's also very normal, I guess, to see in college, and it's very easy to differentiate between the people, the crazy liberals, and I'm not saying there's not crazy Republicans out there too, but most colleges are liberal, and sort of just getting away from that culture, I thought that the Republican Party I was able to relate more to.
Would you consider me woke?
No, I would not.
Okay, if you wouldn't consider me woke, well, I just want you to know I'm like to the left of the Democratic Party. Okay. So like if I'm to the left of the Democratic Party and you don't consider me woke, then who are you really considering woke? It seems like woke is just some boogeyman.
I think it's more of a culture than something you can point to and say, like,
Well, like what specifically in the culture? What is woke?
I've never been asked that before. It's hard to describe, I guess, but um, I don't know. I guess it's I kind of relate it to like the emotional outbursts of trying to have a conversation. Um,
So
like I
woke just
can't.
means emotional outbursts?
No, obviously not just that, but I don't consider you woke because I can have this conversation with you right now. Whereas there's people that I've talked to about or try to talk to about issues that, I'm just trying to educate myself as well, but like they just freak out when the word Trump comes out of my mouth. Like that's kind of what.
I mean, I think that's a genuine reaction. Why do I not respond that way? Because I'm talking to Trump supporters every single day, man. I constantly am
Yeah.
engaging with Trump supporters. I just want to let you know, right? That is a genuine response, right? Like because Trump is such a horrible person. You can be a
So how
conservative and a
does
Republican and you won't get that response. I'm serious. You will not get that response as just like some typical libertarian or conservative or Republican if you don't support Donald Trump because of everything that Donald Trump has done, the different positions that he supports, right? That is not specifically, right, the same as every other Republican that's historically existed. That's not the same as every other conservative that's historically existed. And if you go back to a different idea of conservatism or being a Republican, you're going to get more people on your side and you're going to get less people specifically who are going to respond to you that way. You have to understand that people respond that way in situations because of real harm that affects people, right? So that those are real human emotions, right? And obviously, in every circumstance, people don't communicate their emotions the most effectively. But you shouldn't take just because someone didn't communicate their emotions the most effectively in one particular circumstance, that to be representative of like an entire political group or party. It could be
Yeah.
representative of like one particular circumstance for a particular individual, but it can't be representative of an entire nation or country or ideological movement.
Right. So it's no secret that young males obviously shifted toward the right in this past election. How would you think that going forward, how does the Democratic Party change that and appeal to people like me, to be honest?
We engage in these spaces, the ones I'm engaging with right now. We debate people.
Yeah.
We engage with normie communities too. Like, there's a lot of normie communities that we just haven't activated that are a bunch like pretty liberal leaning that we just haven't
Yeah.
activated because I mean a lot of the political people who are left leaning don't engage with, like the non-political aspects, which is something that I do, right? I don't really engage with non-political things, which is probably something I could do to a greater extent. But I also just mean like, people who are in those non-political things, like also having similar ideas to me, right? That's kind of like what inevitably we want to create. But in general, like it's engaging in discourse and debate, changing people's minds from this perspective, engaging with normie communities, instead of allowing for that to be run by conservatives and ideologues like Andrew Tate and
Yeah, I mean, I
red
can't
pill
stand
people like
Andrew
Fresh
Tate.
and Fit.
I
And
can't stand Andrew Tate. I can't stand Candace Owens. So I hear you on that. Those aren't the people that I sort of gravitate to. I definitely resonated more with Charlie Kirk, but I'm not necessarily agreeing with everything he had to say. But as far as free debate and what he had to stand for in that sort of way, I think I didn't know you or Dean existed until after the election. So I guess it's sort of opening my mind a little bit to that. But yeah, I
okay.
mean, I got a lot to learn. So
Yeah, of course, and I hope that more people engage with these particular types of views, because I think that it shows a different perspective. At least engaging with these particular platforms and getting people to see like liberals are different than this like woke idea of liberal that's been created in my mind by boogeymen, like this boogeyman version of liberals created by the right.
yeah,
Because the right loves their boogeymen. They
yeah,
love creating a narrative of who the left is to get people to think that's who the left is. And the left just needs to communicate, this is actually what I think. Because I think when we do that, most people agree with it. And it makes sense. And a lot of people are turned off because of literally them listening to the narratives created by right-wing individuals, because they've had a pretty good propaganda campaign on social media, for example, right? Like,
Yeah.
I even went through it as a kid. Like, I literally used to watch, right, conservative media. I used to be a Trump supporter, right? It all affected me. It was all the gaming culture. It's all in the gaming culture, the fitness culture, right, and everything like that that young men are engaging with. And that is literally the red pill pipeline. Now it's expanding. The red pill pipeline has changed since when I was a kid, right? It's becoming even further right wing. It actually is, and
Yeah.
that's becoming more blatant in the open, like because of people like Nick Fuentes, right? And that's a huge harm because he's blown up
Yeah.
on the internet, and that's a big issue because of how fucking horrible he is, and because of how impressionable young people are in accepting those hateful and bigoted beliefs that young, because they're willing to essentially buy into the idea that he's bringing up, and then he reinforces it with social isolation. The edgy culture that they try to like pride themselves on reinforces them socially isolating from others and not engaging in dialogue and communication and debate and discourse that would be relevant towards, deconstructing their views.
Yeah, and that's why I kind of stay away from media in general, unless it's a source that I can really follow. I can't stand CNN. I can't stand Fox, but I do like when people like Kevin O'Leary, for example, hop on and give a differing point of view as far as an economic state. Um, I just wonder why, like when I listen to him talk about the economy and I don't know. I don't have any specific points at the
I
moment.
would recommend, if you're looking for the economy, don't listen to business people. Listen to economists. I think the big
Such
issue
as?
people make is they assume business owners know more than economists, right? Such as, like, look at the chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, right? Look at what he's saying about the economy, about the upward pressure that's being put up by the tariffs, and how they have to think about whether or not they're going to increase or decrease interest rates based upon that, because they have to take into account the effect of inflation and maximum employment, of like, oh, what's happening to unemployment? What's happening to inflation? And how are we weighing those to determine whether or not there should be an increase or decrease in an interest rate in terms of whether or not we should stimulate, right, or reduce the stimulation of the economy, right? Those are the types of things that you should be looking at in terms of like, who's advocating for a good economic policy, or who's making sense economically speaking. Listen to economists. Business owners, they are oftentimes selling you things or trying to make money for themselves.
Yeah, but my opposing view, I follow the Fed and I follow interest rates and all that. My opposing view to that was for cause and effect of a pandemic. The inflation rate was 9% under the Biden administration, and I think Jerome Powell and company were too late in lowering interest rates. Well, not sorry. At first, at raising interest rates, and then lowering them. So, I have my own opinions about Powell too, because I don't think he's been correct throughout all this, and he called inflation transitory for 2 years, because he refused to raise interest rates. So, when you give me an example of like Jerome Powell, I don't know if we really haven't seen tariff data come in yet, at least hot.
Wait, by the way, claiming it was transitory isn't even necessarily a false claim, right? And their particular, I mean, every single estimation from an economic perspective is like an educated guess.
Right, but I would say he was wrong in that case. That's kind of what I'm getting at.
I mean, I wouldn't even say it. I wouldn't say that's necessarily wrong. What do you mean by transitory?
He said that inflation, before it got to levels that it was ridiculous at this country, he was too late, and he kept calling it transitory, saying it was going to go away. So he wasn't raising it.
Which is true.
How is that true if inflation reached 9%?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it wasn't going to. That doesn't mean it was because it reached 9%, that it wasn't inevitably at some point going to fade or go away, because of the fact that it's related to supply chain issues to the pandemic, and then as soon as those go away, that's going to put downward pressure on prices, which inevitably did happen. But obviously, it's important to increase interest rates, which they did do. You could say that they did so a little bit too late. That doesn't change whether or not that's who you should be looking for or looking at in terms of who's going to make better determinations for economic views or perspectives, rather than like a random businessman. Like, what did Kevin O'Leary say that you think is like relative to the economic standing of the world to a better extent, or gives you a better idea of that comparative to like what you'd see with an economist?
I think a point that Kevin O'Leary brought up that was interesting to me was tariffs was a form of negotiation at the time of he advocated for reciprocal tariffs, not taxing countries the 100%, like that whole list that Trump rolled out at first. I thought was ridiculous. Don't get me wrong, but I
Okay.
think America has been ripped off a
Let me
little
pause you
bit.
here. Let me pause you here.
Yeah.
Some tariffs for negotiation, I'd be okay with that if it's not our allies. But that is so vastly different from what Trump's policy is that
Yeah.
it's not even funny. It's so different. So different.
But I do think it's time we have an administration that stands up to China a little bit in trade, and I don't.
How's that work?
So far, it's not going too bad.
It's
I think
going pretty bad, to be honest with you. I mean, there's multiple states in the United States in recession, okay, because of the economic standing right now, right? Unemployment's
but the
increasing, real GDP growth is declining.
the tariff data hasn't filtered through yet in as far as CPI or GDP.
What we see upward trend on inflation, and we have seen downward
Right.
trend in terms of GDP growth. In
It's
terms
all
of
relative,
an average
though.
growth comparative to what we saw under Biden last year.
Last year, yeah, sure. In 2022, no.
Wait, okay.
You saw CPI go through the roof.
Again,
under
but that's
Biden,
not
which
because of
CPI.
Well, are you blaming Biden for global inflation right now?
No.
Okay.
Overall, broadly, no. Do I think some of his policies during the pandemic led to a high inflation rate that has been sticky? Yes.
Okay, so what policies are you seeing the level of spending?
Yeah. I
Can
think that
I
played a big
expose you to
factor in-
something that might change your mind? Did you know that Trump signed
Yeah.
off on over $4 trillion more debt-related spending?
Yeah, and I honestly got played the fiddle with.
So actually, Trump caused more inflationary pressure then, especially in his term right now, because we see that he's literally put into place multiple trillions of dollars signed into law under his admin already, and it's not even a year in.
I think that sort of, I don't necessarily disagree with you on that point. I just think it's a little bit remain to be seen on the outcome of some of the policies that he's had as far as in effect to inflation or CPI, because the consumer price index, there has been some prices that have gone down.
Such as?
Under this administration. Whereas under the Biden administration, prices were through the roof. And
What prices went down?
I think you'd have to look at it as at a secular view with
Secular? What? What relevance does that have to whether or not prices have gone down? Do you know what secular means?
I may have misspoke there, but
Okay.
I think there are some prices that have gone down and there's some that have gone up. So
What prices of what have gone down?
I know eggs have. I know
Okay, but
gas
that
has.
was because of bird flu. Gas prices actually have gone up according to the Energy Information Administration.
Yeah, I would need to look at that myself, but
Yeah,
I
the
know
Energy
the cost.
Information Administration is where you can find that information.
What about the cost of oil? That's gone down.
I'd actually have to check at that. I'm not quite sure. I can look for you.
I'm pretty sure that's the case.
Okay. But is that it? I don't think that affects the average American. Consumer price index has gone up.
Since when?
People's groceries have gone up.
The consumer price index has gone up what? In what time period?
It's now 3.1% estimation.
And just for context, what was it in 2022?
Wait, again, why do you go to 2022 when there was global inflation? When Biden left office, it was 3%. Now, if you want to reference that, it was trending down, right? So if we want to, I look at the idea of it trending down. Well, then, if Trump weren't in office, we would have seen inflation at a lower rate than what it is right now because Trump's tariffs have put upward pressure on prices.
So when you talk about going back to the trade with China and our trade deficit with China, I think we should be tariffing China.
What is the trade deficit?
What is a trade deficit?
Yeah.
I mean, we're losing imports versus exports.
Okay, and it's what minus what?
What do you mean?
What are you minusing by the other thing?
Imports minus exports.
Okay, so and why is that a bad thing?
Why is
So
that
all
a
you're
bad
saying is
thing?
we're importing more goods than we are exporting. What's wrong with that?
Because we are in heavy reliance with another country that we are competing economies with.
What do you mean reliance? I'm confused. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with us getting stuff from other countries? And what do you mean by reliance? Like, if we're not going to trade with them, we don't get anything from them. Why would we want less? Like, I'm confused what your
It's not
argument is.
necessarily that we want less.
Because if
it's
they
that-
ever take it away from us, well then, if we never get it in the first place because we decide not to trade with them, because we don't want to become reliant on them, then we technically got less overall. I'm just really confused how we benefit from that. We'd still have to build it up anyway.
Right. That's what I'm saying. We should build it up using American-made products. I don't
We're
want
doing that under Biden. You don't do that through the tariffs that Trump implemented. We saw a massive increase in real manufacturing investment under Biden. Do you want to see?
Aren't we seeing with AI though that Oracle, for example, or NVIDIA have reported on $600 billion in investment? Or
you see this?
Yeah.
Alrighty, this is when Trump first got in office in his first term, right here.
This is
when he
you're
left
showing
office.
Manufacturing output.
Yeah, this is a real private fixed investment manufacturing.
Okay.
Okay. You see, this is when he first gets in office.
Okay.
This is when he leaves office.
Okay.
Okay. This is when Biden gets in office, right here. This is when
Okay.
Biden leaves office, right here. And this is Trump since he got in office.
So it's still trending upwards. I would say.
No, it's going down. Do you see it?
Okay. Oh, I didn't see that. Yeah, I didn't see that. Yeah, I mean, as far, if you're talking about corporate manufacturing, though, I guess I'm trying to say, as far as tariffs and reliance on other countries and taxing our corporations, I think those are all policies that shift toward Trump versus Biden.
Okay, so if you want to reference taxation, I think taxes are worse off for the average American by imposing tariffs comparative to not imposing them, because tariffs are going to disproportionately negatively impact lower and middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods. I would rather that we get that revenue from income tax and corporate tax that's progressive, right? That disproportionately gets it from higher income individuals. I would prefer that rather than getting it from lower income individuals because they need the money.
Right. Yeah, I know what tariffs are and all that stuff. I'm just saying, as a form of negotiation, that's the idea that opened me up to it.
That's not what Trump did. And how do you feel about the fact that he reduced tariffs on Switzerland after getting a Rolex clock and a gold bar?
To be honest with you, I mean, what percent of GDP does Switzerland make up of our economy?
Oh, come on. Come on, you can't defend that. You can't defend
no,
that.
I'm not defending what you just said itself. I'm just saying Switzerland's not necessarily a country that I'm talking about with tariffs.
Okay, but do you understand that we had tariffs on them and he reduced them, not for negotiation or to get anything out of it that benefits Americans, but because he got gifts. He got a gold bar and a Rolex clock. Okay?
Yeah. I mean, I know about the Saudi Arabia plane as well? Or that he was gifted?
Qatar jet.
Qatar, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can't say I support that kind of stuff. But my point is, I'm just trying to, I think with our competing economies and the race for AI, I think it's important that we do everything we can to stay up in that race. And I think we are not.
Well, we should regulate. We need to regulate it so that
But
we're
I don't
not
think
harming our
regulating it.
environment and people's water and basic health, right? Like, you need regulation on AI if you're going to have this implemented, if we're going to integrate it to our society to the degree it is, which inevitably has already happened, okay? Then we need to have regulation on it so that it doesn't harm people's health. Because right now, it's harming the environment, especially in places where people don't have essentially areas in which are disproportionately affected socioeconomically already. So we obviously don't want that to happen, right? We obviously want to benefit the environment, and it's oftentimes the case that Trump supporters don't care about this because Trump himself denies climate change and denies effects on the environment.
Yeah.
For corporate profit. So are we going to put corporate profit over the health of our population? I think not.
I agree with
I
that.
think we can still integrate all of these productive increases to our society through the usage of AI while simultaneously ensuring that we're not negatively impacting people.
Wouldn't you say that competing in AI, we need as much deregulation as possible, though?
No.
Because if you're taxing...
No, I think we need regulation.
Under the Biden administration, the corporate tax rate was 35%.
Wait, think about it this way. Do you think that there should have been no regulation with social media at all?
No, I do think so.
You do think so?
I think there should be regulation with social media.
Okay, so if there should be regulation with social media and the internet, then obviously, then we would think that we would need to impose that for AI as well.
Yeah, I just think AI is a little bit more powerful than social media, but that's
which would mean that it can have even worse negative impacts, harmful impacts if we don't have regulation, right?
I'm sort of getting at the point that I don't think I want deregulation in the form of tax to allow our corporations who are producing AI and manufacturing AI and trying to compete with chips, with China and stuff like that, that I think deregulation on those corporations in general, I don't necessarily
What
think
type of
that
deregulation? Because oftentimes that is not taking into account the externalities that are going to impact other people.
How does the taxation of a company like NVIDIA impact lower class Americans?
Yeah, because when we impose a tax on them, it restricts them from engaging in that particular type of behavior that then is detrimental to the rest of society. So by imposing a tax on these corporations, it essentially gets them to internalize the cost that would have affected society. Because if they don't have an internalization of that cost, then there's no way that they could calculate the impact that it would have on other people from a cost perspective until it happens. Right? So we need these particular types of regulations because it imposes, right, a restriction of these particular types of behaviors to a degree in which is going to lead to a more socially optimal standpoint.
Yeah.
So again, these regulations are often misunderstood because people don't realize that they lead to societal benefit for everyone overall. Think about it this way. If we are utilizing certain data centers that say are harming the quality of water, okay, in certain areas, if the quality of the water is harmed in certain areas, that impacts people that are drinking that water or are utilizing that water and it negatively impacts their health, think about all the costs in our society that we're now spending on health costs because of the fact that it negatively impacted the water supply. Okay? So we have to think about these implications and what they have on other people's health, because if we impose those regulations, that would then limit the cost that we have as a society on all of those other things that we can then put into other things. And it makes the economy better off. It makes health better off. It makes our society better off. Not only does it make it more moral for everyone else, but it's economically more efficient. It's actually like we have both arguments. And oftentimes people say it's either we care about people or we do what's economically efficient. And what I'm telling people is that we can do both.
That's kind of, I agree. That's kind of what I'm saying. I don't necessarily, I think that where we disagree in this, I like some of the points you just made. It's just, I don't necessarily see as letting these corporations, with what you want to call price gouging. I'm not denying that some are, but I think that allowing them to compete and having deregulation on some of the corporations that are competing at the highest level, I think that the Republican
in the
Party,
context of price gouging, that would mean competition wasn't helpful.
I'm talking about
because these
I
corporations have an
agree with that
incentive
point.
to collude, right? Because it allows them to keep prices up and to increase their profits.
No, I agree with you on price gouging. I'm talking about the corporations that aren't price gouging and are the leaders of this country.
Yeah, I mean, if a company's not price gouging, no one has an issue with them.
Right, but
if they're not laying
still
people off
getting-
en masse, no one has an issue. You understand that those are the companies that we don't want to increase taxes on. We're increasing taxes on income you take out above $400,000. Okay? Kamala Harris is not imposing greater taxes on small businesses. She was not advocating for that.
So like when Trump makes a policy change, like he's doing 100% tax on chips from China, that's something I don't see a downside to, because it's forcing us to use American-made products with a reliance on America.
Well, if it's targeted, right, it could be
Right,
similar to
okay.
Democratic policy that exists. But one thing I could tell you is that it increases the cost of those chips, right, which then decreases access, right, and also it decreases innovation and competition, because you're
How does
essentially
that decrease? Yeah, I guess.
because you're reducing their ability to compete in the U.S. market. So you're reducing the level of innovation of American firms by artificially propping them up so that they don't have to compete with those foreign countries.
Wouldn't that make those foreign? Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I think there needs to be a happy medium between the two. I like you said, with targeted corporations and regulation.
That's the Democratic position. They've supported targeted tariffs under Biden. That's the point that conservatives would always bring up is, oh, Biden actually kept some of the tariffs. Well, true, but those were targeted tariffs, not universal tariffs, because universal tariffs, right, are going to cause an increase in domestic manufacturing costs that then decrease the level of domestic manufacturing, whereas targeted tariffs have less of an impact on that, right? And they're actually going to incentivize an increase in manufacturing to a greater extent because it's specialized in that particular industry. And obviously we want to do it in specialized industries.
Right. So yeah, I get what you're saying. I just think as far as, I mean, the Democratic argument that tariffs are a tax on the American people, I agree with, but so is a tax when there's a 14% difference in the corporate tax rate versus Democrats versus Republicans.
This
I
is
think
also
that's
something taken out of context by conservatives because they don't know that there was actually a progressive tax structure for a corporate tax under the Obama administration. Did you know that for income under $50,000 in a year, for the corporation income, that you actually pay a 6% higher tax on that income, the first $50,000, under Trump comparative to what existed under Obama, because it was 15% up to $50,000 under Obama, and Trump changed it to a 21% flat tax?
Did Biden repeal those taxes in his
That's
term?
legislative, so they didn't have the ability to. They couldn't get Congress together to do that.
Gotcha. I didn't know that. That's interesting.
They could for emergency things like through the American Rescue Plan, where they imposed like a child tax credit, but they didn't get across the board.
So when is
things like that?
Did the next tax reform? Is that what just passed?
That
this
was
year?
in 2025. Yeah.
Gotcha. Interesting. Yeah, I generally think of I think the American people in general think of Democrats as higher regulation, higher government, more involved in your life, and whether you interpret that to be good or bad, I think there's a medium that needs to be had between someone like Obama or Biden and someone versus a socialist like Mondani. I think there's a difference there, and I think that's what the Democratic Party has sort of been drifting towards. And if they keep propping up Mondani, as the face of their party and one of the future leaders.
I don't think he's the face of the party yet. I wish.
Not yet.
But
Not
like,
yet.
okay, I also think that like he's not even advocating for socialism. So this is another thing
He's
again, like
called
I brought up
himself a
earlier.
democratic
Like
socialist.
he does call himself a democratic socialist, and so does Bernie. But they both advocate for liberal policies. They don't advocate for socialist policies. So I do just like want to clarify that for people.
So who do you think's
And also,
the
I
next
just want to say
candidate?
this, right? Like, I think at some point, you probably yourself will support a form of socialism. And do you want me to tell you why? It might
Sure.
not be right now. It might not be in the next 50 years. It would be in a future society where there's a higher level of automation. Inevitably speaking, we will reach a stage of an automation where practically all of us will support some form of socialism.
Why is that called socialism though? And why do you interpret
Because
that as socialism? and not
there would be
innovation?
public ownership of the means of production, right? To some degree. Yeah, like mostly everything would be publicly owned. Because if it wasn't publicly owned, then it would inevitably lead to like tyranny and people exploiting that situation. Because
So
they're
do
not like there's no reason for someone in that scenario because if everything was automated, there's no reason for only one person to profit from that. Okay, I think everyone here would probably be like, yeah, at some point, democratic socialism will be adopted. Like, at some point, right? Like, Jenny, if you think about it, I think that's actually the original reason why I was a socialist.
I don't know how
Like,
you can say that when Mandami is campaigning on things like defunding the police and
no, he wasn't.
sending.
Hold up.
Yeah, he was.
The defunding the police is reallocating police funds in certain scenarios towards
But-
things that are better suited at fighting crime, right?
Like what?
Or not? Sorry, I didn't mean. I mean like situations in which it's like, for example, not relating to like a violent situation, and it's relating to like a situation where like a mental health specialist would be better at dealing with it. So, and I would even advocate for like these situations. Like, why couldn't we do both as well? Right? You
Yeah.
can have you can have both in this scenario, but we should
Mhm.
have people that are specialized in dealing with these situations. That's kind of the idea. And he wanted to maintain the current level of officers. So he didn't want to decrease.
Maybe he didn't want it, but I think a lot of law enforcement in New York didn't support him. I think that's something to be said for that. Not necessarily what if they interpreted it his words or what his policies are differently than what they perceive them as to be, but I think you play a fine line when you talk about law enforcement when you say things like that as a especially as the mayor of one of the finance capital of the world. Not that the finance capital of the world has anything to do with that, but a city like New York, people want to be safe, and I think when you talk about swapping out mental health people for police, I think that sounds the alarm for a lot of people, you know.
Yeah, in certain circumstances where police aren't the best to deal with, like the situation. Yeah, that makes sense. That means
So-
police can focus on situations that are violent rather than like mental health circumstances that they're not prepared for.
Yeah. So who would you say, like, in the midterms and just moving forward, who do you see as some of the leaders of the Democratic Party? Because if it's people like Rondami or AOC or Bernie Sanders, I don't think you guys have a shot. So
But
who
I think that's who it should be.
who? Bernie?
Everyone you just said. Yeah, I like AOC.
Yeah, I don't know if that's
I
gonna
like
gonna
Bernie
win
too.
midterms though.
What do you mean? How's that? I think that's going to do great. I think people are concerned about affordability. I think they
Of
believe
course, yeah.
progressives will address affordability because we actually have policies to do so.
I can't. I don't know if I support I don't know if I agree with those policies.
Okay.
That
What
they can-
policies do you disagree with? And by the way,
I mean-
AOC is not the only basis for a party. This is what I want because I'm a
No, yeah.
progressive.
I'm
There
a-
are
that's why
other
I'm asking.
Democrats that exist that are not progressive, but I mean, I think that progressives are better, and I would love for you to tell me what policies you disagree with.
As far as socialist policies, or like
Like
what do you mean?
policies do you disagree with?
I disagree with the socialist policies that we talked about. I think
Which
freezing
ones
rent.
does AOC support that you disagree with?
I don't know about
those are
AOC
not socialist
specifically.
policies. Freezing rent's not socialist. But
I mean, having communal housing is a socialist policy.
wait, they didn't. No, AOC's not advocating for everyone to live in communal housing.
Mandami is.
Mamdani's not advocating for everyone to live in community housing.
He's been marketing that he wants to build up communal housing in New York.
So people who need it, not for everyone, to have to live there. Do you understand the
Yeah.
distinction? So you
Who
don't
pays for it?
agree. Obviously, the people. Do you disagree? Do you disagree with having housing policies?
Free housing? Yeah, I disagree with.
It's not 100% free housing. And also, you understand that, like, in these scenarios, and why would you disagree with that? Like, I'm sorry, why? What's the point? Like, are you Christian?
I'm not Christian.
Okay, but you don't want to, like, ensure people are housed?
Of course I do, but I want them to work for it and contribute to society.
And if they
I
can't,
think there's less incentive. I think there's less incentive to, if you're given.
I think
free housing.
everyone deserves a house. Do you agree?
In an ideal world, I agree.
No, in our world.
Yeah, I think everyone deserves to live in a house.
Okay, well then you
But
don't
how we
disagree
get
with this
there?
policy.
How we get there are. It's more difficult.
How do
than
you
that.
want to get there?
How do
What's
I
your
want to
plan
get there?
or policy? What's your plan? What are can you name one thing Republicans have done to address, like, the issue in terms, like, or people's access to housing?
Oh, I don't have one. I'm kind of just.
You can't
talking
name a
about
single
social.
Republican plan in the entire country that addresses housing and housing and affordability. Unaffordability, sorry.
Not that I don't. I could name them. I just don't think that their policies are working. So.
Okay.
That's kind of yeah.
So you can't mention any policies that work that Republicans are advocating for.
All I'm getting at is, I believe in capitalism versus socialism.
Okay, and none of these politicians are advocating for actual socialism as of right now. And also, like, Kamala Harris was not advocating for socialism. Do you think she was?
Yeah, no, she was not. That's kind of what I'm getting at. I think these candidates that you like that are super progressive is where the Democratic Party's going, and that's not who should
I
be
think
the face of
progressive
the
is
party.
good, and you didn't really tell us what about being progressive is bad. Do you want people to have access to healthcare, childcare, housing
Well,
affordability? It seems like you would agree with all of those things. And if you do, well, progressives are trying to actually bring that about.
I think what we said about the healthcare, it's a tricky situation. Not that I agree with you that everyone should have access to healthcare, but how we get there, I think.
Okay, what's Donald Trump's healthcare plan?
His healthcare plan? I don't know what he's doing specifically to healthcare other than cutting
So
Medicaid.
you don't know his healthcare plan. You don't know his housing affordability plan. Do you know any of his main core plans?
I mean,
Because I don't think he has any of these. I think he had concepts of a plan. That's what he said, at least.
That's true. No, I don't know his housing or healthcare plan specifically.
Okay. Aren't those pretty big topics to know? Like, I feel like if Kamala Harris didn't have a housing affordability plan and she didn't have a healthcare plan, that would have been the constant argument against Kamala Harris to say that she doesn't actually care about running on policy and she only runs on Orange Man bad. But
Well,
if Donald Trump doesn't have those policies and he runs on, oh, Democrats are socialists, communists, insane, terrorists, Antifa, then, like, apparently it's not just liberal bad and no actual plans yourself, but apparently only that's applied to Democrats. Like, people only think about that with Democrats. It's never thought about with Republicans, who never have any plans, except for giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires and helping their corporate donors. Like,
Well, wouldn't
genuinely,
you say
like, I
that-
actually don't know what they're doing. Like,
Yeah, I hear you, but wouldn't you say that um, Bernie Sanders and AOC are a little corrupt with their donors as well?
No.
I
Do you
mean,
have any
they're
evidence
both
of that?
no, but all I know
They
is
have grassroots donations. They don't take money from corporate PACs.
didn't Kamala Harris's
Kamala?
campaign? I'm sorry, yeah, Kamala. Didn't her campaign receive the most donations or donors from billionaires compared to Trump's campaign? What aren't more?
I didn't see
aren't
any
more
stats on
billionaires?
that, and even if that is true, that doesn't change whether or not like they would be passing policies to help out the average American or rich people to a greater extent. You understand that like
I you know,
you understand that
I
like
would
Donald
actually
Trump's
be
policies
interested.
disproportionately help the rich and wealthy, whereas Kamala Harris's policies would tax them?
If that's the case, and I'm not disagreeing with you, but if that's the case, wouldn't you? I'd be curious to know the stat of how many billionaire donors were more Democrats or Republicans, because I think that speaks
You
loudly
you
to
you
who.
look it up. I don't think it really matters, but go ahead.
Why doesn't that matter in that context?
I don't think it changes whether or not one side has like policies that affect billionaires or benefit billionaires to a greater extent or not.
I feel like the whichever policies that affect billionaires the most, they would want to be in that party.
I mean, did Elon Musk like literally buy Twitter to be able to help the election results? I think that's spending more money than anything that Kamala Harris spent.
Well, we're talking about her donors here, not spending herself.
I think that was a donation, just not directly. Like Elon literally donated all of that influence that he bought to Trump.
Yeah.
And it
So
was
why didn't?
free, and it was allowed for him to do it because it didn't carry off as a donation directly. But it was effectively billions of dollars spent into influencing election results.
Why is that not? I mean, what law did he break by doing that?
Wait, you're only saying it's bad if it's a law that it breaks?
No, I'm saying.
Couldn't you say the
Elon
same
Musk-
thing for corporate PACs that send people money for certain things?
Yeah, but I feel like you pointed out Elon in that specific stance. What did he do that was illegal? Why isn't he allowed to go buy Twitter?
Well, he
himself?
violated immigration law.
Is he not a legal U.S. citizen?
Well, he violated immigration law after he came to our country. So I
And
mean, you could have
under
had a
that-
reason to
under-
deport him.
Under your immigration stance, is what he violated a felony
Well,
or a misdemeanor?
I think he should have been allowed to stay in the country, but I think that's because of my particular views on immigration. But I don't think that Trump supporters, given their views, would say the same thing.
All right. Well, I was curious if you agreed on if he should stay or not, because you'd be contradicting yourself in that case. But
You know what? I think uniquely we should just deport Elon. Get him out of the country.
He's a powerful man, that's for sure. But
Deport
yeah.
him. No trillionaires allowed in the country. Okay.
Yeah, I
think
think
that's
that's
a little bit absurd. $1 trillion.
Yeah, I do. And I think our tax policy in this country needs reform in general.
Do you think that's inspiration to the average American that he's a trillionaire?
Some, yeah, actually.
The average American. Do you think
The
that
average
they're-
American,
Do you think
no.
they take more inspiration out of someone who is middle class then becomes wealthy, or Elon Musk and Donald Trump who started rich and stayed rich?
Did Elon Musk start rich? I don't know his story.
Well, his family was definitely rich. Yes.
Yeah, I would agree with you that the average American would connect more with someone like Zuckerberg or Cuban or along those lines. But we're just
So do you
throwing names
understand
out there at
like
this point.
it is significantly more inspirational for someone to look at even like millionaire level success to a greater extent if someone went from middle class to millionaire to a greater
Yeah.
extent comparative to Elon Musk, going from millions and millions to, even upwards of a trillion. Why? Because it's more relatable, right?
But I don't hate the guy because he's a trillionaire. I'm not talking about Elon specifically, but
I'm not saying you have to hate the guy because he's a trillionaire, but I mean, bro has so much money that like it's diabolically insane. And it's like that just demonstrates the level of income inequality that you can have so much to a trillion, which is larger than the GDP of a lot of nations and even a lot of states in the United States.
yeah, I mean, once you get rich, it's easy to stay rich. That's for sure.
Isn't it crazy that he has a greater GDP than multiple states in the United States?
Is that with net worth or his actual wealth?
That's his level of wealth. That's his net worth, yeah.
Because now,
Like
I mean,
here, let's look up GDP by state. Let's see how many
Yeah, I mean,
states.
that's crazy.
Let's
I'm not gonna
let's
lie.
see how many states have a smaller amount of GDP than Elon Musk has in wealth. Let's check. Gee, why is it acting weird? What the fuck? Let's see. Here we are. GDP. Yeah. Oh my God, it's most.
Doesn't surprise me really.
Holy shit! Only 6 fucking countries, or countries, only 6 states have a higher GDP than Elon Musk has net worth. You want me to name all of the different states that have a smaller GDP on a yearly basis than Elon Musk has in net worth?
I'll take your word for it, but you can't. That's a crazy stat.
Ohio, Georgia, Washington, New Jersey, North Carolina, Massachusetts, Virginia, Michigan, Colorado, Arizona, Tennessee, Maryland, Indiana, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Missouri, Connecticut, South Carolina, Oregon, Louisiana, Alabama, Utah, Kentucky, Oklahoma, Nevada, Iowa, Kansas, Arkansas, Nebraska, D.C., which isn't a state. I don't know why they listed this. Mississippi, New Mexico, Idaho, New Hampshire, Hawaii, West Virginia, Delaware, Maine, Rhode Island, Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, Alaska, Wyoming, and Vermont. That's
Yeah, it's pretty
nuts,
great.
isn't that?
Listen, I don't think anyone should have that much money. Don't get me wrong, but
That's nuts. Yeah.
when you talk about taxing millionaires, then what stops?
Yeah, we should increase taxes on trillionaires, right?
Trillionaires, yeah. I mean, I can get behind
Yeah,
that.
I think we can agree. We should increase taxes on trillionaires, right?
Sure, yeah. But as far as millionaires, why would, if there's a threshold in a certain bracket to be a millionaire that your tax rate increases that much, what stops someone from being less incentivized to not break into that bracket and say, I'm going to pay this certain amount of tax? They want to tax me. I'm a millionaire. Why wouldn't I just be a 999,000-aire versus and staying in a different tax bracket? Like, what's the incentive to keep working at that point?
So listen, the way we create tax brackets makes it so that you have an incentive that you'll always make more money if you make more money. Now, it might be at a proportionally smaller rate, but you'll still make more money. So if you make more money, that's your incentive.
Right.
Does that make
Makes
sense?
sense. Yeah.
It's just that the incentive might be a little bit smaller because it's harder to make that money. But if you're already making that much money, seemingly you're going to keep working that much because you probably want to increase your net worth, or you have some specific number, or you are like wanting to increase your businesses. They're working for themselves at that point, not for their quality of life. They're working for their want to be an entrepreneur and make a bunch of money, not necessarily for their quality of life.
But
So it doesn't seem like that would necessarily
I'm not against
change
that
it.
idea, though.
You could say
Why-
that you're not against that idea, but the point that I'm making is that they're not going to be limited from working by imposing a greater tax on the highest levels of income, because they want to keep working regardless to make the most amount of money as they possibly could. Does that make sense? So inevitably speaking, they're going to keep trying to do that either way because they're in competition. Elon Musk wants to be the richest person in the world. He's in competition, right? He's going to keep working the same amount regardless of the tax rate because he wants to be the richest. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you want to talk about or add before I get off for tonight?
No, I appreciate the conversation and, you know, challenging some of my points that, you know, that I at least thought I knew more about than I did. But
all right. Well, I appreciate you coming up. Have a good
all
day,
right,
man.
thank you. You too.
Or good night. Good night.
Good night.
Alrighty, everyone. I'm going to get off for tonight. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. We almost had 6 hours today. It's been a minute since I've done like a 6-hour stream. I have a few people to thank. Harold, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. To some degree, they are, but it's just for a reference of monetary basis. And Harold as well. Thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Exactly. There needs to be stringent regulations. I totally agree. Julie with the $25. Thank you so much, Julie. I really appreciate it. Felicia, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $100 on Cash App. Can we some W's for Felicia in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Felicia. I really appreciate it. Felicia, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $100 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It's been a long day, I guess. Stephanie, thank you for the $20. Maggie with the $6.68. Thank you. As well as Rachel, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Crystal with the $20. Thank you so much, Crystal. Garrett with the $15. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Everyone, thank you everyone for coming through. Like the stream on YouTube. I would really, really, really appreciate it. I think we currently have like 2,200 likes. If everyone would like the stream, I'd really, really, really appreciate it. Thank you everyone seriously so much for coming through tonight. Everyone, you can check out Erica's live right now. Erica _Shantae. Spam Parker Raid, spam Left and Parker. If you're on TikTok, make sure to do that. If you're on YouTube, check out all my videos. I'd really appreciate it. Have a good night, everyone. I will see everyone tomorrow. Good night, everyone. Go to Erica's live. Erica _Shantae. Spam Parker Raid, spam Left and Parker, everyone. All right. Good night. Good night.